He has been summoned to an academy of magic far beyond his world. He started with nothing, no allies, no map, no rules. Everything he has now, he took. This is Earth's greatest Magus, chapters 21 through 70. Thrax, in fact, had been talking about wanting to check out the Institute of Combat since day one during their discussions on the previous nights, but hadn't had the chance to attend it because he didn't want Julian to one-up him by being ahead in spiritual comprehension. The next morning came and Emery got ready with the boys. Actually, he wanted to try and deepen his comprehension in the basic earth spirit cultivation technique, since he had invested 3 days already in it. But after considering Magus Darius' advice not to push himself, Emery removed that thought in his head and focused on the Institute of Combat. Especially in his heart, he had always wanted to become one of those great knights waving the sword that would have also made his father proud. The 4 boys came out of their private quarters, passed through the portal in the Fountain Plaza, and were surprised to see how different this place looked, except perhaps for Emery, who felt like this place was reminiscent of his kingdom's aesthetics. Gray bricks painted the walls of most of the buildings, rooftops either scarlet red or azure blue, and tall towers higher than the castle in the Lioness Kingdom. This place was also bustling with crowds, and the buildings were all bunched up together, creating a tight network of streets, alleys, stairs leading up and down to God knows where that could make a person feel like they'd get lost after taking one wrong turn in the corner. Luckily, they noticed a large group of acolytes wearing a different kind of uniform that looked more like a suit of armor and started following them until arriving at a giant building with large signages of a sword, spear, hammer, bow and arrow, dagger, shield, and fist placed accordingly on the spacious gray wall. Thrax made his way first inside with the others not far behind, passing through 2 massive open doors with 2 guards standing on both ends of the doors, and spoke to a green-haired woman with big round spectacles. She said, in a flat tone, "If you have just arrived at the Institute of Combat, please make your way to the left and just keep following the path. If you have been here for more than one occasion, kindly go right. If you have other business, tell me how I can assist." Julian couldn't help but comment, "Wow! It's like our Colosseum at home, but this one's much bigger and magnificent." On the side was a man with beefy arms, large chest, bald head but overgrown, pointy beard who had taken notice of them. "Aye, fresh blood! Come here!" I was about to start me introduction, and ye soft bones just came at the right timing. "Me name is Vico, and I'll be your guide in this stadium." After the quick introduction, Vico pointed with his thumb at the rows of weapons placed behind and proceeded to explain the Institute of Combat with his booming voice to the 1,000 new acolytes. "Since ye all are soft bones lads and gals, I'd like for all to know this institute is open to ye soft bones who want to pursue the art of fighting. Whether you're a close or a ranged Magus, ye all still need to learn how to fight with weapons regardless of your ranking. 'Tis would ensure a Magus could adapt to the situation in the battlefield or if your spirit capacity runs out, and even though a Magus doesn't need a weapon to fight, at least you would know how to defend yourself or predict the movements of your enemies that's using a weapon." Vico grabbed a great axe with 2 sharp edges and flames suddenly erupted on the edges. "You may also use Tis weapons as a tool to channel your elemental energy. The Magi who are experts in Tis spells are known as combat Magi. Some objects' air as well can be used as a catalyst to increase one's spirit power temporarily, such as Tis stave. There are many ways and spells one could do with Tis weapons, for example, wind coming out of every slash, making the weapon so heavy that it could easily crush flat surfaces, flaming it like Tis, so it could cut or penetrate even the toughest metal, etc. Tis are the combat Magi's secret to our greatness." The flame then disappeared, and Vico placed the great axe back on the rack. "In this Institute of Combat, for now ye will learn how to fight using Tis weapons or bare hands. Me sure that ye all saw the display on our front door, right? In case some of ye forgot, though, our institute has 8 paths. They are the path of sword, spear, blunt weapon, bow, dagger, shield, and of course your trusty bare hands. We all welcome ye soft bones acolytes to come here anytime and use our training equipment and places at any time. However, since ye all are soft bones, are fresh blood, we only allow ye all to choose just one type of weaponry. But once ye are stronger, ye all may learn all weapons we have, and in fact, we encourage ye After all, it'd be best for ye soft bones to learn your enemy's movements. Vico demonstrated some movements using the sword, switching to axe, then wielding a spear. His force was so powerful that the onlookers could feel that the air was heating up with each wave of a weapon. Again, ye all may use and train in any path ye'd like, however, that done mean our institute accept ye as our acolytes. Only those who have talent, endurance, and determination could enter our institute and be taught. Unlike the Element Institute, the Combat Institute done not easily accept acolytes as a member of our institute. If ye are accepted, however, ye have the opportunity to learn from one of our famous combat magi. Vico then took the acolytes to another side of the stadium where 5 well-built men, whom Vico had mentioned were combat magi, before saying, "Today, we will accept only 100 from ye all to be our students. Make sure ye are all ready to take the test, cause like in the battlefield, ye only have one life." They made their way to the center of the stadium with a door placed on the ground. Vico said while caressing his pointy beard, "We will contact a test for ye, and 'tis divided into 2 parts. Your ability in using a weapon or bare hands, and an obstacle course." He shouted, "Bring it up, boys." From beneath the door, it opened and spawned a large construct made of wood, iron, and other materials that stretched for over 330 feet, 100 meters in length. It was a marvel of mechanical construction in Emery's beaming eyes, who also liked complex creations. "Let me introduce ye to the gauntlet," said Vico with a big smile from ear to ear. He added, "If ye can pass this gauntlet to the end, then ye have passed our first test." The construct cranked and started to come alive. It had at least 100 pikes stabbing from beneath and the side of the walking platform, blades and axes swinging in all directions, spinning mechanisms that had a large bag that would ensure one would fall if got caught, and all other manners of traps placed on the various areas of the course. The first-year acolytes, including Emery and his friends, swallowed hard as the blades, axes, pikes appeared to be live weapons. Some acolytes actually even started walking away from the construct since this gauntlet looked so scary that they couldn't help but think this would be the end of their life. They were first-year acolytes, they weren't willing to waste their lives for this. After all, for most of them, this institute of combat was just an extra skill, not as important as the other institutes. Vico simply laughed and didn't care about the acolytes running away. "Ha ha ha, of course you won't die from this course, on your first try, at least." From the ground behind Vico, hundreds of boxes also spawned out, and Vico pulled out an armor that looked like it was made of thick leather. He threw it to a man on his side. After the assistant finished wearing it, he then proceeded to get on the obstacle, dodged a couple of traps, making his way to the middle, and purposely got hit on one of the swinging blades. He was knocked down from the gauntlet, and some of the acolytes watching closed their eyes from how loud and hard the assistant had hit the ground. The assistant, however, got back up like nothing had happened and took off the thick leather. This protector is one of our basic magic items made by our small craftsmen. It gives ye limited protection from attacks, but can only be used for only once, Vico explained. The first-year acolytes discussed with their friends and didn't appear convinced they could finish this course. There were hundreds of traps after all. The circle was 33 feet 10 meters in diameter, and in the center was a wooden puppet with hands, legs, and all with the size of the average youth, around 5 feet 4 inches, 163 centimeters in height. "'Tis air" is the main training equipment our institute provides to all ye soft bones. Y'all could fight with 'tis puppets all you want and learn as much as ye can. If ye manage to defeat the wooden puppets, the better, Vico said. Then a giant cube floated in the middle of the field, and a list of names appeared. 1. Damien Acolyte, rank 3, level 62. Tori Acolyte, rank 3, level 63. Vita Acolyte, rank 4, level 54. Zurui Acolyte, rank 3, level 55. Axel Acolyte, rank 2, level 5, despite hundreds had already run away. After Vico's demonstrations of the Institute's equipment, there were thousands first-year acolytes' names listed in the ranking who had taken wooden puppet combat test in the first 3 days. "'Tis board here is the results of the rankings of those who have fought against the wooden puppets for the first time. Whichever of the 2 tests ye'd like to take, do what ye want. The ranking board, mind ye, is the real kicker in being selected as a disciple for one of the combat magi. They be selecting their disciples till nightfall arrive. "Oh, they seem to be air," said Vico, looking at the 5 men who had just arrived. Most of them were also large people like Vico, except for the one on the furthest left appeared to be slender. Emery watched as the 5 combat magi made their way to the podium located on the side of the stadium. The one who had a slender body seemed to have noticed Emery's stare, and Emery started to feel a heavy pressure bearing down on him before disappearing on the next second. "Hey, you okay, Emery?" Emery twisted his neck to see who it was that spoke and found Chumo looking at him. He asked, "Oh, yeah, I'm fine." "Chumo, I hardly heard you speak that." "Well, how should I say this? Actually, I get too nervous when speaking if there's a woman around and please." "She's scary," Chumo answered, slightly shaking his head. Vico's booming voice drowned out Emery's and Chumo's discussion. "The gauntlet and fighting wooden puppets, 'tis two, will be your tests for today, and ye all can start whenever ye like." Remaining hundreds of acolytes dispersed and made their way to their preferred test. There were only a few that walked toward the obstacle, and the wooden puppets were the more popular choice. Thrax was cracking his fist and was raring to give the wooden puppets a good beating. "All right, action! I'll imagine those Callio's pigs as these wooden puppets and beat them up real good." He entered the circle, and a list of items appeared in front of him, and he unhesitantly chose a spear. The wooden puppet sprang to life, and a wooden spear appeared on both him and the wooden puppet. Thrax got into position with the spear above him, and so did the wooden puppet. A countdown appeared in Thrax's vision. Thrax let out a loud shout as he thrust the spear straight to the wooden puppet's chest. It missed as the wooden puppet jumped to the side, but Thrax was expecting that, and he spun toward the wooden puppet direction and punched it on the face, felling it to the ground, before impaling its chest with the spear. The wooden puppet stopped moving, and a tiny light like a floating dew seemed to have exited the wooden puppet's broken body and entered Thrax's chest. Thrax breathed out as his muscles tightened. He checked out his status and said, "Oh, wow! My battle power has gone up by 1! Emery, Julian, and Chumo nodded to each other, all thinking the same thing. They all proceeded to their own circle and faced the wooden puppets. Emery selected a sword as well as Julian, while Chumo went for a more unconventional weapon, a bow and arrow. Emery gave the sword a few swings to get himself used to it. Surprisingly enough, the moment he slashed, it was lighter than the swords he had been training with. Plus, the way the sword sounded as it cut the air, it was sharper than anything he had held before. Maybe it was safe to assume the battle with the wooden puppet could injure him, since it also used the same weapon. So Emery didn't select start and opted for the option standby, wanting to observe his friends first. Emery watched Chumo's fight against the wooden puppet. Chumo kept on running in a circle as he dodged each arrow the wooden puppet shot. After each dodged shot, Chumo would take the chance to grab an arrow from the quiver on his side, put it on the nock and release, hitting the invisible wall behind the wooden puppet. A lot of shots had missed between the two sides, indicative of the 5 arrows left from the 20 arrows Chumo had in the beginning, so he decided to be more aggressive. Chumo grabbed multiple arrows from his quiver and shot it against the wooden puppet. The wooden puppet dodged all of it, but Chumo had run straight to the wooden puppet and punched its head with the last remaining arrow he had. Soon, a tiny orb flew toward Chumo, and he gave a rare smile. Emery missed Julian's battle against the wooden puppet, but based on how Julian didn't seem to have a sweat on him and breathing normally, Julian had an easy time defeating the wooden puppet. In fact, watching Julian may have been a better idea than Chumo, since Emery and Julian were using the same weapon, a one-handed sword. Nevertheless, Emery turned his attention to Thrax, who was shouting "Grah!" and "Ahoo!" in each blow with the spear. A loud cheer erupted as there was another group of acolytes watching Thrax's aggressive fighting style. He stepped out of the circle and sat on the ground, not minding the crowd, instead watching the acolyte adjacent to his circle. Emery also got glued at the acolyte next to Thrax. That acolyte had a large, well-ripped body and was using a greatsword to fight against the level 2 wooden puppet. Clearly, he had a high battle power since the bald acolyte had an athletic body. After all, it was a measure of a person's physical strength and endurance, but when they clashed swords, the wooden puppet did a maneuver, tripping the bald acolyte, and the puppets waved its greatsword before stopping an inch before the bald acolyte's neck. He was defeated. Vico kept his big grin while caressing his overgrown beard with his large, calloused hands. "Ha ha ha, thought ye can defeat tis puppet with brute strength." "Did ye?" Try again. Soft bone. Tis puppet has the same battle power as E, so E have to be clever. Treat your battle as if you were in a real one. Same battle power, so didn't that mean Emery would have a chance? He gazed at his sword before closing his eyes and gave it a few more swings, trying to remember the only thing he had left of his father. Tightening his grip on the sword, he placed one foot forward before pressing the start with his other hand. The wooden puppet started moving its limbs. A sword the same as Emery appeared in the wooden puppet's hand. It shot straight to Emery, but he was expecting it and parried the puppet's sword to the side, leaving the wooden puppet wide open before stabbing straight into the chest. The image of the marauder appeared in Emery's mind, and he suddenly mindlessly charged the impaled wooden puppet against the invisible wall while shouting and smashing it to pieces. The tiny orb appeared. Combat Puppet Level 1 defeated. Reward 1 battle power. Emery breathed in and breathed out, trying to steady his shaking hands. He didn't notice the tiny orb entering his body, for his pounding heart was all he could feel. His father had always taught him to be calm, especially when wielding the sword, and try not to lose control, and soon everything was clear again. He summoned his status and indeed confirmed the increase of battle power. And another message. Julian's style in sword fighting differed in a way that it was more centric in synergizing it with a shield. Julian blocked a lot of the incoming attacks, looking for an opportunity, until an opening finally appeared, and he struck down the wooden puppet on the chest. Chumo, on the other hand, still used a bow and arrow, and a sword was now hanging from his waist. He kept on switching weapons depending on the range between him and the enemy. If Chumo was close to the target, he used the sword. If he was at a distance, then the bow and arrow. Thrax also fought the level 3 parrying with the round shield and spear while still shouting whatever his shenanigans meant. He hadn't used a second weapon on level 2, so level 3 must be tougher for Thrax to use both weapons. He watched Julian once more and paid close to Julian's sword play. Emery tried to incorporate some of those moves, and once he got used to it along with his new understanding, he started the battle with the level 2 wooden puppet. The level 2 puppet's techniques showed its worth. These were the moves Emery had just understood, but he dodged most of them, although some cuts made their way through Emery's uniform. In the end, however, he was victorious. He sat once to take another rest, and this time it only took him 10 minutes to get his breathing pace back. His status showed him a battle power 8, so he was now at a state where Julian was at before fighting these wooden puppets. It didn't occur to him that if right now was back at their estate, he would be gasping for air, except this time he didn't notice it. After getting a sufficient amount of downtime, Emery had seen Julian and Chumo defeating the level 3 wooden puppet with ease, while Thrax was making a mess on the 4th level. He started the battle with the wooden puppet once more, but this time the puppet defeated Emery. But Emery wasn't going to give up here, not now when he was finally making some progress. He got back up and tried once more. Emery failed the second time on the 3rd level. Still, he wasn't done. Once more! Wiping off the dust and sweat accumulating on his face, Emery tried and tried until finally he was spent. He laid on the ground, drenched from head to toe. That big grin, however, it was worth it. His battle power was now 11 and level 4 was available. That barbarian, look at him go. It looks like he can go on for hundreds of rounds. I guess he'll make a decent entertainer, said Julian, taking a sip of water from a crystal ball attendant in the stadium. What do you mean? Asked Emery. Ha ha ha, you'll see when you visit my home. Anyway, let's check out this gauntlet first. Emery and Chumo agreed, leaving Thrax behind battling the level 4 puppet with a menacing look as if a madman. The construct wasn't far away since it was located in the center of the stadium. Its rhythmic clanking, whooshing of the spinning wheel, and slashing blades swinging from side to side brought goosebumps to Emery, but at the same time, his eyes couldn't help but beam. He had yearned to create something akin to this, well, not this complicated, however, but something simpler like the box he had made for Gwen. Shaking off his thoughts of her, Emery returned to observe the mechanical wonder. The whole obstacle course was divided into 3 parts. First were the alternating platforms on each side with space in between where one would have to jump to get to the rope, waiting on the other side, and land below a tall wall, which would have to be climbed. The second part in the middle was where it became a little tricky. It was filled with moving obstacles made of iron and wood that were always spinning and ready to knock down every acolyte that passed. The biggest challenge, though, lay in the third part of the obstacle course. It was a long, straight platform, about 164 feet 50 meters in length, and this was where those sharp swinging blades cutting the air were stationed. There were thousands of acolytes training in this stadium, new and higher-ranking Magus alike, but it was clear most of them favored the benefits of fighting the wooden acolytes. Thrax just arrived after defeating the level 4 wooden puppet, drenched with sweat. "Hey guys, that thing looks interesting," Thrax said. His pacing was still normal. "You're still raring to go?" asked Emery. "Yeah, I'm on fire," Thrax said as he made his way first on the obstacle. Julian and Chumo gave it a go and got up on the obstacle course, while Emery held back once more. The two got past the obstacle course's first part, however, didn't manage to get past the spinning traps, and were knocked off to the ground on the second part. Emery tried to compare the 3 attempts just now and made a mental image of how he should attempt it. He couldn't do it like Thrax. Emery was sure he didn't have the fast reaction Thrax had. When Emery finished devising his plan, he wore the protective armor and got on the first platform. It didn't look high when he had watched his 3 friends running the course from below, but it surely affected Emery's leg as it became noodly at the thought of falling, especially feet first. The protective armor also negated damage on the legs, right? He stomped his feet, trying to straighten it and get his mind off of it. That helped a little, as well as trying not to look down, instead setting his eyes on the alternating platforms. He ran and grabbed each one like a cat trying to do a wall jump. Making it to the rope, he swung himself with just enough force to get to the other side. Now he faced the tall wall that towered over him. There was no time limit, and he needed to catch his breath. After lightly hopping, he placed 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, and dashed with all the strength in his leg and reached for the high wall. Just an inch left, and he would have reached it. He tried once more, and this time he waved his arms at the moment. He jumped and reached the corner of the wall, with just the tip of his fingers on one hand. It was slipping off, but with gritted teeth, he managed to grab with his dangling arm the edge and pulled himself up with his arms shaking terribly after. Emery crouched, that feeling of wanting to puke, blurring vision, heart pounding against the chest up to his ears. All he was too familiar with was starting again. He shook his head as if that would help his situation. Straightening his back, he was still gasping for air, but at least his mind and vision was clearing again. Emery made his way on the second part, and the spinning mechanical wheels inside clicked and clanked. He so wanted to pick apart these things and learn how they work, but this wasn't the time. These contraptions moved at a steady pace. As long as he could anticipate the right timing, he should be fine. Finally, he arrived at the third part. The hundreds of axes and blades swung, cutting the air around themselves. This time, the sharp object in front of him made his heart beat faster. No normal 15-year-old kid wouldn't be worried seeing what was in front of him right now. Emery took deep breaths and did the same thing he did in the second part. "I can do this," he muttered to himself. 1 step, 3 steps in. It was going well so far, and his confidence boosted when suddenly, bam! An axe slammed Emery back to where he was standing. He rolled on the platform as he hit his head, almost falling 33 feet 10 meters from the ground. Without the protector, he would be cut in half, but even so the hit was heavy enough that he felt a little headache. He was somehow fortunate enough not to fall, but now the protector's function wore off. He was unsure what to do. "Get down, or you'll die!" Julian shouted on the ground. "Kid! You don't have to push yourself." Emery heard the shouting coming from below, however, his mind still set on the hurdle in front of him. Whether it was because of the headache or his ignorance, he dulled his ears. His trembling feet reminded him of the time his father died in front of him. If he decided to walk away now, then he would still be the same boy that ran from his father's murderers. A version of him that he was starting to hate, a cowardly, weak version of him. For some reason, his father's words of not losing control kept running in his mind. What would happen if he didn't keep calm? He had made it this far by keeping collected. Maybe like Thrax, he had to be more aggressive to finish this obstacle course. Unconsciously, he was gritting his teeth as the blood throughout his whole body boiled. The clanking became louder in his mind, and when a blade appeared, he shot forward, and the spinning blade missed Emery by a hair's breadth, repeating the same maneuver every mechanism he had faced. His heart was racing, his awareness heightened. This was the first time he had felt like this, as if something inside him was unleashed. The hundreds of axes and blades swung, cutting the air around themselves. One hit, for sure he would die. The sharpness of the weapon rang clearer in Emery's ear, but the way it moved felt weird. It looked like they were moving slower than he remembered. In the eyes of the others, they saw a crazy kid run without hesitation straight through the hundreds of weapons. As for Emery, however, he seemed to start losing himself. He moved reactively, dodging and dashing at all the blades to swing in front of him. Third obstacle complete. He managed to pass the gauntlet, leaving his 3 friends and many others in awe. The weak-looking mad kid passed through the gauntlet without the protective vest. Emery stood there outside the gauntlet, unmoving, and then darkness. Emery lost consciousness. Chumo was the first to arrive on the scene and checked Emery's breathing. The breath was hot, and when Chumo touched Emery's forehead, it felt like a fever was acting up. Julian, Chumo, and Thrax were preoccupied with Emery when the giant cube floating in the middle updated its ranking 67. Thrax Acolyte rank 2. Level 5101. Emery Acolyte rank 1. Level 3. At the end of the day, Emery didn't make the cut, but unbeknownst to him, the slender combat Magus took an interest in him. "You're awake," a sweet melodic voice said on his side. He looked over and saw Klee sitting next to his bed. Her usual spunk seemed non-existent, and instead, her big beady eyes reflected the rain hitting his window on the opposite side of her. His 3 friends were also there, Julian sitting next to Klee, Thrax on the ground, and Chumo leaning beside the door. The room was bright, but the outside was dark. It was evening when he had woken up. Emery tried to sit up, his hand on his throbbing head, trying to recall what the last thing he could remember. Why were they all here? He first recalled defeating the wooden puppets until level 3 and being hit by the axe. After that, however, almost everything was a blur except the part where he was standing on the end of the course. Half a day had already passed. Emery sighed. He couldn't help but think he had wasted almost a day's worth of training. Tomorrow was their 5th day here, and there would only be 2 days left once the next day arrived. Emery's eyes widened. He knew how the battle power had increased, but what about the spirit power? What was its cause? Confused, he asked the 3 boys, but they shook their heads. Of course, he was happy that both battle and spirit power had increased, but to stay in this Magus Academy, what he really needed was at least 30 spirit power and be accepted in any institutions. If he couldn't do that, then it would be time to say goodbye. Not to mention, 3 of his friends had reached Acolyte rank 2, while Klee reached rank 3. He was the only one among them that stayed on rank 1, probably even the whole academy. Julian, as if he had known Emery's thoughts, said, "Consider yourself fortunate, you know, or else." Chumo made a gesture of slashing his neck. Julian nodded. "Right dead. While you were out, we've heard that 3 people had attempted the gauntlet and were split in half after their protectors had been used. What were you thinking? Risking your life like that?" Emery stayed silent. He didn't know either. Julian sighed. "Anyway, one of the healers said you pushed yourself too hard and asked us to tell you to rest for the night." "Right. Thank you," Emery said, his voice hoarse. "You must be famished. Here, eat some fruit. The lady from the cafeteria gave them to me." Klee offered some weird orange-looking fruit after she had peeled them. Emery slightly bowed as Klee fed him. "You meant to say Ares, the god of war. You pigs really love stealing and twisting things," Thrax retorted. Julian ignored Thrax and faced Emery. "So what's your plan now? How far away are you from Spirit Power 30? Chumo seemed to have opened his mouth, but no words came out. He made several gestures, but Emery didn't notice Chumo's actions. Emery stared on his palm before answering, "I don't really know. I felt like I was about to break through last time." But his voice trailed off. Julian had his arms crossed, looking to be in deep thought. Klee said, "You should come with me tomorrow to the Institute of Water. The guiding Magus favors me, and I think she'll give us some advice if I ask her. Come with me this time, okay? I think he should continue training with me at the Institute of Rock. He's close to comprehending the basic stage. You're not going to make him start all over again, are you?" Julian said. "It should be fine. I'm sure it'll be more fruitful if he spends time with me," Klee said, not even looking at Julian while feeding Emery another piece of the strange fruit. "Ah! You're wasting Emery's time." Julian shrugged. Chumo was waving again, trying to get anyone's attention, but no one seemed to notice him. Thrax, on the other hand, stayed still on the ground with his eyes closed. wasting his time. He's been with you for over 3 days now, and he's nowhere close to achieving spirit power 30. You're coming with me, right, Emery? Klee asked, staring sternly at Emery's eyes. No, you'll be with me, right, Emery? Julian asked as well. I think I'll go with Klee this time. Maybe it'll be beneficial if I learn the other elements, Emery said. Julian snorted as he muttered to himself, hoes before bros. Emery wanted to explain further, but Julian had already exited the room while Klee jumped in joy, her eyes beaming as she clapped to herself. Klee then started talking to herself, seemingly thinking out loud and writing on her palm. All right, tomorrow we'll start by. Emery was already regretting his choice. He heard the things Klee said, and some of those things made his spine shiver. Was she really going to help, or had something else in her mind? But he couldn't take back the words he said, could he? He shook away that thought. After all, his father had taught that a man's bond is his words. It was late in the evening when Klee, Chumo, and Thrax had left his room. He was alone again in the unfamiliar room, droplets hitting his window, reflecting on his decisions. He remembered when he had first arrived at the Institute of Rock. There was that origin of stone that gave him 1 spirit power in just half a day. There must be a similar object at the Institute of Water, and as Klee mentioned, she would ask the guiding Magus to give him some advice. Since he had 4 elemental affinities, that meant if the other institutes were the same, he could get at least an increase of 3 spirit power in a Diandahaf, at the very least. That would bring him closer to the required spirit power. Emery turned away from the window and stared at his door. It was decided then he would go to the Institute of Water tomorrow. Then the Plant and lastly Darkness Institute. Passing through the glowing portal, Emery arrived at a stunning beach. As far as the eye could see, the wondrous crystal blue sea stretched on the horizon with white pearly sand. Trees on the side had azure leaves, and some shells were left lying across the shore. This was the most beautiful place Emery had ever been. It wasn't an exaggeration to call this a paradise. He and Klee walked on the tickling grains of sand along the shore. There weren't too many acolytes around, at least 400 or 500 or so. Some of them approached, greeting Klee with a bow, and she responded with a sweet smile and nodded to every person they met along the way. Emery couldn't help but feel the stares of some male and female as he walked side by side with the goddess. They went toward the center of the island along with a group of youths, and the next sight was equally surprising. There was a very large lake surrounded by tall trees on the edge of the lake, and a long platform heading toward the giant statue standing in the middle of the lake. Some acolytes who were with their group started walking on the platform and dived in the lake. Only a few of them had stayed behind, and Klee greeted a woman dressed in Magus robes standing beside the platform. Sister Carla, Klee called out as she grabbed Emery's hand and pulled him to her side. Klee, welcome back. Are you going to join today's water element training? If so, why don't you dive right in with the others? Magus Carla answered. I will join in a bit, but first, let me introduce you to my friend. It's his first day here, Klee said, presenting Emery. Carla looked at Emery from top to bottom as if she was analyzing him. Then she smiled. This long blue-haired had the same position as Darius, the instructor of the Stone Institute. She was the Institute of Water's guiding Magus. Although she had a friendly face and a refreshing aura, she also emitted some kind of pressure that made Emery slightly feel uncomfortable. You have good taste, Klee, Carla said with a knowing look. Wow, Sister Carla agrees. Please help Emery, sis, Klee said, her hands clasped together. Carla then looked at all the remaining acolytes and exclaimed, all of you first-timers here, please follow me. She lifted her hand, and a small beam of light approached the faces of each acolyte. Thank you, Sister Carla. Klee again pulled Emery's hand and walked into the lake. She led him straight to the giant statue in the middle. Klee pointed down, and Emery saw underneath the pristine, clear water that there was a giant dome built in the water. Klee said, let's go. Emery nodded, and the two dived into the water just like the earlier acolytes. Don't you think it's romantic? Klee said, her voice sweet. Emery was still in awe of the sight before him, but when he turned around and looked at Klee, he was shocked again. Klee's whole body was soaking wet. Her shoulder-length dark hair stuck to her bronze face, and the uniform clasped on the curves of her body, enhancing her voluptuous body. Emery unconsciously gulped, unable to answer, trance at her beautiful sight. Klee chuckled lightly. I wish I could go with you, but I have to go to a different room to train. Good luck, Emery. I know you can do it. Sister Carla, I'll leave Emery to you. Carla nodded and led the new acolytes to the room Emery had been wanting to train in, the room where the water element's origin stone was. Those of you who are present, it's your 5th day in our prestigious Magus Academy. I believe I don't have to explain everything from the start. All of you have half a day. Without much talk, they all sat cross-legged in front of the floating aquamarine stone. A word entered Emery's mind. Water is always flowing, never ending, adapting to its surroundings. The dark room in Emery's mind was filled with a smooth-flowing river. He let himself be drifted away, but then it started picking up pace faster and faster until it became a raging river. Emery was remembering that he was in the river where he had struggled for his life and was starting to panic. He reached for anything, a stone perhaps, or anything solid just to hold himself back. Then the words entered his head again. Water is always flowing, never ending, adapting to its surroundings. Emery realized he wasn't there. He was in a magical place, and this river was in his mind. It couldn't hurt him. Slowly, he calmed himself and felt the flow of the river and drifted along it freely. It went up and down, left and right, swirling in any way, and he just focused on going with the flow. When Emery was starting to feel something changing inside him, he woke up. Time has run out, Carla announced. Emery continued to practice the basic water element cultivation. He could feel there was only a thin layer left before he could gain a new understanding of the water elemental spirit. Without realizing it, several hours had passed and evening had arrived. Unfortunately, Emery still couldn't break through that layer. If he could just get one more day, he would most likely break through. He couldn't help but wonder, though, why they had such a limiting time studying in this Magus Academy. Emery got out of the room and went to enjoy the view of the lake's bottom with the fishes of all sizes swimming around. It didn't take long for the acolytes in a separate room to finish their training, and Klee came out with Magus Carla. Carla stood before Emery and checked his status through her wrist. Spirit power 26 and a quadruple element. You have quite the boy here, Klee. Spirit aptitude, though. It's too bad it's low. His eyebrows slightly twitched. Emery didn't like hearing, as if he was already a failure. He clasped his hands before him and tried to be humble. Magus Carla, would it be fine if I stay here longer? I would like to practice more. Carla gave it a thought and said, as far as I'm aware, the rate of cultivation amongst all the elemental institutions is the same wherever you go. The same goes for the Origin Stone Room, and considering your spirit aptitude rank, you'd be lucky to achieve another point in spirit power even if you stayed here until your 7th day. Emery's shoulders slumped, but he straightened it immediately, determined to not give up. Klee took Magus Carla's hand and said, Sister Carla, give him some advice, please. Carla smiled at Klee and said, Let's see. Since I saw that you have 4 elements, which one have you tried so far? Emery answered, I cultivated in the institution of stone in my first 3 days. Carla furrowed her brows. Ugh. Am I right to assume you've met Darius? Emery nodded. Carla sighed. You had such a stupid man taught you in the first crucial days. I'm sure he gave some exaggerated story about how Earth is the strongest amongst all the 10 elements. Well, it's not exactly over the top, but his barbaric measuring of the spirit energy through a strength test is just old-fashioned. Boy, did you know that even a single continuous droplet of water can deform a stone? Open your mind and hear this. The spirit of water is always flowing and relentless. The potential for strength is limitless. Carla crossed her arms. Let me ask you this first. What do you think of the water and earth elements? Emery placed a hand on his chin, thinking. He said, I think they're the opposite of each other. Earth focuses on keeping in place as if it was a stubborn man, while water focuses on adapting to any situation. Carla clapped, her eyes beaming. Excellent. I'm glad that you've somehow reached an understanding of the 2 elements. Now, listen to this. I happen to notice Meji who have multiple elemental affinities exceed on the secondary elements. Having even a little understanding of the main elements would help the secondary elements by a large margin. And since you've studied earth and water, its secondary element is plant. Klee exclaimed. Carla smiled sweetly at Klee and said, Well done. She turned to Emery and continued, Studying in the institution of plant will give you a higher chance of possibly achieving spirit power 30, rank 2 acolyte. But whether you'll succeed or fail, it all falls on your determination. Emery's face shone. He bowed and said, Thank you, Magus Carla. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Also, Emery studying the plant element might really be the way for him to go. After all, back home, he had always loved being around nature and exploring its nooks and crannies and strange plants and animals. Inside him, he couldn't help but blame his own stupidity for not realizing this sooner. Even though Emery didn't manage to get more than 2 spirit powers increase, it felt like he had increased in spirit. "We appreciate your help so much, Sister Carla," Klee said. She turned to Emery and said, "Let's go." As Klee took Emery's arm, he suddenly slipped on the wet floor and dragged Klee down with him. Then, something soft landed on Emery's hand. He had his eyes closed. He squished it once, then twice, wondering what that soft feeling was. A soft moan entered his ears. Next, a womanly scent wafted in his nose. Emery's eyes widened and crawled away. That soft feeling, could it be? It probably was. Klee's cheeks were red and her arms were covering her chest. Emery nervously laughed and slightly jumped as Klee stood up. He could still feel it on his palm. His face was turning hot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Emery put out his palms. "It's so... Kate, I don't mind." Klee's tone was low. This was the first time Emery had heard Klee like this. He prepared himself to be slapped and closed his eyes, but that never happened. "Well, I guess it's better you than told me," she said and walked as if it didn't bother her that much. On the way to their private quarters, Klee seemed to have forgotten about it and talked like normal. As for Emery, though, he tried to keep his distance, but she kept sticking to him. 29 Elders' Respite. After entering the portal, he arrived at a place filled with large, towering trees. Some roots were springing out from the ground. There was also a swamp behind him, the wind brushing against the leaves of the trees, birds flying around singing wonderful songs, tiny critters such as butterflies, rabbits, etc., moving around made Emery at ease. He let out a relaxed sigh and gazed at the colossal tree in the distance. It was so gigantic that Emery couldn't see its top. He felt like he was a single small leaf of this massive tree. In large, bold words, a signage said, "Welcome to the Elders' Respite." Emery headed toward the Institute of Plant along with hundreds of acolytes, and to his surprise, even the leaves of this magnificent tree were at least 10 times larger than the size of a human adult. He entered into the large hole at the feet of the tree, and the inside was filled with dozens of twisted staircases leading to different places. Luckily, though, in the middle was a person waiting behind a desk. As he walked toward the reception area, he heard light, small steps walking toward him from behind, and when he turned around, a girl with long, white, silky hair, wearing a light green dress, and pale skin filled his vision. She wasn't wearing a veil this time, so her green, snake-like eyes felt like it was burning him because of her intense stare. Emery recognized her. She was the girl who had become his group's discussion during their first night in their private quarters. The girl who had the highest spirit and battle power. Silva was her name. The girl walked toward him with graceful steps but seemed like she was on guard, ready to pounce at him if he made any sudden moves. Silva was now in front of him, but she was still silent. Emery's heart began beating faster. He said, "You're Silver, right?" "I'm Emery." Silva looked indifferent and suddenly leaned into him, sniffing. You smell different from the rest." Emery stepped back. He couldn't understand what she meant since he had taken a bath this morning. He nervously laughed. "Dubu, what do you mean?" "Can I help you with anything?" Emery tried keeping a straight face even though it wasn't successful. Deep inside him, he was beginning to become annoyed with himself on why he couldn't be relaxed and collected. Then the next words of the mysterious girl somehow broke his confidence. "You smell weak," Silva said, looking at him from top to bottom. He was silent. What the hell was that supposed to mean? After saying he was weak, she walked away and ascended on one of the twisted staircases. Emery focused his mind on his objective in this place and proceeded to talk to the person manning the desk. After explaining he was a first-timer in this place, the person pointed to a wide, straight staircase where the origin stone of plant was located. He was able to get inside, and there were already dozens of acolytes training at that place today. They appeared more mature than him, though, and it seemed like was the only first-year acolyte in that room. This wasn't surprising since today was the 6th day of their 7 days studying in this Magus academy. All the new acolytes had probably passed and were focusing on honing the elementals they had already established. Emery sat cross-legged and focused his thoughts on the mysterious piece of stone floating in the middle of vines. In plain view, there were no differences between the origin stones of earth, water, and plant, other than the color and aura they were emitting. He started to feel the same suffocating pressure of the other origin stones, and a sort of greenish liquid emerged from the ground in the darkness of his mind, creeping up to him. His whole body was now fully covered, and even if he couldn't move, the liquid's warm, refreshing made him feel comfortable. A word entered his mind: the plant is life. It grows, emerges, and breathes life to its surroundings. Emery felt like he was one with the liquid. Then, the liquid started to squiggle, and he was divided into two whole separate parts, a splitting image of himself on the other side. He had his eyes closed, but he could tell the liquid getting bigger and bigger. It grows, emerges, and breathes life to its surroundings, Emery repeated, and the other image mirrored him. Slowly, the two halved itself once more, and now there were four, from 4 into 8, and so on. Emery was losing himself within his 1,000 images. He should have been alarmed, but the wonderful sensation was overpowering him. Then he woke up. He was a single person again. "Time's up," the guarding Magus said. Emery shot up to his feet with a big smile on his face. He felt wonderful. He then exited the plant's origin stone room, but the surreal feeling stayed with him. The rest of the cultivation techniques he had tried with the other stones either made him panicked or distressed, but this time the whole experience was different. He examined the symbol on his hand. Emery smiled since he was 2 points shy from the issued target. The increase in power was as expected. He didn't waste time and sat cross-legged once more in front of the origin stones room, trying to see if he could master the basic plant spirit cultivation technique. Not long after he had sat, a group of acolytes came out from the room bustling. It was quite puzzling to realize that they had only passed half a day of training at the institute. Emery asked the female acolyte, who was checking her palm, beside him. "Hi, sorry to bother you, but can you tell me what's going on?" She placed her attention on him and replied, "A mission has just been placed." Emery moved closer to know more about what the mission was, and couldn't help but notice the strong scent of herbs and plants floating in the air like the cauldron he had back in his late father's estate. The woman, dressed in a Magus robe, had a dark skin with long curly hair and a face that had white stripes. She was talking to the man beside her on the platform, who had a small but wide stature, overgrown beard, reaching up to his stomach, and a rugged face full of wrinkles. She faced the crowd and announced, "Today, we would like to announce a wonderful opportunity for every acolyte here. Master Grom from the Crafting Institute has issued a request for every acolyte that has an affinity with the plant element." The small, unusual-looking man stepped forward and took out a small bottle filled with green liquid from his summoning ring. He said, "Thank you for the introduction, Magus Erica. This here is a green essence potion. Once taken, it increases the spirit power of those who are acolytes, rank 4 below." Emery's ears perked up and stared at the potion as he listened carefully to this person named Grom. Grom continued, "Making this potion requires a vital ingredient that appears only once a year, which is tonight. I am grateful that Magus Erica is helping us gather as much as we can to make the most of this potion. For each of you who will return with the plant we require, we'll give you a potion in return. We recommend that you all bring us as many as you can, because those who turn in the most number of the 4-leaf moon clover will become a disciple in our crafting institute, specifically the path of alchemy. An acceptance to an institution and an opportunity to increase the spirit power, this was what just Emery needed to stay in this Magus Academy." Grom put back the green essence potion. "Now you all better get this opportunity, because becoming a disciple at the Crafting Institute is beneficial for magi that have the plant element affinity. We only have 100 or so members, but each one is vital and respected amongst the magi. Don't waste this valuable opportunity." Emery wanted to raise his hand and join immediately. Tomorrow was the final day for the first-year acolytes, so if he had to, he would spend all night to find this 4-leaf plant. However, he wasn't sure if it looked like the one from his world. His answer, though, was answered, as Grom whipped out another object. Grom handed out a couple of 4-leaf moon clovers for everyone to familiarize themselves with its appearance. Emery took a closer look at the plant and memorized its appearance before handing it back to the acolyte before him. When Grom received back the moon clovers, he clicked his tongue. In the crowd, suddenly, the clothing on the chest part of the acolyte before Emery lit up. Grom glared at the acolyte before saying, "Cheating already? aren't you? You're banned from attempting this mission. Knights! Knights entered the room and grabbed the first-year acolyte in front of Emery. The first-year acolyte tried to struggle while being escorted out of the room. He pleaded, "No, no! I'm sorry. Please give me a chance!" The door slammed shut after they had exited. Murmurings between the acolytes erupted, and Grom snorted. He said, "The Crafting Institute condemns all those who are dishonest, especially we, the members of the Path of Alchemy. I don't have to explain how disastrous it would be if a pretentious person manages to get in our ranks and provide false or incorrect items fell into the hands of our fellow magi." Grom continued, "Be advised that the forest we are about to send you will have some beasts. They are lower-leveled beasts, mind you, hence no one of you should have a problem handling them. If you can't handle these beasts if you encounter one, though, might as well you give up being a Magus." Grom touched his wrist and a light shot up showing a map with 4X marks. These 4 locations are where these 4-leaf moon clovers are found. These are 2 to 3 hours away from where we are, so it's best you all start moving since it'll be sunset in a couple of hours. He then waved his hands and trails of light flew to each of the acolytes' palms. Emery stared at his glowing palm and focused on it. A new option appeared, and he selected the word mission. An option for a map was also added, and Emery decided on which location he should go to. Racks of weapons and supplies then entered the room, and all the acolytes were given the items. Of course, Emery grabbed his weapon of choice, a sword, and rushed toward the location he had chosen. The forest was becoming more and more dense as the orange ray of the setting sun passed through the small gaps between the leaves of the towering trees. Soon he breathed in the damp air, jumped over large mossy roots, and the ground beneath his feet were starting to become muddy. Emery arrived at the swamp with many others, but started his search alone with the golden moon as his light. It was dark, and Emery rubbed his arm, trying to warm himself. In the distance, he noticed a ball of light hovering below a large glowing plant. He moved closer, readied his hand on the sword's sheath on his waist, and a buzzing sound came from the ball of light. It apparently was a large flying insect the size of a bird. The symbol on Emery's palm glowed as new information entered his mind. Emery furrowed his brows, a little conflicted. This insect had a battle power almost the same as him. He was about to draw his sword, but considering how fireflies usually gather around a light source in groups, he let go of his sword and took a different path. If he could avoid fighting for now, he would. Time to start looking for that plant, he said to himself. Emery began searching for the 4-leaf moon clover at the foot of trees, bushes, near vines, sometimes near glowing plants where there were no fireflies gathering. 2 hours of walking around had already passed, but not a single moon clover he had found were 4 leaves. They were all 3 leaves. He kept on looking, though, under the light of the golden moon. Just one would be enough to complete his quest and possibly break through the spirit power requirement. His nose was turning red, and the cold air was slowly seeping to his bones. If ever he couldn't find one, he would try training at the Institute of Darkness Origin Stone Institute tomorrow. But based on what he had heard from Chumo regarding how difficult it was to cultivate the darkness element, Emery kept on brushing plants aside in hopes of finding a 4-leaf moon clover. Soon, Emery saw a bunch of yellow, dotted plants across the distance from where he stood. He wasn't sure whether they were 4 leaves, but when he stepped closer, his forward feet sank in the mud, ankles high. Emery pulled back his heavy feet and focused his eyes. It was faint, but he could see he was about to walk into murky waters, making him unsure whether to proceed. However, risk came with rewards. He steeled himself after considering his situation and placed the same foot again. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Emery turned around, and a young chubby acolyte was standing not far from him. "What do you?" The swamp beneath his feet bubbled. "Hurry, get out now!" shouted the boy. Emery's heart did a somersault while yanking his feet hard, making him unbalanced as he fell to his bottom. He clumsily pulled out his sword, on guard, as the bubble popped, and out came a frog the size of a dog. "Ha ha ha! You're a bit jumpy, aren't you?" The chubby acolyte had a big grin while holding his stomach, laughing out hard. Emery tightened his grip on the sword. He had been made fun of by another stranger on the same day. He tried to get back to his feet, not saying a word, while staring at the brown frog that was several times bigger than the frog in Britain, which simply gazed back at him like a fool. Just when Emery felt his ear pounding from anger, the muddy water of the swamp rippled before a large splash erupted and a beast as big as a crocodile jumped out, devouring the frog. The drake gave them a glance before diving back into the swamp. Emery's face no longer had a trace of anger, rather it was replaced with shock. "Here, let me help you," the acolyte said, offering a hand to help Emery up his feet. "Are you a first year like me? Call me Fatty. What about you? What's your name?" Now that Emery had a good look at the guy, the acolyte's short hair stuck to his big round head. His eyes were small and slanted, looking a bit like a fat chumo. "Emery," he answered, sheathing back his sword. "Nice to meet you, Emery," Fatty said while nodding. He added, "I advise not wandering alone in this swamp. It's dangerous for us first years." Emery narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you a first year yourself?" Fatty showed his pearly white teeth. "Well, I didn't say I was alone, did I?" Behind Fatty, silhouettes of people moved closer to where they were standing. Emery noticed they were wearing a slightly different uniform from the one he and Fatty were wearing. They must be second or third year acolytes that Fatty tagged along with. One of the senior acolytes walked past them and kneeled, touching the ground. A green glow lit up from the senior acolyte's palm, then the surrounding roots creeped toward the direction Emery had been wanting to go to. The roots formed a bridge, and the senior acolyte walked on top of it. Emery, Fatty, and the rest followed suit and crossed the bridge. As soon as they arrived at the area where the pile of spotted plants was, the first senior acolyte said, "Found one!" They walked back the bridge made of wood when the senior acolyte in front stopped. Emery readied his stance when he had heard the acolyte said entangled. The calm murky water became turbulent, and a drake from beneath them shot up tied with roots. The senior acolyte touched the ring on his finger, and a spear flashed from thin air before stabbing the drake right to where its heart should be. He waved off the blood before swiping his ring again, making the drake and spear disappear at the same time. Emery wanted to come over and ask the senior acolyte about his ring and spell. However, the acolyte had some kind of aura that made you feel he wasn't an easy person to talk to. Still, this was the first time Emery had seen an acolyte or Magus in action. He dreamed of the day when he'd be able to use such spells and items, but first things first, he had to find a 4-leaf moon clover. After crossing the bridge, the senior acolyte turned to Emery and said, "You, kid, what's your name?" "It's Emery," he said. His eyes slightly twitched. "Okay, mine's Cole, kid. Would like to join us?" Cole asked with his arms crossed. Emery bit his lips before sighing. He hated being called like a kid. Moreover, this acolyte named Cole didn't seem to be that older than him, maybe around 1 to 2 years gap only. Anyway, he tried to place his emotions back in his head and focused on the mission's objective instead. He asked, "What's the catch?" "I'll lead and watch your backs while you guys search and give all the plants to me," Cole said nonchalantly. "Hey, then doesn't that defeat the purpose of why we're here in the first place?" Emery said. Brows furrowed. "I need to get as many 4-leaf moon clovers as I can to secure my acceptance in the ranks of alchemists. I don't care about the potions since they're useless to me." Master Grom said for each acolyte exchanging a 4-leaf moon clover, he would give only 1 potion, so I'll give 1 moon clover to each part of the group. "Another catch is that you'll have to stay with the group until we get back," Cole explained. Emery thought for a moment and turned to Fatty. "Did you all agree to this?" Fatty nodded. "I'm not interested in alchemy, but I can't pass up the opportunity to increase my spirit power." "So, have you made up your mind?" Cole asked. "Okay, I'll join you guys," Emery said. "Good. Fatty, introduce the others to him," Cole said. Fatty gave Emery a rundown of the other 2 people Emery hadn't talked to yet. The first one had a large, muscled body and was named Topper. Fatty mentioned how he had seen Topper lift a drake with just 1 hand. He thought Topper was not a human at first, but fortunately, he was. Fatty couldn't tell if Topper had another element aside from plants since Topper had been using brute strength to deal with most things. The second he introduced was a female named Mags. She had a small frame and pinkish hair. Her elemental affinity was both fire and plant. Fatty and Cole had asked her first because it would be difficult to stay the night in a moist, damp swamp. Lastly, Fatty proved himself having an earth and plant elemental affinity. He was a rank 2 acolyte, while Topper and Mags were rank 3 and Cole was rank 5. Wandering around the swamp, they eventually found a flat ground at the foot of an aged tree. Cole stopped and turned to face them and said, "Let's eat." "All right, It's dinner time! Fatty exclaimed. They still hadn't found another moon clover, but when Cole mentioned eating, Emery's stomach rumbled. He took a seat at one of the large roots and opened the supply bag he received in Elder's respite. Emery whipped out a bread-like food that felt hard like a rock to the touch. Fatty said, "Hey, brother, please put that away. It gives me shivers whenever I remember eating that. It tastes like an old tree bark. Let's wait for Mags to cook the drake meat." Mags finished roasting the drake meat, and the moment it touched Emery's tongue, the rich flavor of warm meat, complemented with the charred, smoked portions, made Emery salivate further as he devoured it right up to its bones. After everyone had their fill, Emery decided to strike up some conversation wherein he found out that Cole was a second-year acolyte, the same as Mags and Topper, and had gone through the sixth year but failed to gain entry into the Alchemist Institute. When they had finished resting, they got up and began searching under the guidance of the golden moon. Emery and the rest searched every nook and crannies where the little rare plants might be hiding, wandering in a place filled with wondrous, glowing, small, large, various colors of plants made Emery feel like he was back home. 2 hours had passed and they had found 3 more 4-leaf moon clovers. It wasn't Emery that had found them, but when he walked among the bushes near a glowing vine that had a bluish glow, he saw a similar plant. 1, 2, 3, 4 leaves. Emery tried to pick the plant, but the moment he tugged it, it didn't budge. He pulled harder and the soil trembled. Then the vines nearby started moving, and from the ground, a plant sprang out that was as tall as 3 meters 9.8 feet. Emery held on with both hands at the sword and positioned himself, facing the fuller of the sword to make sure he wouldn't meet his own demise. "Damn, boy, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. It's rarer to find a level 3 beast in this forest than the plant," Topper said, pulling out the large axe on his back before starting to hack wildly at the monster's feet. Roots, vines, branches flew everywhere every time Topper's axe slashed, but as soon as he pulled the axe out, vines crept to where he had hit, reinforcing the damaged part that was already as hard as a metal. Nevertheless, Topper kept on swinging his axe like a crazed lumberjack. Mags, on the other hand, had her fireball ready at the top of her palm. She was looking for an opportunity to burn this monster down, but Emery kept on holding tight on his sword, despite the violent swinging of the angler vine. "Jump now!" Fatty exclaimed. Emery dazedly looked toward the direction of Fatty and noticed a faint green light behind him. He didn't know what it was, but it gave him an ominous feeling. He used the force of the angler vine's swing and threw himself toward the body of a nearby tree and braced himself. As soon as he hit the tree and fell on the ground, his sight became blurred as he watched as the green light shot toward where had been hanging on. The angler vine managed to narrowly dodge the green light, but one of its shoulders got hit instead and dropped to the ground. Mags threw the fireball, burning its other shoulder. It uttered a high-pitched screech, which made all cover their ears and close their eyes. At that moment, Emery heard the rustling of the bushes beside him. Then a woman wearing light greenish uniform, pale skin, and long white hair appeared, as if she had come straight from a fairy tale scroll he had read back in his father's estate. His pupils dilated at the sight of her. "Oh, it's you again," Silva said. Her snake-like eyes stared at him with coldness. Emery tried to get up, but his body sent shocks of pain. He watched Silva got on one knee, her palm glowing green. "Entangled," Silva said. Several larger roots and branches than the one Cole had made appeared and wrapped around the burning angler vine. The angler vine thrashed violently and managed to send Topper flying with a kick. Everyone was dumbfounded on how she had easily killed the level 3 beast, angler vine. She approached its corpse, touched the ring on her finger, and made the angler vine disappear before turning around. "You! How are you?" Cole saw her eyes and his face darkened. "No wonder. You're a half-breed." Silva ignored him and simply walked away from the group. "Get back here, you beast, and return what you stole." Cole snapped while lifting his spear. Silva appeared indifferent and simply stood there. She stared at Cole with her sharp eyes and said, "I killed the rare beast, therefore the spoils should go to the killer. So why should I?" She turned away, but Topper, Mags, and Fatty blocked her way. "And what's the meaning of this?" Silva said coolly. "Isn't it obvious, filthy half-breed?" Cole said with his teeth clenched, making his spear light up with green glow. Silva's glare even turned colder to the point where Emery, who had just stood up, could feel her bloodlust, sending electricity up his spine. Cole then thrust his spear, sending a green bolt of light toward the large tree behind Silva, purposely scratching her cheek. The next one won't miss, so hand over the damn magical beast, you disgusting snake. 4 against 1. Aren't you too much of a man, needing backup to fight against a single girl, Silva said. Her lips had half a smile, looking at Cole. Shut up, half-breed. You're not a human, you're not even a girl. We don't acknowledge all of you. Therefore, you're our enemy, Cole said, pointing his spear at her neck. This line of reasoning, it was absurd. Emery was starting to feel the pounding in his ear, heart against his chest. Memories of that night resurged in his mind. The raid, the Marauders' racial hate for the Cruton. Everyone, can't we all just calm down? Emery said. Actually, he was saying that to himself the most. Apparently, these dim-witted purists think we're an abomination, Silva said, staring at him. But what about you? Which side will you fight with? Them or your own? Emery's brows twitched. What was this girl talking about? Them or your own? Did she perhaps mean because she was from the same class as him? Cole clicked his tongue and spoke while turning his head. What did she mean by that? Cole didn't get to finish his sentence, however, when Silva suddenly whipped out a sword from her ring and slashed. He made the roots beneath Silva creep up, but Silva's palm glowed and the creeping roots stopped. She dashed to Cole and thrust with such killing intent that even Emery could also feel a chill up his spine every time she attacked. Still, Cole managed to dodge every single one of them. The two were on equal skill in terms of using the sword and the spear. No one had an advantage over the other. Cole used another spell and made spikes out of the vines from the ground. Vine spike! Silva jumped out of the way, dodging every protruding sharp spikes. She readied her stance and waited for Cole to make his next move. Cole, on the other hand, got out of his stance as he squinted his eyes and stared at her uniform. You're a first year, aren't you? So, what if I am? Silva replied, her eyes keeping track of Cole, Topper, Mags, Fatty, and Emery's positions. I won't ask again. You know you can't win against me. Now hand over the beast corpse or I'll turn you into a snake wine, Cole said, his voice rough. Silva slightly stepped back as Cole moved closer in front of her, Topper and Mags on the side, while Fatty behind her. She still had her guard up and said, Okay, I'm willing to trade it for you. Give me 2 4-leaf moon clovers in return. Bitch, I don't think you understand your situation. Leave it there, and you'll get to keep your life, Cole said, making his spear glow with green light. 1 plant in exchange for my service of killing it. That's my final offer. Sounds like an equal trade, yes? Silva said, her tone as cold as ice. The other 4 looked at each other. They seemed to be considering the offer Silva made. Emery, however, had a different hunch. He noticed her grip on the sword tightened and her foot shifted at an odd angle. He asked himself what he would do if he got surrounded, and realized what was about to happen. Emery picked up his sword from the ground and searched his bag for whatever thing he could get a hold of. It was at that moment, though, that his prediction came to life. Silva slammed the earth and spikes also sprang from the ground where the 4 were standing. As the 4 people jumped back, she shot forward toward Emery. Emery snatched her wrists, placed all his weight on her, and buried his face on her chest. He shouted, voice muffled, Hurry! She thrashed around, but Emery kept pushing her. He couldn't see it, but her face was turning red as she said, Get off me! Why you pervert! Entangle! Cole issued his spell and the roots tightly wrapped around the 2. Hey! What are you doing? Emery questioned Cole as he felt the roots circling his skin along with Silva. Shut it! Stop talking! Silva made every effort she could, but the roots had finally tied the 2 of them. She was unable to cast her spell in such conditions. Emery moved his head, trying to get out of Silva's chest, and traveled above. His and her face were only an inch away from each other. Silva turned her head away, but Emery could still feel the slight heat radiating off from her cheeks and breath. Cole ignored Emery's remarks and pointed his spear to Silva just above Emery's head. She didn't respond, so Cole moved the spear close to her forehead. Can you please just give the guy what he wants, so we can get out of this situation? Emery said. Silva clicked her tongue before having the angler vine's corpse appear. Cole then used his ring to store the dead beast. He added, now hand over your moon clovers as well. I don't have any on me, Silva said. So, you still dare lie to my face, you bitchy snake, Cole said as he grabbed her hand that had her ring. Let me go or I will. Cole slapped her before she even finished her words. You will what? What can you do right now? Cole said with a dark grin, loosening the roots near Silva's hand. He then pointed the spear to her index finger and added, I'm going to give you a choice. Either you relinquish your ownership of the ring, or I'll cut you pretty little fingers one by one like the snake you are. Wait! Aren't you going a little too far? Emery said. He could feel Silva's body shaking and her heart beating against his chest. Silva hissed, Try me, you purist! I'll have you hanged for this? Is that so? Then, so be it. Cole raised his spear and thrust down. Emery tried to shake themselves, but the roots were too big that they were unable to dodge fast enough. The spear grazed right next to his neck. It missed, but somehow Emery and Silva was able to roll on the ground. Ha ha ha! Of course I'm not serious. I'm not stupid enough to be punished by the Academy for such a lowly half-breed, Cole said, pulling back his spear. Asshole! Let me go now! Silva shouted at the top of her lungs whilst trying to break away from the roots that tied them. Emery was now at the bottom while Silva was on top. Their eyes met when Emery noticed a lightning flashed in the clear night sky, lit by the golden moon. A loud boom soon followed, then a domineering voice resounded in their minds, giving chills to all acolytes in the swamp. Everyone became dazed for a moment, including Emery. When he opened his eyes, he could hear a buzzing sound in his ears, lingering. What just happened? Screamed Fatty, backing himself toward a tree. Cole could also be seen trembling. His voice was shaking as he said, Something bad. That was either a powerful spell or powerful being. But how? What should we do? Mags asked, holding her staff close toward her chest. Whatever that was, we need to get away here as far as possible. Let's return to the Institute, Cole said, gripping his spear tightly. Let me go. Silva screamed as she struggled to break free from the large roots. Stop fooling around, guys. Let us. Emery didn't get to finish his words when another boom entered their minds. This time, he lost consciousness for a second while Cole, Topper, Mags, and Fatty fell to their knees. They tried to stand up, but their knees were quavering. The first time shocked them, but the second one scared everyone to their core. Fatty was the first to get up straight and ran deep into the woods, leaving the 5 acolytes. Cole was the second to stand up. He glanced at Emery, their eyes met for a second, before turning away with Mags and Topper in tow. Hey guys, seriously! Emery called out to them, but no one was left, not even their shadows. It was only him and this girl with the snake eyes. He bit his lips, and for a moment he thought of himself as the unluckiest person in the world. Shouldn't have joined them, he thought. He should have just gone with his original plan, since getting involved with other people always seemed to mess his life. Humpif, those are wonderful friends you have, commented Silva. They are not my friends. Emery snapped as he wiggled hard to the point where his entangled, exposed skin was starting to burn from the tight roots. His body was brushing up against Silva when she said, Stop wiggling, pervert. Emery stopped. He had forgotten how he should be honorable in front of such a lady. He cleared his throat before looking at her and said, I am sorry, my lady. Do you have any other plans? Silva simply stayed silent, but the bushes rustled in response to Emery's questioning. Emery tried to see who it was and saw Topper coming out of the bushes. However, Emery's eyes widened when Topper raised his axe. Hey, hey, hey! Emery cried out when Topper swung it down. He closed his eyes, but the thing he feared didn't come to pass. Instead, he felt the roots hooked onto something, so when he looked again, the back edge of the axe locked on one of the roots and Topper pulled. Emery broke out a cold sweat as he raised his hands and said, I am sorry, Silva. You know that wasn't on purpose. I think we should be more concerned about that scary sound and get out of here. Silva gritted her teeth before lowering the sword. Just when Emery let out a sigh of relief, the edge of his vision noticed a flash of a hand and was once again on the ground. His cheek now had a red mark of a palm as it stung in pain from Silva's slap. Emery rubbed his burning cheek and said, I think I deserve that. He then looked at Topper and added, Thank you for coming back. Really, Topper nodded without saying a word and turned to the direction where the Institute of Plants should be. Emery and Silva went with Topper, not wanting to waste one more second in the forest. They didn't know where the sound came from, but it was best to stay in Elder's Respite, where there were tons of acolytes and Magi were staying. The 3 of them sped through the forest, but after a few hundred meters of running, another boom rang in their heads, making them stumble. Do any one of you have an idea? Not able to finish his sentence, a speeding object flew past them and crashed into one of the aged trees. They all paused for a moment, looked at each other, and decided to take a detour still in the general direction of the Elder's Respite. They hadn't gotten far yet when they heard a scream filled with terror. Emery thought the voice was familiar, so he ran to where the sound came from. When he had arrived, however, regret quickly churned in his stomach. In front of him was a huge beast, thrice the size of a bear from Earth. It was chomping on the lower half of what appeared to be the silhouette of a chubby boy. The cloud had blocked the moon's light, but when its ray was finally clear once more to shine on the land, it slowly showed Fatty's horrified, disfigured face. Not far from him, Emery heard a cough, and when he looked over, he saw a woman dressed in a Magus robe holding her bleeding stomach. Her dark skin almost blended with the tree she was leaning, but Emery could clearly see the white stripe on her face. It was Magus Erica, the one who announced the mission of gathering 4-leaf moon clovers from Master Grom. Emery placed one foot back, but the crunching sound of a branch behind him rang out. The hulking beast's bloodshot eyes then suddenly shifted straight to him. It stared at Emery as it munched the broken bones of Fatty along with blood dripping from its mouth. A chill ran from the bottom of his spine up to his nape. He hadn't noticed it, but when he had somehow gotten a clearer view, all he had initially seen so far was its dragon-shaped head. The hulking monster had 2 large horns protruding from its head and spikes starting from the top of its head up to its back. Its 2 wings were retracted at the moment as it simply enjoyed its meal. On its head, there was a figure of a man with long, golden hair wearing bulky scarlet armor. The red dragon didn't mind the man as it continued chomping on the last bit of Fatty, which was the arm peeking out of its mouth. When Emery's eyes met the man's, he could feel a tremendous pressure that was making him look down. The man's presence was so overwhelming that a simple glance from him made Emery want to throw himself on the ground. Emery tried to resist the urge, even though he felt like an ant facing a god of death, and continued watching as the man raised a hand toward Emery's direction, and Magus Erica suddenly flew as if the air had pulled her. Emery could hear his deep, cold voice, filled with intent to kill, and said, "Pretentious human, die." The man in red armor grabbed Magus Erica by the throat. Her legs were kicking in the air as she struggled to break free from the man's clasp. Emery watched helplessly. He wanted to run away from here as far as possible, but his feet were stuck to the ground, even his arms and head. He couldn't move. His eyes were glued to Magus Erica's weakening struggle when suddenly a lightning from the sky struck the man's arm, and a thunderous boom soon followed. A halo of light opened on top of Emery, and several figures wearing Magus robes burst out, including a fireball hitting the dragon's head. The fireball exploded on the dragon's head, making it fall down and issued a powerful shockwave that threw Emery back to a tree. Topper and Silva had actually followed him not far behind, and were also caught in the wind and sent back. Emery's head was buzzing once again and coughed out blood. He dazedly got up, his vision, and barely made out the figure of a large thing that was no less smaller than the dragon fighting. The thing pounded the dragon's head downward, issuing another blast. The ground beneath Emery shook as if an earthquake had occurred, making him lose his balance once more. After Emery's vision had cleared, he saw the thing fighting that smacked the dragon down was a giant version of the stone monster he had seen in the Institute of Stone. At that moment, he heard a familiar, friendly voice. "You guys, get away from this place immediately and run," Darius said to Emery, Silva, and Topper, who were still half shocked. "Get going!" Emery hadn't had the time to reply when Darius' palm glowed yellow as the nearby rocks darted to his body, making an armor made of sparkling stone. After covering his whole body from head to toe, he jetted over to the hovering man wearing red armor, still clasping Magus Erica while fighting the other magi, and enlarged his fist with the rocks from the forest before punching the man. Emery, Silva, and Topper turned back and ran toward the general direction of Elder's Respite, but when Emery took another look, the man in red armor knocked Darius and destroyed sparkling stone armor. He noticed, though, that the man was no longer holding Magus Erica, but still fending off the other magi. His eyes then fell to the dragon. The dragon had the stone monster beneath its feet, and when Emery and the dragon's bloodshot eyes met, it opened its jaw and light was converging inside. A sharp sound was ringing out as the light was turning brighter and redder. Emery's instinct then went haywire as he could feel his life was knocking at death's door. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Jump! The dragon's wings opened before flapping back as a blazing ray of flames gushed from the dragon's mouth toward Emery, Silva, and Topper's direction. Emery jumped, pushing Silva on his side as the dragon's breath hurled just behind them. It barely missed them, but the searing heat from the flame prickled Emery's skin. 2 seconds hadn't even passed yet, but Emery was sweating everywhere. Smoke rose to the sky, and when he got back to his feet, Emery searched for Topper. He found him, however. What he saw once again shocked him to his core. Topper. Topper hadn't jumped in time and got caught in the blast. His lower half had melted like a pile of goo. Bones sticking out, the smell of burnt meat filled the air as his face was becoming charred. Topper was still somewhat alive and had his hand reaching out to Emery. Emery stared at Topper with wide eyes opened. 5 seconds had just passed, but within that time, all that Emery could see of Topper was the white eyes and mouth that was making the words "help me." He unconsciously moved forward, wanting to help the Topper who had helped free him and Silva earlier, but Silva grabbed his arm. She said, "It's too late for him! Don't be stupid!" Emery's mind was blank. Silva took it upon herself and didn't let go of Emery's arm as she dragged him away. The look on Topper's face kept on running in Emery's mind as they ran deeper into the forest, leaving the battlefield that kept on issuing thundering blasts behind. Silva turned around and tried to pick up Emery. She said hastily, "Do you want to die? Get up!" Emery's mind was blank. He couldn't think properly, even though he could hear a woman's muffled voice asking him to stand up. After having his face hit the ground, though, slowly things were becoming clearer. First, the images of the Magi fighting against a pair of a hulking monster and a man in red armor. After that, Fatty and Topper. Emery's chest tightened as a burning liquid rose to his throat, making him vomit. His ears now finally registered the things happening around him. He wiped his moist eyes as he tried to, at least, sit up. Then he noticed the sound of explosions, ground still trembling, and the occasional flashes of lights echoing in the sky behind them, letting them know that they were still far from the word safe. Emery shook his head at Silva while he tried to catch his breath. Every bit of his body, arms, chest, back, legs, feet, were all issuing a sting that made him feel hot, as if there was a volcano ready to erupt inside him. He gritted his teeth, his heart pumping blood as hard as it could to all parts of his body, which felt like it was about to explode. He forced himself calm, looking at Silva, and said, Run without me. There is no reason for you to wait for me." Silva appeared shocked at Emery, speechless she was before sighing. "You really are hopeless?" She faced away from Emery, took 1 step, before going back to him and checked his pulse. Emery sweated profusely and tried to pull back his arm, but she wouldn't let go. "What are you doing?" As she checked, her brows furrowed. Silva said, "Stop struggling. You shouldn't fight it. Embrace it and let go." It was now Emery's turn to make a frown. Whatever she said didn't make sense to him. Embrace that he was feeling hot all up to his bones. Embrace the stinging pain and let it go. Emery opened his mouth to ask, but another familiar voice rang out, and he looked over. "What are you doing?" Emery forgot what he was about to ask and forced his body to stand up with his wobbly legs. He rushed toward the direction of the voice, not minding the pain traveling throughout his whole body with each step he took. She followed him, however, before sighing and taking out her sword. "We really shouldn't waste time with this. If you are feeling fine, then let's just keep running from this place. You don't have to follow me if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you to come with me. I can go alone," Emery said before clenching his jaws. Emery kept his mouth shut and focused on his objective. He started to run, and after 100 steps or so, he finally saw Mags and Cole cornering a bloodied man fire, sitting on the ground. That man had his clothes ripped with blood stains on whatever was left of his shirt. His hair was disheveled, looking like someone who had just stepped off a battlefield. The same as what Emery had seen from the man in red armor, this man on the ground had a distinguishing characteristic that clearly told he wasn't a human like them. Apart from the pale skin, free of freckles, and unique gleaming eyes, this man's pointed ears were almost twice the size of a human's. "Cole, what's happening here?" Emery said, his voice's tone low. Cole had his spear on top of the bloodied man's neck, while Mags stood behind the man with her staff readied. He turned to see Emery, but didn't even try to explain himself. "Dispel your magic, Mags. This elf is dying. We should report him to the higher-ups and let the one in charge decide on what to do with him," Mags said, making her staff glow brighter. By killing it, we can get the contents of its ring. Now stand down and let me finish this filthy thing, Cole said, greed apparent in his eyes. Elf, Emery said unwittingly. You don't even know what an elf is. You're worse than I thought, exclaimed Silva before placing her sword in front of her. Elves are humanity's mortal enemies. This is one of the reasons why the Academy was founded. Emery finally understood why Cole was acting like this over the bloodied elf. However, Emery wouldn't forget what Cole had done to him and Silva. Still, that didn't stop Emery from warning them of what they had just experienced. Much as I hate you for leaving me and Silva to die, we shouldn't waste time and get out of here. Fatty and Topper had been killed by a man who looks like him, so I am sure he is linked to whatever is happening now. Cole's lips curled downwards. His face got darker as he pulled back his spear, seemingly ready to strike with more force. You heard him, Mags. I'll kill this wretched thing. The injured elf suddenly coughed blood and hunched over. He opened his eyes and said, Little human kids, you all should leave before they come for me. Cole shouted and thrusted his spear toward the elf's skull, but a simple wave of the elf's hand warded off Cole's spear to the side. Too slow, kid, the elf said before suddenly vanishing and appearing behind Cole. He touched Cole's shoulder and said with a knowing look, But your physique is not half bad and there's an ounce of talent. I guess you're acceptable. After saying that, a light flashed not far from them. It looked like the same teleportation portal, but the figure that came out was different from what they had thought. Mags and Silva took a step back while Emery glanced at the information showing on his palm. Orcs, exclaimed Mags as she turned around and ran. However, after taking 2 steps, blood spilled as she was thrown and stuck to a tree with a spear on her back. Car, nobody leaves, an orc said with his rough and raspy voice. Then another humanoid creature stepped out from the portal. It had long golden braided hair, pointy ears, and a dark cloak. 2 more elves came out after the first. One had short dark hair, while the other a brown short hair, and they emitted the same pressure as the elf wearing red armor. Emery shakingly tried to keep his head straight at them before looking at his palm. However, unlike the orcs, Emery's palm only showed they were elves, but the battle power. When Emery's eyes fell once more at Elf in the forward position, the elf glanced back and Emery could feel his whole being held by an invisible force keeping him in place. Not even a slight twitch of his legs or fingers could be done, and he could hear. Silva was also struggling the same as him. Ugh! Your misfortune is rubbing on me! This is all your fault, Silva said with her gritted teeth. Emery couldn't say anything. He hadn't expected that whatever the invisible pressure these elves were emitting would also affect his ability of speech. He racked his brain, thinking what could he even do? Not again, he couldn't watch and do nothing. He moved around his eyes, searching for anything, or something that could give them at least a chance to escape. The elves made their way in front of the bloodied elf with the orcs behind them. Sin Nin Ariel. Elvish language, can't you leave me alone for old time's sake? The elf said. His eyes seemed to have a gloomy light. You know it's not possible, the cloaked elf with the golden braided hair said, shaking his head. The elf sighed. Then I have no other choice. Wind converged around them, and their surroundings became darker for a moment. The invisible pressure holding back Emery and Silva was lifted off as they were pushed back several steps. A black wisp exited from the injured elf's chest and pushed it in Cole's chest before the elf dropped to the ground with his eyes wide open. Grah, one of the orcs grunted as he jumped to the side. However, the black orbs followed the orcs, and they tried to deflect it with their weapons. It didn't prove effective, and when one of the orbs touched one of the orc shook slightly before falling lifelessly on the ground. Only a few seconds had passed, but 3 orcs were dead. The 3 cloaked elves, however, stood still, unfazed. They were chanting something underneath their breaths as the orbs flew toward them. The cloaked elf in front raised his hand, creating a mirror-like liquid substance that halted the black orbs in its path. The black orbs shook violently, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape the liquid substance. Another elf summoned a staff from his ring and a bolt of lightning shot to Cole. More bolts of lightning darted at Cole, but he repelled all of them with a simple wave of hand. The lightning struck the nearby trees, knocking some of them down, and some succeeded in lighting up a whole tree on fire. An orcs charged Cole with their weapons held high, but with a simple gesture, the lightning bolts were swayed and incinerated the orcs instead. The smell of charred rotten meat wafted in the air as Emery watched and believed that this coal was different from the coal they had known. Seeing an opportunity, the third one disappeared from sight before reappearing behind Cole. Cole was half expecting it and managed to jump out of the third elf's two knives, however. The elf dispersed like smoke and revealed himself once again behind Cole, managing to cut off Cole's two legs. Cole plummeted on the ground and the elf sat on top of him before plunging the knives in his shoulders. He screamed as the orb spun stronger and flew toward his direction, but lightning strikes erupted again from the staff of the second cloaked elf, deflecting the orbs. The elf sitting on Cole withdrew his knives before stabbing again, making Cole lose consciousness. When the energy emitting from Cole pressure was starting to diminish, Emery managed to take one step forward. However, the elf, who seemed to be the leader, struck another gaze at him and Silva, disabling them from moving once more. "Take him," the first cloaked elf said to an orc that just walked out of the portal, his voice seemingly unconcerned. The orc grabbed Cole by the uniform and dragged him back to the portal, leaving a line on the ground. Meanwhile, the other two elves approached their leader. "That is more effortless than I thought," the elf with the staff said. "We are fortunate he has been fighting with Ogis for days, and we managed to catch him when he had just moved to another body," the elf with the knives said, sheathing his daggers before pointing at the dead elf. "What about this one?" The first cloaked elf moved closer. Emery couldn't help but notice the darkness in his eyes and heavy tone as he said, "It's now an empty vessel. Just leave him here." He turned around and said in almost like a whisper, "Namriel." "What about them?" asked the elf with knives pointing at Emery's. "We have no use for them." "Kill them all. Emery, if you have any life-saving items, it's now the time to use it," Silva shouted as she summoned a triangle pendant with a round purple gem in the middle. Emery could only laugh inwardly. He was just a lowly noble from a lowly family in a lowly world. Never mind life-saving items, he didn't have any useful objects at all. The elf with the staff didn't say much and waved his staff, shooting a line of lightning in their direction. Silva lifted the triangular pendant. It lit up as she said, "Ye my queen dowager, grant me your protection." The necklace floated in the air and released a wave of energy that made a spherical shield with them two inside, deflecting the lightning bolt toward a nearby tree. After she had done so, Silva coughed blood, but kept on chanting with gritted teeth the same mantra over and over, keeping them safe from the continuous lightning bolts. This kid, so troublesome, the attacking elf clicked his tongue and prepared another bigger lightning strike that made the air surrounding them crackling, which also made Emery and Silva's hairs on the back of their necks stand up with a tingling sensation. Just then, the dark sky, lit by a minuscule amount of moonlight, flashed as bright as day momentarily as the earth trembled as if a giant had walked on land. The cloaked elf with the knives said, "Stop playing around, Ezekiel. If that human Magus appears, it'll ruin our chances of escaping. Let's go." "Fine, Talaro," Ezekiel said with his staff's light diminishing. Soon, the tingling in the air subsided and he, along with the other two elves, entered the portal and vanished with Cole, whose two legs were cut. The major threats had disappeared into the void of the portal, however. Emery and Silva weren't out of danger yet. Two orcs had stayed behind with a demonic grin on their awful faces, probably thinking of how to chop their too little prey into pieces while caressing their axes and spears. Granted that with the departure of the elves, whose strength were unimaginable, had made their survival chance increased by a huge margin, these orcs were also not a walk in the garden. Emery and Silva had seen the battle power of these orcs earlier, and these orcs still eclipsed them. "Ugh, it's definitely not my day today." "I just used my most precious treasure, and almost all of my strength." Silva braced herself and picked up her sword from the ground. "I would have run if I wasn't more injured." "Why are you still here?" "I won't leave you in Mags," Emery said, picking up Cole's spear. Silva shrugged. "Humph. At least you're not a coward. There might be some hope for you." Her eyes kept on switching between the two nearing orcs. "Their battle power is 50. We will barely have a chance if we work together." "Mine's 30 11, Emery said, not even a hint of hesitation. He then saw turn around with her eyes wide open and mouth agape. Silva said in a high note, "What? Oh my goodness. I changed my mind. You're not brave, only an idiot. We're both gonna die." The two orcs dashed toward them. "Entangled," Silva said, and the roots nearby didn't waste time and wrapped around the two charging orcs. It was able to stop them from charging momentarily. The two orcs with their bulging muscles ripped the roots from their bodies. It, however, was enough to give Silva a precious few seconds to drink a bottle of something she had summoned from her ring before throwing the remaining half to Emery. "Drink it now!" Emery caught the bottle. Its strong medicinal scent almost made his stomach turn upside down, but he pinched his nose and drank it anyway. He tasted the overwhelming bitterness the liquid had, but that got taken out of his mind as all his veins responded with a stinging pain. He rolled on the ground, screaming in pain as his blood boiled. Barely, he saw Silva's appearance changing into having green scales on her otherwise pale white skin. Then his hearing became incredibly clear as the sound of what appeared to be a nearby river entered his mind. His sense of smell picked up the scent of the earth and blood that was dripping underneath Mag's body. A furious wind blew past them, and the golden moonlight's rays shone directly on Emery. He managed to crouch, gasping for air. The hairs on his body as well as his skin were becoming thicker and thicker. The searing pain in his body was rising, and he felt hot all over, as if he was being burned alive. His fingernails were growing at a visible rate until its sharpness clutched the soil itself. Barely left with some sliver of consciousness in him, his palm glowed once more and showed the following. Fortunately, his consciousness was returning to him as he forced his feeling of rage to calm down. He tried to read over his status once more with a clearer mind, but the orcs had already broken free and charged him. And Silva with their weapons held high. The orc with an axe ran straight to him, and in his vision, it felt like the orc's movement was a bit slower than what he had witnessed earlier. He then ordered his body to take one step and stabbed the orc with Cole's spear, but to his surprise, he underestimated his speed and dashed through the orc, crashing to a tree instead. "Stop fooling around. Our lives are at stake. Here!" shouted Silva, whose voice sounded crisp clear despite the deafening shouting and grunting of the orcs, dueling the other orc with a spear. The orc with the axe appeared dumbfounded, seeing its prey able to pass through him. It turned around and gave chase once more. Emery's wolf-like ears twitched for a moment as he got up. He clearly hadn't expected crashing against the tree. He needed to get accustomed to his newfound strength first. Once again, Emery dashed forward, and after he had somewhat gotten used to his speed, he charged the orc, narrowly missing its axe, before stabbing it to the gut. What he had was speed exceeding this orc, however. The orc's dense, heavy armor had more than enough sturdiness and thickness to put a stop at the inch-deep thrust Emery had executed, making the spear's vanguard stuck in between in its rock-hard abs and armor. The orc grinned widely with its large fangs, while holding the spear with its overly large hand. Emery's instinct alarmed him of an impending danger and jumped, letting go the spear and dodging the solid punch the orc had released. He withdrew the sword on his waist and slashed down, targeting the orc's head, but hitting the orc's shoulder instead after it managed to sway its head in the narrowest of margins. A loud bam resounded, and Emery crashed once again into another large, old oaken tree, which remained intact despite the powerful force that had thrown him. Emery coughed out blood and tried to move his trembling, weakened legs while watching the crazed orc running toward him. He spared a glance at Silva, who, on the other hand, had more success in fighting against the orc she was facing, evident by the blood dripping from the countless number of slashes on the orc's armor and face. She still, however, wasn't in the best condition. He could hear very well how she was gasping for air and see how paler she seemed despite being covered with green scales up to her face. Emery turned his attention back to his orc, who once again felt like an insurmountable giant in his mind. When he tried to get up, Emery felt a smooth rock on the ground. An idea then popped in his mind. It was an old story passed from generations to generations of how a little boy had managed to defeat a man, whom others had feared as an undefeatable warrior. He grabbed the stone tightly in his hairy, claw-like fist, took a deep breath before throwing it with all his might. The stone cut into the air like a powerful slingshot and hit right in the center of the orc's forehead. It didn't pass through the head, but it was enough for the orc to drop onto the ground. Still, Emery could also hear how it was still breathing, grunting, and alive. Silva had seemed to have noticed how Emery had made the orc fall as she issued a powerful slash that pushed back the orc before jumping and landing not far from Emery. Emery was now regaining back his strength in his legs and took a closer look at the Silva beside him. Her hands and face were filled with green scales, and the slit in her eyes appeared more like that of a genuine snake, unlike before. "What is that we just drank?" Emery asked. "Isn't it obvious? It's bloodline booster potion," Silva answered. "So I do have a bloodline?" Emery asked, tilting his head. "Of course! Didn't you hear me saying I can smell it, but it was weak?" Emery's eyes then fell on Silva's sword, and even though it had blood all over it, he saw his reflection before exclaiming, "What the? How come I look like that?" His face still looked a boyish human, but he had a sharp fang, furry face with furry ears. Greenish, curly lines also appeared on his face and body. "Never mind that. Let's finish this now, else the potion's effect would disappear in a minute." "Do you have any spells at all? I remember you having multiple element affinity." Emery's blank face answered the question by itself as he tried to feel the furry ears on top of his head. "Oh my goodness," she screamed. "If we survive this, you owe me big time." Her shout drowned out the thoughts of him looking like a pup. Her voice sounded louder, even more so with his enhanced hearing. Emery said, after releasing his hands on his ears, "That orc on the ground, he's still alive. We should focus on him first while he's still dazed." Silva nodded. "Okay, the last time I can use a spell. Don't waste it." Entangled. Instantly, a crowd of thick roots wrapped against the orc holding a spear and restrained its movements. Emery and Silva lunged at the orc lying on the ground in two directions. Silva was still faster than him and arrived first. She was about to strike down when Emery heard a whistling spear slicing the air. The other orc had managed to throw its spear and send it flying towards Silva. Emery caught the spear in the midst of transit and hurled it back, targeting the entangled orc. He immediately looked back at Silva. However, the orc on the ground had already regained consciousness and had grasped Silva on the neck with its burly hand. He grabbed his sword tighter and used the momentum of his speed to cut one of the orc's legs, a bit concerned that if he targeted the head, he would slash Silva instead. He succeeded in cutting one of the legs off, but that wasn't enough to make the orc release its death grip on Silva. Instead, the orc tightened its clasp on Silva as it tried to stand on one knee. Emery saw Silva's face turning purple, and at that moment, he knew he shouldn't hesitate anymore. The smell of blood awakened his instincts further as he decided to let the underlying desire he had been wanting to unleash since he had first felt his body become unsettled. Once again, he used his speed to jump between the trees to gain more momentum, and finally, blood splashed across Emery and Silva's faces. The orc's head slipped from its neck, and Emery had an air of wildness with his wide, grim grin. It was his first kill, and surprisingly, he felt nothing but satisfaction. The orc's grip was released, and Silva fell on the ground, coughing hard. Emery was in euphoria, looking up at the flying orc's head. That moment of elation, however, made him forget of the remaining threat. The other orc had actually caught the spear as well, and ripped the roots, entangling it while Emery was picking up speed. It managed to sneak up behind them and found this an opportune moment to kill the human who had given it a hard time. Emery, still in his elated state, looked back at Silva and pulled himself back together just as the orc jumped. "Watch out!" Silva turned her head, saw the orc, and rolled out of the way while Emery lunged in. Emery managed to stab his sword into the orc's body, however, blood spilled also from his chest. The orc's spear pierced through Emery's body. The planet's history was filled with strife and civil wars between its previous billions of inhabitants. The wars between those who had the blood of the serpent and those who didn't continued warring for more than 10 millennia that had sunk entire landscapes of this once intercontinental planet. It only ended when the race of the serpent had finally struck a decisive blow against the head of the human purists faction that wished for the demise of all half-breed humans. Alas, the 1% minority of the cunning serpent's race had won the unending war. 1,000 years of peace followed the remaining populace, and they had regarded the serpent's race as the new ruler of the planet Ouroboros. In this lasting peace of the millennia, every year, the galaxy's Magus Academy handpicked a single talented young person to be trained for the higher war happening inside the known galaxy. When the time of the selection occurred, Silva was the exceptional young talent selected amongst her million peers training with the elements like her, so she couldn't help but always think how fortunate and blessed she was to be chosen. She was determined not to waste this opportunity. In the first year of her training in this most prestigious academy, however, she was facing the most dangerous event that had happened in her 15 years of existence. She cursed her luck when she had decided to follow a boy who had the smell of a weak bloodline coursing through his veins. One event led to the other, and after she had thought they were going to escape with their lives after encountering a legendary beast and a high-leveled elf Magus, things just kept getting worse and worse. Silva opened the potion her clan leader had given her, who had instructed to only consume it in a life-or-death scenario and not more than half portion. She had also already used the life-saving artifact her parents had given her as a send-away gift, but even after using these gifts, she still wasn't strong enough to fight the foot soldiers of the Magus elves, the orcs. Losing consciousness, she was as she tried to break free from the burly hand of the hulking orc, clutching her neck. But then, when her mind was about to go blank, its grip loosened because its head was cut off by the stupid young man who was the sole cause of her increasing misfortune. Silva turned her head and saw an orc jump from behind a tree's shadow with its spear directed straight at her. She rolled away, hoping to get out of the spear's aim, but the sound of flesh being pierced entered her ears. She looked at the direction of the sound, and there, the stupid brat, whom she had been cursing, was standing just above her with his chest pierced by the metal tip of the spear that stopped just a few inches away from her head. "Emery!" she shouted, her eyes wide open at the sight of him. She stared at him, mouth agape, the boy looking back at her with a cheeky smile. "I'm glad it didn't hit you," he said before he did something that made an impression to her. The boy turned crazy and screams like a wild animal, breaking the spear in half, pulling it out of his body like it's nothing, and thrusting it into one of the orc's eyes. The orc and the stupid boy both fell on the ground. Silva had to make sure this orc was dead through and through, so she mustered her strength up, walked over and chopped down the orc's head with her bloodied sword. At the same time, the potion's effect ended. Serpentine's bloodline lowered, returning to normal. With the death of the two orcs, the danger to their lives had finally passed. She had fallen back down once again and gazed at the dense leaves covering the starry night sky. Silva said underneath her breath with a slight hint of joy, "We survived. Emery, we're alive." But the stupid boy didn't respond. She turned her head sideways to see if he was still breathing. She tiredly got up again, felt his pulse, and noticed how it was weakening with every beat. Her own heart then sped up, staring at the boy who had just risked his life to save her. For the first time in her life, someone had looked after her, someone outside of her family, her clan members. It was a bizarre experience out of the culture she had been raised with. Then she remembered how much she hated people with idiotic beliefs like Emery. "Why should I care about this selfish, stupid boy?" Silva shouted to herself as she ran with all the strength her legs could still muster. Not toward the direction of the institute, rather where she and Emery had tried to escape from. The battlefield where several magi were fighting against the legendary dragon and its master, the elf in red armor. She ran in a hope that the battle would have ended. She ran and ran, not stopping even for a moment to catch her breath, hoping to find a magi in the area who could heal the stupid boy. Meanwhile, after Silva had left, a black wisp drifted out of the old elf's corpse who had died. It seemed to hover for a moment as if it was checking its surroundings before entering through the hole in Emery's chest. The dark responded with silence as his voice seemed to echo among unseeable walls. "What's going on?" he shouted. Then in front of him a shadow moved and formed a figure, the image of a man he so dearly missed. Emery's eyes moistened as the man opened his mouth. "What are you doing here, Emery?" "Father, you're alive!" Emery said, but an unknown force prevented him from walking closer. "No, my boy. I am dead, and you shouldn't be here," his father replied with a dark tone in his voice. What do you mean? You're here, and we're talking to each other?" Emery's voice was shaking. "Don't be silly, my boy. Remember what I told you." Emery tried hard to remember before uttering, "G grow up and B be strong." "But how can I? I am so weak." "No excuses," his father said with the strict look that Emery had always received whenever he was being reminded. It didn't last long, though, as the image of his father gave a warm smile and added, "Find a purpose, my boy. I believe in you." "Father! Father!" Emery reached out the fading silhouette of his father, dispersing into the darkness, leaving him in solitude amidst this gloom. Purpose? Not long after, another shadow arrived, forming a beautiful girl with blonde hair. A glance from this girl made his heart skip for a moment. Princess Gwen, he said. But a smile from the beautiful girl never came out. On the contrary, the girl seemed to seethe with anger. We can't be friends, Emery? A pang of pain pierced his heart. Words he didn't wish to ever hear again reverberated in the silence of this dark, empty room. He picked up the courage to ask the words he never had a chance to say. Why not? He shouted back. As if this girl was looking at cow dung, she recoiled away from him and said, It's because you are not one of us. You are just a filthy poor noble who can't even save your father. But, he said underneath his breath, he looked back at her. I can be different. You are different. You are not even a human. The girl's figure merged one with the shadow, disappearing. From behind him, a wild beast's roar erupted. He turned to look and see a giant single-horned wolf with thick white fur and greenish hide that made him feel like an ant while he looked up. What are you? The wolf glanced straight into his eyes before visibly exhaling its steaming breath and returning to the darkness. An amused laughter rang in his head as it said, ha ha ha. You are more interesting than I thought, kid. From the corner of the darkness, a figure with no face except for the mouth that didn't move approached Emery. Who are you? The figure hovered closer and said the following without moving its mouth. Hearing the voice directly in his mind, You'll soon forget about me. Kid, we'll meet again soon. More importantly, it's time for you to go. After it had spoken, it waved its hand and a door with a bright shining light inside appeared. Emery felt drawn into the light as he reached out and stepped closer. He passed the blinding door, and the first thing he felt he needed to do was to suck in all the air around him like there was no tomorrow. Emery opened his eyes, and the face of the woman who introduced him to this world of magic greeted him. Magus Minerva, he said, throat perched as dry as a desert. Good, your memory is intact. You are safe now, she replied. Emery tried to sit up, but after the slightest inch of movement, a sharp, stinging pain coursed through his whole being, more strongly in his chest. He subconsciously tried to feel the hole in his torso, but it was solid. The evidence that he was in fact pierced through could be seen by how his uniform had ripped hole in the middle, and the large round scar. He moved his head around and realized he was still lying in the middle of the forest. Around him were two other magi in uniforms. Then his head pounded. He could vaguely tell he had just gone through something bizarre, but just couldn't put two and two together. This one is gravely injured. She needs to be taken in the nearest infirmary. Her hands are as cold as ice, shouted a Magus whose palms were emitting a light toward another young lady acolyte. Emery released his hands from his head, tried to sit up again and said, She's going to be all right, right? Stop right there, tough guy. Think of yourself first and foremost, Minerva said. He didn't listen, however, and asked another question. Magus Minerva, what about my other friend? Is she okay? An irritated voice sounded behind him and said, Whose friend are you talking about? I am certainly not friends with no one here. Emery gave a small snort with half a smile. At the very least, knowing she still had enough energy to try and pick a fight was enough for him. Erarara teenagesu just can't be honest, can you? You arrived here, barely on your toes, pointing toward where he was lying like a lunatic. Now that he's awake, you speak as if he's better dead than alive. Teenagers, Minerva sighed, checking his pulse once more. Silva turned away, and if Emery had known better, her cheeks were as red as an erupting volcano. Minerva didn't mind Silva anymore, as she said. Your injuries, though, don't seem as bad as they look. Emery's brows twitched. What do you mean, Magus Minerva? I had a hole in my chest just now. Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Minerva dismissed, standing up. Silva, after calming herself, took a closer look at Emery's chest and said, It must be an effect from activating your bloodline. It must be. Anyway, he's fine now, Minerva said while checking her wrist's information. You kids should head back to the academy now. We don't know if there are still others around, so. Minerva called out to another Magus, who was taking a look at the orc's headless corpse, and ordered him to open a portal leading to the academy. Don't forget your stuff, Minerva reminded. Emery received the bag and sword from another Magus before entering the portal. After they stepped out, the warm, orange glow of the sun peeking from the horizon welcomed him. It was almost dawn. Now that he had a better look at the bag he was holding, he realized it wasn't his and was Cole's instead. He opened it, Silva leaning over, and a bountiful bunch of 4-leaf moon clovers lay still in it. Silva's eyes beamed as she looked at him, made a palm, and said, Time for you to pay me for my services. Today was the last day he would be staying in this magical place, and in order to be able to return here and keep his memories of this place, he first must break through the required spirit power and receive admission in one of this academy's institutions. He opened the bag that belonged to Cole and found 11 pieces of 4-leaf moon clovers, which he needed to submit to the Plants Institute and receive the green essence potion. When he looked up, Silva had her hand stretched out, palm wide open. "Time for you to pay me for my services," Silva said, making it sound like a matter of fact. Emery closed the bag and kept it close to him. "This isn't ours." "So you really are a selfish brat!" "You're planning to keep it all for yourself, aren't you?" Silva accused. "What? No, I would have never thought that. This rightfully belongs to Cole, Topper, Fatty, and Mags." Emery defended himself. Silva had a look like she just couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Are you being serious right now? Gosh, you're even more stupid than a cow. Why do you even care about those two who left us to die, especially that arrogant bastard? Even if he's alive, I guarantee you these plants are the last thing in his mind. Having said that, until dawn is what they have given us. Corpses and that dying chick won't make it before the submission ends. So, tell me, how are you not being stupid?" Every word Silva said made perfect sense to him, but he remained doubtful. Silva shook her head and sighed. "It's no use arguing with such a buffoon. How about this? First you submit the plant and share the reward with them later." She pinched her nose. "Please, tell me you can at least do that." Emery gave it a thought and said, "Sounds reasonable enough." She then swiftly grabbed the bag from Emery's hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Relax, I'm only taking what's rightfully mine as compensation for those who had left me to die," Silva explained before throwing the bag back to Emery. Emery caught the bag and counted 9 4-leaf moon clovers left. She had taken one in exchange for her killing the angler vine, and the second for leaving them, he guessed. It didn't still sit right with him, but he convinced himself. "All right, now that I have been compensated, it's time for me to go," Silva said, turning back and walking away. "See you around, Silva," Emery said, bidding her goodbye. "Why would I want to see you again, stupid?" Silva exclaimed as her walk suddenly turned into a jog and disappeared into one of the floating islands. He noticed his clothes seemed to be a bit tighter and chest and biceps buffed up. He switched his mind off of that and checked his palm instead, only to look baffled. Emery rubbed his burning eyes and confirmed his battle power had indeed increased by 4 points. The only reason he could think of was probably the side effects of the bloodline potion he drank. He dispelled his status and went out of his room, feeling a bit better with the good news. As soon as he walked out, he was surprised to see Clee, Julian, Thrax, and Chumo had already gotten up and were preparing to eat on the table in their living area. "You look like a mess. What happened?" Clee commented. Indeed he was. Even though he had taken a bath, he had seen the dark circles beneath his eyes while changing in front of the mirror in his room. He gave half a smile, took a seat, drinking a hot beverage that somehow revitalized him, and spent a couple of minutes retelling what he had experienced, not including how he had almost died, of course, about an attack, and how several acolytes died in a battle between humans and elves. Clee and Julian added up the information they had heard during their 6 days training. Now that they had heard what happened last night from Emery, they arrived at the conclusion that they still didn't know a lot about this world and what this higher war was about. They discussed a few more things and agreed to always share if they get other information that could tell them more about this world, since their world didn't have any of this knowledge. They also decided to find ways how they could get in touch once they returned to their planet and how this could be relayed in the future. "What are your plans for today?" Clee asked. Emery had considered today's agenda earlier. He had 2 options on what he should do for today. The first option was that, according to his first plan, he would head to the Dark Institution to gain half a day's access from the Origin Stone of Darkness, while the other was to submit the 4-leaf moon clovers like Silva had suggested. Emery thought about it carefully. He couldn't just choose one and resign for the day. After all, he had to work on both. Emery decided it'd be best to spend half a day at the Institute of Darkness just to get some time meditating in front of the Origin Stone. After that, he only hoped that he was still not too late to exchange the rare plants to Master Grom for a green essence potion. Emery glanced at Chumo. "I'll go with Chumo at the Institution of Darkness, Emery and Chumo went to the plaza and entered the portal heading toward the Institution of Darkness. Emery kept yawning on the way, and when they were finally in front of the Magus guarding the room, the gate was tightly locked. The Magus guarding the room said, "The Origin Stone Room cannot be used at this time." They then entered another cave passage. The steps changed from gray dark stone into marbled floors, took many left and right turns, which Emery failed all to remember before finally seeing a large, ominous black gate where the origin of darkness seemed to be stored. Chumo led Emery to a Magus talking to another acolyte. Chumo exclaimed, "Magus Keshin." The Magus had a dark cloak with a hood that almost covered up to his nose. Shin spoke with a rough and raspy voice. "Chumo, I see that you're eager to train and you've brought a friend." "Yes, Magus Keshin. His name is Emery. He also has a dark affinity, and it's his first time here," explained Chumo after he had made a fist and a palm before his chest. Shin turned his attention to Emery and said, "And I assume you are wanting to cultivate for half a day in the Darkness Origin Stone Room." Emery copied Chumo's palm and fist and nodded. He said, "Yes, Magus Shin." Shin glanced at the Origin Stone Room before shaking his head. "I'm afraid you can't. The Origin Stone Room is not available." "Why not?" Emery asked. "It is being used and no one is allowed to enter," Shin replied. After going through so many misfortunes since yesterday, Emery still couldn't catch a break. He had hoped things would be back to normal now that a new day had arrived, but apparently not. Expectations against reality always bit him in the back. Emery put his hands together, determined to enter this place since if didn't he wasn't entirely sure he would pass the required spirit power after he had taken the potion from Master Grom. "Please, Magus, this is probably my last chance to pass the academy requirement." Magus Shin checked Emery's status and commented, "Aptitude B, no wonder." Shin observed Emery from head to toe and finally sighed. "It would have been no issue giving you access to it, since all first-year acolytes have the privilege to enter it. However, Grand Magus Zenoya is using the room right now. But Magus Shin, no amount of pleading will work." Chumokshin then sounded a bit gentler this time. "Like I have mentioned, we can't let anyone enter the room right now, but your friend's privilege to cultivate still stands in the future." "Emery, I understand your needs, but..." Shin stopped talking and beckoned Emery to come closer. "I see. I feel some odd connection with you now that I got to take a closer look at you. I wonder what it is." Emery was also confused as Shin. Shin said, "Emery, there's something about you that wants me to help, except my hands are tight. If you manage to pass, find me next year and I will surely compensate for what you have missed today." "Thank you, Magus," Emery and Chumo said at the same time. He left the institute after being guided by Chumo through the maze-like cave passages. Now, he only hoped the green essence potion would be more than enough to make him break through to second-level acolyte, and he still needed to find an institute that would accept him. Emery found the portal heading to Elder's Respite open once more and confirmed from the night nearby it was safe again to enter. He entered the portal along with the crowd and arrived back at the hall where Master Grom was indeed still waiting and accepting submissions for the four-leaf moon clovers. The dwarf caressed his long, overgrown beard as he said to one of the acolytes, just handing over their rare plants, "Ah, I know the West location had encountered some undesirables last night, but really? Just one plant for the four of you?" The acolyte, who seemed to be the leader of the four, looked like he had taken a bitter pill before walking away without saying a word. Whispering comments then about this dwarf traveled amongst the first-year acolytes, saying how he seemed to be underestimating the danger of last night's event. After all, the Magus that had introduced him was nowhere to be found. Magus Erica had been severely injured and was now recovering in some place. Emery didn't know. Master Grom could hear the acolytes' murmurings about him, but he'd no mind into it. He knew last night's incident forced most of the acolytes to leave the location too early. As for those who didn't, it was a shame to hear what had happened to them. He also felt regretful that this moon clover only grew on that night once a year. Hence, he couldn't help his disappointment. He called out to the remaining crowd, "No other." Emery immediately rushed forward and passed over Cole's bag filled with the clovers. "Let me see how many you got." Master Grom then counted 1, 2, 3. His eyes glowed and said, "Not bad, kid! Not bad at all!" "Here, 9 potions for you as a reward. Now, if there's no one else, I'll take my leave and start work." Emery hadn't participated in this gathering from the start, so he didn't know how many moon clovers the others had exchanged it with. But seeing the master's reaction, it seemed that he didn't win this challenge. At least, Emery was quite satisfied with the 9 tiny bottles in his 2 hands. He planned to drink a bottle or 2 and keep the rest for Mags and probably Cole, since he had joined them in the last few hours or so. As soon as he turned around, however, the look on the faces of the other acolytes appeared restless. He couldn't but wonder why they looked like that when a woman he knew came rushing forward. "Wait, Master Grom!" Grom turned around, and Silva said, "Master, you forgot to announce the winner of this challenge." When the bunch of little potions were passed on to Emery's hands, he hadn't expected he would get 9 of them. He could remember Master Grom saying, "We'll give you a potion in return for each of you who will return with the plant we require." Emery had assumed they'd only get 1 per acolyte, but did this dwarf change his rules at the last minute to at least make them feel better? Emery turned around and saw how the others appeared confused. He wanted to know why they looked like that when Master Grom decided to walk away. Silva then appeared from the masses and stopped the dwarf. "Master Grom, please wait! You didn't announce the winner of this challenge!" Silva exclaimed. Grom stopped on his tracks and seemed a bit embarrassed. "Oh dear me, that totally slipped my mind. I appreciate you reminding me, dear." Silva turned to Emery and said, Where were you?" "I had a prior plan this morning, so I had to do that first," Emery replied. Silva muttered something under her breath, but Emery didn't hear a word she had just said. "Anyway, the most a student had submitted was 5 while I exchanged 2. Not even a total of 20 moon clovers had been found, so your submission of 9 makes up to half of the rest." Emery was astounded. "What?" Silva nodded, looking proud, and said, "Yes, you are supposed to be the winner." Master Grom faced the crowd and looked thoughtful. "I, indeed, had promised that whoever exchanged the most number of moon clovers shall have a spot within our ranks. However, with the amount I have just received, this is the least I have collected in a century. Therefore, I am unable to accept any apprentice this time," the acolytes nearby grumbled. Emery could vaguely hear the words they used to describe the dwarf: nasty, hypocrite, opportunist, etc. Grom still paid no attention to it and turned away once more. But when he was about to leave, he almost bumped into a woman whom Emery recognized. "Magus Minerva," said Emery. Minerva returned him a glance before bending forward, face almost touching with the dwarf's, and began to play with his beard. She said, "Master Grom, you are not thinking of going back on your words for my student now, are you?" Master Grom seemed to puff smoke from his ears. He tittered as he said, "Is he really your student, Magus Minerva?" She nodded in response and said, "Of course, Master Grom. In fact, he almost died trying to find those plants. Surely Master Grom is not that cruel, right?" Minerva stroked the dwarf's beard again, and a big smile filled his face. All right. Boy, you come with me now." Magus Minerva winked at Emery before leaving herself. "Boy, what's your name?" Master Grom asked, his voice sounding indifferent. "Emery, Master Grom," replied Emery as he walked behind the dwarf. "Emery, is it? What's your connection with Magus and Minerva?" Master Grom said. Emery paused for a moment. He thought he had heard Master Grom sounding a bit excited for a moment before placing it on the back of his mind. He answered, She's my class instructor." Master Grom looked thoughtful for a moment and said, "Then why did she take special attention to you, boy? Who are you actually?" Emery had no idea how to answer the dwarf. It never had occurred in his mind he was special or what. Seeing how he had hesitated to answer, Master Grom's voice suddenly raised with his nostrils, seemingly flaring. "Whatever it is, remember always talk good things about me to her, okay?" "Okay." Emery was taken aback and responded without thinking, Yes, Master Grom." Master Grom tried to regain his composure with a cough and then said, "Excellent, boy." They then took the return portal from the Elder's Respite to the plaza, then to another portal. As soon as Emery stepped out, he was visibly shocked once more to see the location they had just arrived at. The place was full of tall, straight structures with transparent windows on its surface, flying boats, moving carriages on the ground without being drawn by any animals, sprawling crowds, straight roads that had trees on the side. This place was certainly much bigger compared to the combat institution. "Welcome to Golden City, boy," Master Grom exclaimed. Emery, still wide-eyed, looked over, for as far as the eye could see the whole place was filled with bustling people and buildings. Come on now, we don't have all day, do we? Master Grom urged as he walked ahead of Emery, who was still gawking at such an unbelievable place. They walked for a good 5 minutes or so, when Master Grom stopped on his tracks and invited Emery inside another towering building that had flying objects inside like giant boats with wings made of wood or iron entering and exiting. After going inside, Emery couldn't help notice the large grayish-black staircase with yellow lines on the side that seemed to move on its own leading upstairs. Master Grom called out to him with an irritated voice. "What are you doing, boy? This way!" They entered a small room that seemed to only fit 4 to 6 people. Master Grom pressed a button on the side and the door hissed closed. Emery wanted to voice out his thoughts. Why were they inside such a cramped space when the room trembled and Emery experienced a tingling, weird sensation in his head, making him dazedly look in front of him. There, he saw through the slits of the door. They seemed to be moving upwards since the light outside descended. The door hissed open this time and Master Grom exited the small room with Emery following closely. Emery glanced back at the door and it closed on its own without any other person in the room. Not long after they walked out, Master Grom led Emery to a place where there were a lot of the same flying boats. They stopped in front of a wooden boat bird. Master Grom looked at him and said, "Oh boy, don't tell me you come from a lower world, do you?" That's what they say." Master Grom let out a big sigh and said, "You'll have a tough time ahead of you then, boy. It seems your beautiful instructor isn't doing you a favor and is wanting to make me suffer at the same time." The dwarf entered the boat bird object and beckoned Emery to sit on the back. Emery hesitated for a moment before steeling himself and trusting this small, old man with an overgrown beard. As soon as Emery had taken a comfortable position and strapped on the safety leash Master Grom had asked him to wear, the boat bird began to shake and then sped off over the city, and the wave of fresh air rushed into Emery's face, making him feel unsure whether to focus on the refreshing air or the gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach at the thought they were hovering 100 feet off the ground with nothing solid below them except for the cold, hard ground. It was a world of imagination that never existed in his mind. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination and the boat bird to go inside a much larger building than the one they had come from. Master Grom looked back at him with a wide grin and said, "We have arrived at the Apothecary Institute. Author announcement, dear Earth's greatest Magus readers first. Let me introduce myself. I am a father of 2 young daughters, and I own and run my own small business. With these in mind, I must tell you that I do not have as much time to write as unlike other full-time authors. Nevertheless, I love to create stories. If you check my profile, you will see that I have also written another book for more than a year. So, I could confidently say that I do not abandon a story. This book won first place in the WPC event, and winning it meant the novel received a contracted deal. Like all the other contracted novels, this novel must go to premium. I hope you are all enjoying this novel so far and are trusting me as the author to do my best to give the best experience in the world of Magi, wishing for your continuous support. Sincerely, Evans." The gnawing feeling on his stomach didn't last long as he found the sights around him were worth it. Soon they arrived at a much towering building where there were also lots of flying boats entering and exiting. They landed on one of the balconies, and when they got off the boat bird, Emery followed Master Grom and was greeted by another acolyte wearing a slightly different uniform that had an emblem of a triangular container on the chest. "Welcome back, Master Grom," the acolyte said, slightly bowing. Just like Master Grom, the acolyte faintly smelled of herbs and earth. Master Grom nodded in response and said, "Cedric, this is the new recruit. His name is..." Just ask him his name and give him the standard orientation into the institute. The dwarf then turned to face Emery and added, "Boy, you don't need to be the best student or anything. Just make sure not to embarrass me, okay? And, remember what I told you earlier, understood?" Emery chuckled in his mind, seeing how the dwarf had turned slightly red again. He kept his face innocent and said, "Yes, Master Grom." The dwarf cleared his throat again. Good. Oh yes, I almost forgot." Master Grom grabbed Emery's wrist, placed his palm on top of Emery, and both symbols glowed for a moment. He said, "Okay, check your palm now." Of course Emery would accept the offer. He needed this. "Now, that is settled. Until next year then." Emery was over the moon now that he had completed one of the objectives to pass the first year's requirements to be accepted in any institution. All that he needed to accomplish was to increase his spirit power by using the potions he had received. Cedric sighed after the dwarf had left. He commented, "Master Grom thinks he's so slick and could whisper without anyone hearing them." "I presume he had asked you to do something for him about a certain woman. Had he?" "How did you know, Senior?" Emery asked, stupefied. "It's no secret the Master has a huge fondness towards beautiful women. And since you're a first-year acolyte, I also presume she's your advisor? That'd make sense the most. Anyway, we shouldn't burn any more daylight. Let us start now, shall we?" Emery took out a bottle from his pouch hanging on his waist and, Cedric nodded. Green essence potion. The reward for collecting 4-leaf moon clovers. Emery couldn't help but think how smart Cedric was as he popped open the container. Could that not wait, though? I mean, it's best we get the orientation done first. Emery shook his head. "I'm still a first-rank acolyte, Senior. It's better I get this one done first before doing anything else," Emery said before chugging down the bitter green liquid up to the last drop. He thought the potion didn't have an effect on his body after he had placed the empty bottle back in the pouch when his guts suddenly warmed and sent a wonderful electrifying sensation throughout all parts of his body, including the tips of his toes and fingers. He then checked his status and read the following congratulations. "You have passed all the requirements for first-year acolytes in the academy just by drinking one bottle." Emery felt revitalized for the day, and the dark circles underneath his eyes had disappeared. The breakthrough to second rank had also increased his battle power, since when a person crosses a certain limit of spirit power, so does the physical attributes. Emery twiddled the remaining bottles in his pouch. Even though he was determined to share it with Mags, he became tempted to drink all of them at once, thinking if he drank the 8, would he break through to third rank? Emery imagined it with a smile and forgot for a moment where he was when he realized Cedric was still waiting for him. "I see, reaching your second rank on your last day. You are probably the most untalented acolyte I've ever seen. Looks like you're finished, though. Let's go, it's already noon at the moment." Emery didn't mind Cedric's remark and said, "Yes, thank you for waiting. Don't worry, I'm on my 4th year here and I have more time to spend. It's actually your time that's limited." Cedric then invited Emery to walk through the Institute of Apothecary. The senior proceeded to explain that even though it was the people on the front line that won the war, without the support of the path of crafting, no troops would simply dare to just go to the battlefield. The path of crafting is the art, the creation, and the core of everything. There are dozens of institutions in the path of crafting, but apothecary is one of the 3 major crafting institutions, Cedric said. "How long till be able to create something like this green essence potion?" Emery asked. "Well, it all depends on the potion's strength. Tell me, how many points did you receive?" 2 points from 28 to 30. "That's low. I guess Master Grom gave you the low-level one," Cedric said as they walked into one of those moving stairs. "That potion isn't hard to make, but its issue is the main ingredient." "What about a potion that can increase bloodline power?" Emery asked, remembering last night's event. "That one is much harder to make. On top of its rare ingredients, it needs to be brewed for months and requires special tools to make." Finally, they arrived in a large hall, like a palace library, that was filled with imposing shelves and rich book collections. After Cedric spoke to the receptionist summoned several items and he passed them to Emery. "These are the starting equipment for a rank 1 apprentice." Emery received a set of clothes that is slightly different from the acolyte outfit he was wearing. This uniform had the same emblem Cedric had, but with the number 1 underneath the emblem. Emery also received 2 scrolls, and when he opened it, Cedric was taller than Emery by at least a head and had the typical air of a handsome and fresh aura, which matched with his long wavy hair. On top of that, the acolytes Cedric had greeted seemed to be respectful of him even though they seemed to be of the same age. After they had reached the receptionist, Cedric talked to the dwarf, and the receptionist summoned a couple of items from his dimensional ring, which Cedric handed over to Emery after. Emery received the items, and as he stared at the new set of uniform along with 2 scrolls sitting on top, only then it somehow dawned on him that he had actually reached the 2nd rank acolyte and became an apprentice in an institution. He had made it. He shook off his thoughts, and when he unrolled the 2 scrolls, The parchments vanished into thin air while a new notification popped out in his mind. The circle with a straight line cutting the symbol in half on his hand glowed and formed new tiny images of markings on the edges. Emery focused his thoughts on the symbol and saw a variety list of plants along with their uses and where to find them, including the four-leaf moon clover he had been tasked to gather last night. Do you have any crafting or potion-making experience? Emery was about to answer yes, but decided against it. Although he had experimented with concocting potions with the ingredients he had found and equipment back home, it was severely limited. Mainly, he was only able to create potions that warmed their bodies during the freezing winter. Hence, Emery felt his experience need not be conveyed. Not really, senior. That's understandable. Normally, our institute doesn't allow apprentices to touch the cauldron until reaching rank 3, Cedric answered in reply while nodding. Then, senior, what are we doing until then? You will be assisting the senior apprentices and collecting enough contribution points to increase your rank. Contribution points? Cedric's eyes twitched. I see. I understand now. Since you don't even know about this, I'm assuming you came from a lower world, yes? He then sighed and added, I wonder how you're going to succeed in this academy. Certainly, Adept Cedric. The apprentice then placed a translucent crystal, similar to the one Emery had in his private quarters. Please, the apprentice said, gesturing at the glowing ball. Emery laid down his uniform on the counter first, and then touched it as instructed. New information appeared in front of him. A long list of items was shown, and almost everything written had a number written on its side. Of course, Emery couldn't understand most of the words. Emery selected the Knowledge tab and immediately saw the names of the 2 scrolls he had received before. They were situated on top of the list under the Basic Scrolls for Beginner Apothecary Apprentice. Emery had no prior knowledge of what a spirit stone was, but he felt like this would be an important thing to keep track of. He asked, What are these spirit stones? Cedric no longer appeared surprised, but Emery could tell he was getting slightly tired of explaining every single thing. That's the universal currency the whole academy uses, as well as other Magus academies in the galaxy. Spirit stones are the culmination of humankind's ingenuity. They can be exchanged into contribution points in a 1:1 ratio. Think of it as a reward whenever you are finishing a task or a mission. Just note that you can exchange contribution points into spirit stones, but not the other way around. We don't want spoiled, rich nobles buying their way into the top now, do we? Cedric then showed Emery how to access the point counter by using a tattoo on his hand. The best thing about being selected into this Magus Academy is even if you don't have spirit stones or any contribution points, the Academy will pay all these starting items for you. Just like the items you received just now, and it's all the same with all institutions and paths, crafting, combat, or the elementals. Emery suddenly realized something important. He wanted to ask Cedric that even though he had already passed the Academy's requirement, he still hadn't succeeded in being accepted into any of the elemental institutions, hence, he was still unable to do the basic spells of the elements he had an affinity with like the others. His mind wondered what would be the best way to receive these benefits on his last day. Emery had been going around from Darkness Institute to Plant Institute, and then this Golden City. Scene. He was concerned that even if he were to take portals, he wouldn't have enough time to pass the tests and get acceptance for those spells. He reluctantly asked about his problem to Cedric as well. I don't think you will be able to do so. As you've said, each institution has their own unique examinations before they accept you. I am not sure whether they'll allow you to do it on the last minute, especially on the last day. But of course, you can try your luck. Emery remembered about the Earth Institute test on moving the rock. There should be other similar tests with all the other institutions. Not only was the time short, he wasn't even sure he could move the rock. He was starting to feel helpless again. He still hadn't slept, and even though the potion gave him a burst of energy, his mind was drained to the most it could muster. Should he just give up hope on learning spells before returning to Earth? Dear me, you are so hopeless. I can't help you much about the other things outside the apothecary, however. This is Golden City. You can find the answer to almost anything in here, Cedric said proudly. Emery liked where this was going as Cedric answered what he seemed to have on mind. All right, since I'm feeling a bit generous today, I'll take you to a place where they can help Maiji such as you. Cedric took Emery out of the building and walked amongst the varying people in the city until they soon arrived at a building that was no less crowded than the Crafting Institute building. A lot of traffic was happening as Emery and Cedric neared the building made of stone and steel. Various people with all sorts of appearances, wearing different uniforms and some of which Emery didn't recognize, entered and exited the building non-stop. "What place is this?" he asked. "This is one of the representative branches for all magi and acolytes in our galaxy specific to this city. We mostly come to this place to accept missions or use facilities that are similar to the elemental institutions," Cedric answered. When Emery entered the building, the smell of ale, noisy clanking of cups and plates, and the chattering of gossiping men and women on the side all welcomed him. It was just like one of the taverns the peasants loved going to after their day's work situated in the middle of his father's estate. But this place appeared more sophisticated with its classy tables, colorful curtains by the windows, and shiny floorings. Many people who looked like magi and acolytes were busy with their own activities. When they saw Emery and Cedric's uniforms, it fell silent for a moment before returning to its usual liveliness. Walk proud, Emery. Many of these people dreamt to be a part of our prestigious academy even more within the crafting institution. Follow me, Cedric briefly explained. After passing through the main hall, the noises died down when they entered another room. Cedric said, "This is the highlight of this place for all acolytes and magi alike." They made their way toward behind a counter in the corner, which was manned by what appeared to be a half-breed, red-skinned human with 2 horns protruding upwards from his head. The man greeted the recently arrived Emery and Cedric with a sour face. "What do you want?" "It is also nice to see you again," Eon said Cedric, not minding the rough tone of the horned man. "I am hoping you can help my friend here from the apothecary who has just reached rank 2 acolyte today. We're looking for you to confirm and give him his starting package." "I can do the test here," Emery blurted out with a tint of happiness in his voice. "Well, not exactly, but that's what the guild is for. Do you know how many magi are in our galaxy?" "Too many to count, that's for sure." With that in mind, can you imagine all this magi and acolytes from other worlds or planets returning to a centralized headquarters every time their rank got upgraded and finished a task or a mission? It'll be too much, but fortunately, there are thousands of these guilds over our galaxy. And with our academy being the top amongst all of them, it shouldn't be that surprising our golden city has its own, Cedric explained with a haughty look. "So, are you just gonna stand there and chat in my face, or what?" said the horned red-skinned acolyte. "You want my job easier?" "Easy, just leave," Eon exclaimed, but Cedric didn't budge nor looked offended. Eon turned his attention to Emery and said, "You, let me see your palm." Emery did as Eon asked. The man then said, "First-year acolyte, 4 affinities with a B aptitude. That's a terrible combination for the Academy's acolyte. You must have been very busy the last few days, and although you've reached rank 2, it's unfortunate that you're not eligible to receive the starting pack." "What? Why?" Emery asked. Eon moved closer. His protruding horns that looked like a goat's horns was only an inch away from Emery's face. The grumpy face of the half-breed seemed to have wrinkled further as he inspected Emery's stats further before showing the stats to Emery himself. Cedric opened his mouth for a brief moment as if he wanted to say something, but Emery caught the sharp look of this red-skinned man looking at Cedric, making him close his mouth once more. "Bah, it's just a basic mistake of young acolytes coming from lower worlds. I believe you didn't achieve the spirit power breakthrough with a natural way, right? The reason why I believe that is you have the required spirit power needed. That's good, but your understanding of the elements is low. I don't have to explain what incomplete means, do I?" Emery shook his head and said, "I understand, senior, but what about inestimable?" Eon gave a thought before answering. "It's quite odd, but also not uncommon. It would often show from young acolytes who have a very bad understanding or no understanding of the element at all." Then it clicked in Emery's mind. He indeed hadn't meditated in front of the darkness origin stone yet, and it had indeed been true that his breakthrough in spirit power was due to a green essence potion, not from the understanding of the elements. It was understandable that his darkness would be inestimable. Eon continued speaking. "For a B aptitude acolyte, it should take you a couple of days to learn each element. but with your 4 affinities, I reckon it'd be much more difficult than usual. If you are diligent enough, however, you should be able to master any one of your elements in 2 weeks. Once you have sufficient understanding of at least one elemental spirit, return here to receive your invitation and starting pack. However, Emery didn't even have 2 days, especially 2 weeks. He would have plenty of time to train back in Britain, but what's the point in mastering the elements but not having the spells to use? Emery became disheartened again when Cedric, standing next to him, said, "Looks like horny boy has finished his explanation." Eon grunted. "I guess it's my turn to speak." Cedric looked at Emery with a wide smile and said, "I have a proposal for you, Emery. Since that is out of the way, and since he looks busy again, I guess it's my turn to speak." Cedric looked at Emery with a wide smile and said, "I have a proposal for you, Emery." "And may I know what's on your mind, Senior?" Emery asked, facing Cedric now after removing the status screen from his view. "Okay, I know today's your last day, and I'm guessing you would like to acquire some spells before returning to your world, right?" said Cedric, as if he knew everything going on in Emery's mind. Emery confirmed Cedric's deduction with a nod. Cedric kept his wide smile before turning to Eon once more, who was busy writing some stuff in the ledger. He said with a teasing look, "Oh, my wonderful friend, may I use the Magus crystal, please?" "Whatever," replied Eon, not looking up. Emery realized that even though Eon treated Cedric harshly, Cedric didn't seem to mind it, as if they were good friends. These two people might be closer than he thought. Cedric then proceeded to touch the crystal ball, and information appeared similar to the one in the apothecary's store. The mission tab, as the name implied, was a list of missions where an acolyte or a magus would be able to take once they were eligible and receive contribution points or other compensations after turning over a completed mission. Network was similar to a facility where people could communicate over long distances, while the store was a tab to buy Magus equipment. "Look at this," said Cedric, clicking the store menu. "This is the list for the hundreds of spells that's available to buy for all acolytes and Magus to buy under the 10 elements. All of them are basic spells, but this should be more than enough for you. The guild doesn't have the higher or much more powerful spells, because those are exclusively retrieved from the institutions." Emery began to browse the list Cedric had pulled up, all to his heart's content. Cedric's eyes beamed and said, "It's simple as a matter of fact. I'll buy it for you." Emery expected that Cedric would want something in return. After all, nothing was free in this world. He cleared his throat and asked, "What do you want for an exchange?" The adept alchemist smiled broadly, apparently waiting for this question. Every year, Master Grom always gives the same mission to all acolytes in the Plant Institute who are not part of the path of crafting. And seeing how you felt your pouch after taking one, I know for sure that you have more than one of those potions. I'll trade you 1 green essence potion for 1 spell. So what say you?" Emery then realized why Cedric had bothered to go out of his way to accompany him here. If he knew any better, Emery would think this was Cedric's goal from the moment Cedric had witnessed him drink the green essence potion. "As my junior from the Apothecary Institute, I am willing to help you and trade that low-quality green essence potion with a spell that could be useful for you back in your own world. What do you think? Let's seal the deal, shall we?" It had been a few days since Emery had been thinking about what to do once he returned to Britain. He didn't have a home to call anymore, and only 7 days had passed after he had been transported to this magical place. It still was highly possible those marauders who had burned his house and murdered his father might get wind of his return, and that'd mean he'd be in danger once again. Even though it was true he had better physique than before, he knew he didn't have the capability to fight, or maybe outrun them again. Now that a few days had passed, he had a much clearer view of that event, and could somewhat figure there was a stronger power behind that attack, since the marauders specifically attacked them while shouting "Kill the Cruton lovers." He had never heard of that term, much less about hearing how his father's estate, the home of the renowned knight with the title of the Lion's Fang, had been attacked with such reasoning behind it. Emery determinedly opened his small pouch from his waist and took out the 8 small green containers. He had received 9 bottles, and if he shared the remaining with Mags or Cole, whose status was still unknown, at the very least he felt entitled to 3 of these bottles. One of them had already been consumed, so he could only exchange at least 2 bottles at most. His eyes switched between the bottles and the list of spells. Believing that his needs for the spells were more urgent, Emery decided to hand over 2 bottles. As he kept 2 of them and put the rest back in the bag, he stretched out his hand to Cedric when Eon shut his ledger loudly, startling Emery. "Hold it right there!" exclaimed Eon, taking a look at the potions. "Don't be stupid, kid! That potion is worth at least 5 times of a single basic spell!" "Hold it right there," exclaimed Eon, glancing at the potions Emery had withdrawn. "Don't be stupid, kid! That potion is worth at least 5 times of a single basic spell." Emery stopped midway and noticed how Cedric clicked his tongue on the corner of his eye. Cedric immediately tried to defend himself and said, "Oh, no, no, no." If it was a normal potion, perhaps, but these are low-quality green essence potions. They're worth at most 2 spells. Eon ignored Cedric and asked Emery to hand over the potion to him instead. "Kid, let me see those potions." Emery did as Eon had requested. Cedric, on the other hand, appeared to have furrowed his brows. Cedric said, Okay, I'm willing to exchange you 2 spells for 1 potion. That should be a fair deal." Eon closely examined the green essence potions. He gave it a twirl and a sniff after opening one of them, before striking a sharp stare at Cedric. He said, "You are really shameless, aren't you?" Emery thought it'd be better to stay silent as 2 people argued with each other. He hadn't spent enough time in this academy and knew too little to make a well-informed decision. If he were to study in this place for a longer time in the future, he would need to be careful from being taken advantage of easily, as well as people whom he could trust and rely on. He wouldn't get far if he only had himself to rely on. Emery received the potions back from Eon and laid it down on the table, prompting the adept alchemist and the red-skinned, half-human from bickering. "Respected senior, I have these 2 potions to spare. Could you please help me choose a few spells you think that'll be suitable for me? I think 2 or 3 spells will be sufficient without having to incur too many losses for my senior alchemist here." Eon gave his first smile since the time Emery and Cedric had walked in here a few minutes ago. He smirked at Cedric once more and said, "Don't worry, kid. Cedric here is a successful craftsman and a shrewd businessman. Like I said, even with just 1 of these potions, he wouldn't lose anything since he has so many spirit stones." He opened the spell list and began to give suggestions to Emery. "For rank 1 spells, I recommend for your Earth affinity. It boasts the most physical and magical defense amongst all other defensive types of spell. Not only it gives you protection, but it also increases your physical strength. No questions about the defensive spell because it's the best that you can have. Next thing you need are offensive spells. I recommend or which are both rank 1 spells for your plant or water affinities. It costs a bit more than the basic skill since they're a bit more complicated but more powerful." Cedric was about to say something when Eon gave him a deadly look, making him hold his tongue. So Cedric had to make do with a sigh instead. Eon returned, speaking to Emery, giving his last bits of suggestions. "Lastly, since you have the 3 spirit manuals from the institutes, except for I'd highly recommend getting it since it's inexpensive. Not to mention, you'll need this to start connecting with the element of the dark all around us. On top of this, better also get a utility spell like which will be useful for running away from undefeatable opponents. The smoke not only disturbs your opponent's sight, but it can also confuse their mind for a brief moment." He clapped and started to select each of the spells in the list he had advised for Emery to get. 1 spirit manual, 1 utility spell, 1 defensive spell, and 2 offensive spells, and all of them should amount to 650 spirit stones. "What do you think?" Cedric mumbled as he checked his palm, probably checking the stones he had on him. He gave an annoyed nod, indicating he was somewhat fine with this transaction when Eon remembered something and asked them to wait a second. Eon went inside the door behind his counter and returned with a box with intricate greenish carvings on the edges. He said, "Actually, I think you'll like this better than the offensive plant spell." After Eon had opened the box and the name of the scroll came into view, Cedric slammed the counter and said, Hey, if you include that then, the total amount should be 1,000 spirit stones. I'll basically not get a profit for bringing him here. I won't do it." Eon smirked wider than he had earlier at Cedric and said, "Oh, 2 can play this game, pretty boy. If you don't want it, then I'll buy these spells for him." "What do you think, kid?" "What does the spell do?" Emery asked. It's a rare basic spell for plant magi. Since you're an apothecary apprentice, this would help you tremendously since the spell will help you dissect a plant and separate their components. Of course, you'll still have to practice the actual deed, but having a guideline where to separate parts of plants will make your apprentice work much easier. Emery indeed was grateful to Cedric for bringing him here. However, since Cedric was no longer to pay for his spells and Eon was offering, he better grab this opportunity for himself. He only gave 2 words to Eon: "Thank you." Even though he no longer had 2 bottles of green essence potions, which he could confidently claim as his own, Emery was quite satisfied to get 4 spells out of it as a replacement. Emery took scrolls, used them on the spot. Emery thanked both Eon and Cedric, who was still brooding about Eon stealing his client, and decided to return to his resting place. The sun had started to set as he stepped out of the Magus Guild building. Standing already in the room was a skinny old man attending to the brown skin. Face filled with white stripes was Magus Erica. She was wrapped from neck to toe with a cloth that seemed to glow ever so slightly, leaving her head still visible. It didn't take long for more people to come in, but this entourage had a different aura surrounding them. As they entered the room and stood on the side, they were as still as a rock and seemed ready to welcome a person of great importance. When the last person walked in, all the sitting magi stood up and bowed along with the magi on the side. He was wearing a slightly different uniform from the rest that had entered and a monocle on the left eye. He brushed his mustache as the magi in the room stood up in attention. The thin old man attending to Magus Erica still had his back facing the respected individual, which the other party didn't mind. The man with the monocle bowed and politely said to the thin old man, "Grand Magus Ever, we have just finished our investigation." "I see. We appreciate your help, Magister Leon. Let us wait a few moments more for Headmaster Altus Drayden to arrive." "Thank you, Grand Magus Ever," said Leon before heading back to the side. The skinny old man was the Plant Institute's chief instructor of this Magus Academy named Iver, while the man with the monocle was a magister named Leon sent from this world's government to investigate last night's events. The Magus Academy normally had their own people to do such things, but matters involving the elves, mankind's mortal enemy, this world's government tended to get involved. A few moments had passed and the tapping of a stick against the wooden floor entered people's ears sitting in the room. That only meant one thing: the headmaster had arrived. He was a wrinkled old man with a white beard spanning beneath his chest and held a wooden stick as he walked with it. Everyone bowed deeply as soon as Altus Drayden, headmaster of the Magus Academy, entered the room except for Iver. The aura inside the chamber instantly became serious. Altus Drayden said with a calm voice, "You may take your seat, everyone." He went toward Iver and observed Magus Erica for a moment. "It looks like she'll recover soon. Your plant magic has always been a wonder ever." "Ah, it's just a simple new spell," said Iver while continuously channeling plant healing magic through the cloth. Altus laughed. He turned his head to the monocle man and said, "Magister Leon, what has your investigation resulted in?" Altus looked thoughtful before responding. "It seems too much for the elves to come into one of our Magus Institutes deep in human territory just to chase an unidentified elf, right?" "We agree, Headmaster Altus. We suspect the elf who had been chased must be a person of importance, since the entity that came after was Ogis, the Red Demon," answered Magister Leon. Interesting. Is Ogis the one who fought our instructing Magi?" said Altus, looking at Minerva, Darius, as well as others, who appeared to be still injured based on how they had glowing bandages wrapped around on some parts of their bodies like Magus Erica. They appeared embarrassed because they unconsciously couldn't look straight into the headmaster's eyes, but Altus waved it off by saying, "Well, no need to feel ashamed. Fighting with the Red Demon with no casualty is already a feat by itself. About that, Altus, we do have some casualties. A few acolytes had died during the Quest Master Grom issues every year," said Iver, finally stopping his plant healing spell on Magus Erica. He took a seat afterwards. "AAO, poor children," Magister Leon spoke once more. "We also have a report that one of the surviving acolytes mentioned the elves had taken captive on one of our acolytes." Altus' brows furrowed and asked, "And why did they do that?" "We don't have information on that yet." The surviving girl acolyte who had shared this information didn't mention anything else other than finding the elf's corpse and escaping with one of our acolytes. Hence, we are dubious of the whole event. Altus stooped silence for a while, seemingly thinking of possibilities. After trying to make sense of things, he sighed and said, Magister Leon, please update me if you find new information. Magister Leon bowed and said, Understood, Headmaster Altus. We will inform you of any updates we find. After Magister Leon said his piece, his group of men in uniform walked out of the room and left. Headmaster Altus then turned to the Magi left and said, The war has arrived at the Academy's front doors, even though we are so far behind the war zone. I hope everyone can always remember to be cautious, but remember our main role is to instruct these new young acolytes. They are the future protectors of humankind. Headmaster Altus thought for a little while and continued, Tomorrow morning, I'd like to see those who are most talented among the first years. Yes, Headmaster Altus, they all replied at the same time before leaving Altus and Ivor. Altus stepped closer to Ivor and said, We rarely see these days. Ivor, how's your cultivation? Have you had any improvement? Ivor laughed to himself and replied, Not really, Altus. That's too bad. We need you on the front line, and if you have gone to the war like the others, you would have improved much faster, said Altus with a low voice. Ivor simply smiled and replied, You know everyone has their own purpose, Altus. Mine is here, in Elder's Respite. I've heard that Zenoia has been enlightened today. Is that true? Altus nodded and said, I hope she manages to break through as a supreme magus. That'll turn out to be the best for the sake of humanity. It was already late afternoon when he had returned to their private quarters, and the others weren't there with the exception of Julian. Emery sat by the table and waited for Julian to speak, who seemed to be in deep thought. Hey, welcome back, Emery. Can you tell me what your country is like? I've only heard and read the stories, but haven't had a chance to visit there yet, asked Julian, looking at the endless expanse of clouds covered with the orange tint of the setting sun by the window. What are the stories you've heard? Said Emery, drinking a glass of water. Well, to sum it up, the stories said that Britain is an undeveloped, barbarian country. Emery thought for a moment, then answered, Not sure about undeveloped, but a barbaric country description seems accurate. The two talked about Britons and Romans, about their cities, the mountains, culture, and the people. Whenever the topic was back to the Britons, Emery couldn't help but think of a certain woman, whom his heart pains every time. The room became silent as he also realized Julian was also deep in thought. You know, after all that I have seen the last 7 days, I realized our world is nothing compared to this one, let alone the other planets, which civilization also thrives. Rome is a huge empire, strong and powerful, but even if we put all the greatest minds, advancements, against the other worlds out there, I realize we're just a tiny, insignificant dot. The door hissed open with Clee walking in. She saw the boys talking. What are you boys talking about? You look so serious, she said with a cheerful tone. Chumo and Thrax soon followed. Chumo gave Emery a smile while Thrax said, Hey, good job, Emery. I just heard the news. Of course he'd succeeded. Never doubted him for a second, said Clee before finally noticing the new uniform Emery was wearing. She looked at him from head to toe. Is that the apprentice uniform from the Path of Crafting? Wow, it looks good on you! Here, here! The rest shouted. The atmosphere instantly became infectious with excitement. In the back of Emery's mind, he didn't like being assigned the support role. He had always wanted to be like his father, fighting on the front line. Considering his current skill set, though, he couldn't help but agree to what Julian had claimed. A support role would be the next best thing for him. Emery stared at Julian. Deep inside him, he also wished to be like him. Reliable, enthusiastic, and a passionate, radiating person. The way Julian spoke his mind on top of being charismatic somehow made Emery want to have a talent like Julian. He took a step back and observed this small gathering of people. Julian, Clee, Chumo, and even Thrax, the crudest of them all, were extraordinary individuals. He felt little of himself thinking these friends of his were high and above him, however. Was that a reason to shy away and lurk in the corner? Was that a reason to feel small and insignificant? No, it wasn't. Emery's heart began to pump harder as he joined the joyous atmosphere. He smiled and determinedly to strive, improve, and prove himself he was no longer that little boy hiding behind a cupboard. He swore to himself he'd be strong. Everyone, this is perfect timing, exclaimed Clee. Let's create a pact and treasure this moment. She grabbed a cup that had a thin stem and a V-shaped container. She poured wine into it and raised it up before taking a small knife and gently cut on her palm. The moment her palm bled, she made her blood drip into the cup and lay down the knife on the table. A blood oath. Ha ha! You are more interesting than I thought. Julian whipped the knife and did the same thing. He laid down on the table and said to Thrax, "What about you, uncultured barbarian?" Humpiff, a cup with a pig's blood in it. I guess that doesn't sound too bad, said Thrax. Oh, you better enjoy it. That's the only blood you'll get from me, Julian said, after Thrax did the same thing. The two were back again arguing, but joyous air remained the same. Chumo silently followed suit as well as Emery, the last. Let's make an oath to friendship, said Klee. Julian raised the cup and added, I would like to add strength to protect our world. What do you think? Everyone nodded. Klee then continued, I have opened up every path, which is in the sky and which is on earth. I am noble, I am a spirit, I am equipped. Oh, all you gods and all you spirits, prepare a path for us. Klee sipped from the cup and passed it on to Emery, who also drank, and then to next. The cup traveled from one hand to the other, and when they were all done, Emery promised to himself to never forget this moment forever. He now had brothers and a sister in bonds. They finished the rest of the night with jokes and laughter until Emery's body and mind finally forced him to rest. Tomorrow morning was the last day. They all would meet at the Magus Academuntal next time. 10,000 acolytes filled the ground in front of the purple glowing tower. It was crowded with various youngsters. Some were taller by more than a head and some were smaller, half the size of an average teenager. Some even have horns and tails, however. They were all in fact humans. In the middle of the crowd, Emery scouted the surrounding and found a particular woman with pale skin, long hair reaching just below her bottom and snake-like eyes. He approached her and said, Hey, Silva, good to see you here. Emery was quite sure he had seen her smiling at first glance, but instantly returned to her usual demeanor. Of course I am here. What kind of a question is that? She said, looking away from him. Ha! Sorry, I'd like to introduce you to my friends, he replied. Friends? She asked, tilting her head. He looked behind him only to realize he had gotten separated with the others. I wonder if anyone would like to be friends with you. You will become a problem to them. Ha! I probably am, Emery answered, scratching his head. Silva appeared as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. She shook her head and said, Please don't stand near me too much. I don't want to get your bad luck rubbing off me again. Before Emery could answer, a soft hand grabbed his arm and the beautiful black-haired, bronze-skinned beauty was there. There you are. What are you doing here? Asked Klee. Oh, perfect timing. Let me introduce you to a friend I met the other day. This is a fellow acolyte from our class. Silva is her name. I was with her during the incident I told you yesterday morning, Emery replied. Ah, so it's you. Thank you for helping, Emery. My name's Klee. Surprisingly, Silva only gave a nod and didn't reply. The air between the three suddenly became awkward, so he knew he had to do something. Before he could break the ice, however, Klee started dragging him back to his group. Okay, nice to know you, Silva. Let's go, Emery. The others are waiting for us. Chumo found a place where we can see the podium better. Klee pulled Emery away from Silva, who now had her back facing them. They arrived at a slightly elevated ground and reunited with Julian, Chumo, and Thrax. Good, you're here. It's going to start soon, said Julian, pointing with his chin at the numerous magi standing on the podium above a giant row of stairs. Just like the first day, an old man with a white beard and walking stick stood in front with his eyes seemingly close. Headmaster Altus opened his eyes, and the whole area became surrounded with an overbearing pressure. The chattering of the first-year acolytes stopped at once, and they all twisted their necks in the direction of the old man. Headmaster Altus struck the floor he was standing on, and his booming voice entered everyone's mind. I would like to congratulate everyone who has finished their first year in our Magus Academy. After speaking, a large crystal-like object floated above the podium and listed names of people that had a corresponding number on the SED, ranking from 1 to 100. These are the rankings of the top 100 acolytes based on the information provided by the symbol on your palms. It showed us the growth of each individual in the past 7 days, Headmaster Altus said. Klee gasped as her field of view showed a notification of her ranking. I'm ranked 91. Rank 91 gets this many contribution points. How much do you think the top 10 gets? Exclaimed Klee. The giant crystal showed the names as well as the acolyte ranking of the top 5 people in large writings. 1. Zach Acolyte, rank 52. Trish Acolyte, rank 53. Akira Acolyte rank 54, Tobias Acolyte rank 55. Vita Acolyte rank 4, the headmaster continued our Magus Academy, not only rewards those who have talent in the elements, but also rewards those who have talent in the path of combat. The names in the crystal shifted to the side, while another set of names on the opposite side. Some names overlapped, indicating that person both had talent in the elements and physical combat. 1. Damien Acolyte rank 42. Tori Acolyte rank 43. Fixton Acolyte rank 34. Vita Acolyte rank 45. Zurui Acolyte rank 3. Emery read the names and was impressed at those who had managed to break through rank 5 and rank 4 on both lists. As far as he knew, all youths here were of the same age, and they were all talented, unlike how he had struggled to break through to rank 2. It wasn't only Emery who shared the sentiment, but the other students too. They were in particular staring at the sole name that reached the top 5 Vita. Yes! I got it, Thrax roared, lifting his fists in the air. Good for you! What's your rank? Klee asked while searching for Thrax's name. 99, Thrax proudly said. Ha! You just barely passed. That's all, said Julian, smirking. Oh yeah, then what rank are you, Roman? Probably at the bottom 100, I presume. Thrax laughed as he placed his fists on his hip. No way. I never mind. Julian didn't continue after that and decided to stay quiet after checking his rank through the symbol on his hand. From the looks of it, his ranking was probably not that great. The acolytes that managed to reach the top 10 were then called to the podium and given a special reward. After that, the giant floating crystal again shifted its list and showed a couple of names. This time, they were names of people who failed the first test. Emery read the name Fatty. It is, however, sad to see some of you didn't make it. As for those who have passed, I hope all of you will work even harder than you have this year. We are looking forward to having you back. Emery's mind was on a different topic, though. Fatty being in the mouth of that monster and Topper's melting face. From the way Headmaster Altus had spoken of them, it seemed like dying in the world of Magi was a more common occurrence than his world. If so, then he had to make sure he wouldn't be just a number in the years he would be here. Hey, aren't the names of the people you worked with are listed there? A voice said next to him. He turned around and saw Silva walking toward him. Silva. Oh, yes. Fatty is a first year like me. He's on the list. Emery confusedly stared at Silva. What are you looking at? I only came here because this spot has a better view, Silva said. He tried to remember the view from where Silva was and this. For Emery, there were no differences. They all served the same purpose anyway. The 4 people finally noticed Silva's presence as she talked to Emery. Aren't you the person who had the highest battle and spirit power in the class examination? Said Thrax, scanning Silva from head to toe. Right, Silva. These are my friends that I wanted to introduce to you. We're all from the same world. Emery presented them one by one and mentioned the same thing he had mentioned to Klee earlier to the others. Julian appeared friendly as usual, Chumo still silent as ever. Klee, though, didn't seem to be herself as she joined Chumo in silence. Thrax, however, approached Silva and said, I wish to challenge you to battle sometime. Silva crossed her arms and said, all of you came from a lower world. You should worry about surviving there before wishing to fight me, Thrax answered confidently. Ha! With the strength that I have right now, no one in my country can defeat me. Silva placed a palm on her forehead before sighing. You people don't know anything, care to enlighten us with your wisdom then? Said Klee. Just watch. You'll soon see, Silva said. After hearing Silva's mysterious remarks, Emery instinctively felt things wouldn't be good for them. And at the moment he thought of that, Headmaster Altus raised his staff and an energy glowed brightly. Almost every youth's palm burned, but it didn't last long. Emery focused on the symbol on his hand and read over his status. Emery's field of view was hijacked with a large notification that said the following confused. He looked at the others only to find out they had the same expression. Emery, are you seeing this too? Restriction has been placed, asked Julian, dumbfounded. Emery nodded as well as Chumo, Thrax, and Klee. They all allowed the same information to be shown to each other. Both their spirit and battle power had been drastically reduced. What is going on? A youth from the crowd asked. What is this? I can't even cast a spell, cried Klee, waving her hand and repeatedly reciting the names of her spells. Silva, on the other hand, looked unperturbed. What is going on, Silva? Emery asked. Silva sighed, seemingly not interested in explaining at all, but did so anyway. Acolytes that arrive here from a lower world have always been given a powerful restriction spell upon their return. Why? What for? Emery pressed the question. I don't know nor care enough to know the whole reason behind it, but from what I've heard, it's to ensure balance of the Acolytes' world once they return. After all, they don't want a civilization to advance too rapidly with the help of other world civilizations. Silva lifted her hand and was able to make roots grow like the one from her entangle spell. How are you? Silva cut off Klee mid-sentence and said, since I come from a higher realm, I am not affected by the restriction spells. As for you all, the rules are different. From what I've heard, though, you may still cast the spell, at least part of it, as long as you have full mastery over it. Julian raised his voice from his otherwise calm demeanor. Bullshit! Everything here is beyond our world. If that is the case, ours will be a lower world for who knows how long! Watch your tongue, Silva said. Her cold stare brought goosebumps to everyone in her surrounding. If you don't like what you're hearing, take it upon the headmaster yourself, she added. Emery was surprised just as everyone. This was a first for them to see Julian lash out like that. So, sorry about that, Silva. Can you tell us more about what you know? Emery interjected. Emery and his friends did gain some items during the past 7 days in the Magus Academy, and these items would surely be beneficial to bring back. He had the 6 green essence potions left in his bag, but since he had convinced himself it wasn't his anyway, it would be best for him not to carry it around. Emery wanted to ask a few more questions when Headmaster Altus Drayden tapped his wooden stick once again. The purple tower behind the old man glowed magnificently while he said, in lieu of the rules given by the government to the Academy, all acolytes from the lower worlds have been given restriction. Be wary of the restriction that has been placed for you, since there are punishments if you decide not to follow the rules in place. This is for your own good, the world, and humankind. Emery felt an unusual trust toward the speaking headmaster. He wasn't sure if it was due to a spell or the old man's powerful aura. The moment this old man said a single word, all complaints from the fuming acolytes came to a halt, and all was silent once more. The headmaster continued speaking. Remember to always be diligent in improving your understanding of the elements. You will all be sent back in a short hole, and I will see you all back next year. Julian appeared to have calmed down now, but the way he had his fist clenched said otherwise. He asked, Silva, how can we end this restriction? She ignored Julian, which made Emery butt in, making her finally answer Julian's inquiry. Didn't you hear me in the headmaster earlier? Sigh. If you really are determined, then it'll be after you reach a certain rank in the academy, or until your realm is stronger than the spell itself. Julian deeply breathed out and released his fist. Both he and Emery thanked Silva for providing valuable knowledge. Ha! Just make sure you return next year and return the favor, she said to Emery just before her body glowed, and a blinding beam of light struck her directly from the sky. Emery opened his eyes, and Silva was no longer there. It didn't take long for the same thing to occur at the other acolytes around them. Some appeared scared, but some relaxed. This must be the transportation method, so Emery thought this was the time to say goodbye. He stared at his 4 friends, Julian, Thrax, Chumo, and Klee. He said as he waved his hand, take care, guys. We will see each other next year. The same ray of light first struck his hand. A buzzing sound rang in his ears. He felt his whole body floating, and then the large beam of light struck his whole being. Shortly after, Emery opened his eyes. The blue sky entered his vision as the musky smell of the grass and earth entered his nostrils. The rustling of the trees, the rushing river current beside him all welcomed him back. I have finally returned, he said. It was a refreshing feeling as some birds overhead flew down and landed on Emery's shoulder. The past 7 days, indeed, was just surreal to consider, however. The almost transparent circle with a vertical strike-through line on his palm told him otherwise. He focused his thoughts on the symbol, and what happened next confirmed everything had indeed happened. He remembered Gwen's coming of age was in the early summer, and the fateful night was the next day. After returning, though, it seemed like a couple of months already passed, or maybe a year. He didn't know, but he would surely have to ask someone later. Emery finally noticed his clothes. It was still the same clothing he had worn before he had been transported. Oddly enough, though, it was squeaky clean. Taking his mind off irrelevant questions, he followed the river upstream, passed through the grove of trees, and arrived at whatever was left of the burned-down Ambrose estate. There were some structures barely standing, but all that was left were rubble and soot and ashes. The whole place was deserted except for the black crows and burned corpses of the peasants who were being consumed by terrible insects. Emery didn't cover his nose nor hide his face. He vowed to remember all of this and paint it deep in his mind. He walked past where the smithy, the bakery, the inn, and the stable should have been. Finally, he arrived at the elevated portion where the Ambrose estate had stood proudly, and like the others, it was burned to the ground. The rubble were everywhere. Emery passed by the burnt and rotting corpses of his family's servants, guards, and knights totaling 12 people. At the section of the house where the cellar was, a burnt pillar blocked his way. That didn't stop him, though, from putting all of his strength and successfully moving it to the side enough for 2 people to fit. There, he saw it, the remains of his father surrounded by a couple marauders' corpses. In silence, Emery picked up a cloth from the cupboard where he had hid and wrapped his father's rigid body with it. It took Emery a couple of minutes before being able to successfully make sure every part of the body was covered. Then, Emery carried him with his back, taking small little steps and making sure his father's head wouldn't hit the pillar he had moved earlier. He got out of the cellar, but was already sweating big droplets from his forehead. Emery didn't care, though, as he continued heading toward the yard not far from where the house was. In that quiet place, a headstone already stood. It read, "Dearest wife, mother of Ambrose Emery," slowly put down his father's corpse before the headstone. He said, "Mother, I believe father is by your side, now. He had missed you a lot. Whenever he talked about you, his eyes glowed. I remember him telling me you were the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and when your eyes met for the first, he had known it was you he wanted to be with forever. He loved you so dearly, and the result of your love for each other bore fruit through me. I don't blame you. Here I am right now, before you, wishing both of you eternal happiness with your reunion." He hadn't noticed it, but tears were rolling down on his way here. Emery lifted the shovel he had dragged from the cellar and started digging a hole beside his mother's headstone. He went into the hole first before pulling his father's body and making it fall on him. He crawled out of the way and climbed back up, careful not to step any part of his deceased father. Slowly, Emery filled the hole and buried his father. "Father, I will make you proud. You and mother are watching over me from the beyond, and I hope both of you will see that I am not that weak boy anymore." Emery then placed a pile of smooth rock he had found by the river on top of his father's burial ground. After that, he again dug 12 more holes in the side yard and began burying the bodies of the residents of the Ambrose estate. Even though they might be just servants, in Emery's eyes, they were like his uncles and aunts and friends and teachers. The sky on the horizon was turning orange when he had finished. He knew he couldn't stay in this place, but he looked for whatever was left in the burnt mansion and found a small axle and a knife. Nothing of value remained in the rubble, otherwise. Emery was getting ready to leave when the hooves of horses started getting nearer. He didn't move on the spot, though, and waited for it to arrive. 2 horsemen approached him, and one of them said, "Ha! That's the boy, all right! I told you he's still alive!" the other said. Emery had his back facing them, but he could recognize these 2 were the marauders chasing him that night. "So, little boy, care to tell us where you've been? Probably hiding with the damned Croutons, weren't you? Kick, we've waited too long, but the boss will be happy. Come on, let's not waste more time. My crotch is itching for the newly arrived whores." Emery turned to face them and took out a wooden axe from his waist, his eyes cold. Emery listened intently to every word they said, but all he had gotten was that their master was male. The rest were about women and money. He needed to find out who and why they had massacred everyone in the place he had called home. Picking up a stone from the ground, Emery threw it to the noisy marauder and hit straight the forehead. The companion laughed and said, "Wah-ha-ha, you got hit by a boy. Look at you bleeding, ha-ha-ha." The first marauder punched the other and said, "I'll kill you for laughing at me." "Huh, do you want to fight here, and hey, are the 2 of you just going to stand there, or what?" Emery exclaimed. The 2 stopped what they were doing and watched Emery before looking back at themselves and started laughing again. "Wow, look! The boy is raring for a fight. Are you sure this is the boy we are looking for?" "The boy I knew ran away crying so fast like a headless chicken. Ha-ha-ha! True. Well, it don't matter, though. I'd rather bring back a wrong head than going back empty." Emery stayed silent, waiting for the marauders to make a move. He already had them riled up, the initiative was his, and he was no longer the same person he was 7 days ago. It was better that they underestimated him. And even though these two brutes were surely nothing compared to the orcs, when he held up his axe, only then he noticed his grip was trembling. The two people saw how Emery's axe was shaking and laughed even louder. The bleeding marauder stepped forward and grasped a butcher's knife from the horse. He said, "I'll take care of the boy, you just stay there and make sure he doesn't run." "Whatever, make it quick," said the other one. "Come here, boy. I'll make you wish you were never born." Emery's whole body was now shaking. He held the axe's handle with both hands and took a deep breath. After breathing out, the trembling stopped, and he came to a realization. He made a wicked smile along with the heavy pounding of his heart against his chest. He wasn't afraid, rather he was too excited to get revenge for the people he had just buried. "Smiling, are you now? Then let's see if you'll smile after this." The marauder dashed forward, but so did Emery. Surprised by Emery's speed, the marauder barely dodged the incoming axe, causing him to stagger. The marauder's face was full of shock. Emery's speed, arm strength seemed no less than him. In fact, the boy was even slightly faster and stronger than him. An adult, full-grown man. "Boy, how? Hey, stop playing around. It's getting dark soon. I want them whores." The marauder facing Emery simply stayed silent. Of course, he'd be too ashamed to ask for help against a 15-year-old scrawny boy. His expression now turned serious and used two hands to push with all his strength against Emery's axe, making them jump back at the same time. He charged once more and put his full weight behind the butcher's knife, but the boy was able to parry every slash he made. "Since you're taking your sweet time, I'll just take a piss." "Be back in a bit. Just shout when you're finished playing with the kid," the marauder's companion said, heading toward a tree. The marauder, whose forehead now stopped bleeding, popped a vein and bled again, looking more pissed than earlier. Emery noticed how this man opened his mouth, but refused to say anything again. The man in front of him was no stronger than a level 2 training puppet by the combat institution. Even though he could tell there were many gaps in the marauder's attack and he could end this farce earlier, unfortunately, he was holding an axe wherein he had no experience, unlike using a sword. When this marauder's companion went behind the tree, Emery knew he had to end this now than later. After all, there were 2 threats and Emery already had his hands full with just one. If the other one finally realized how his friend was actually having a hard time against him, it would be the end of Emery. Emery calmed himself and recalled the level 3 swordsmanship, along with the lessons from his father. Fully focused, Emery could see each movement and predict his opponent's next step. He dodged out of the way, and then blood splattered on the ground. The marauder shouted, for his sword hand was cut off by a boy. "So you're finished having fun, are you?" The marauder's companion returned. His whole attention was solely on adjusting his pants. "You shitter! Help me, damn it!" the marauder roared while gripping his handless arm with the other. Emery swiftly picked up the fallen sword and thrust it in between the man's chest and shoulder. "Asshole! Get over here and kill this son of a ah!" Emery twisted the blade. He said, "Stay there, or I'll end his life." The marauder's companion finally realized what was going on as he stared in disbelief at the situation. The surprise didn't last, though, as he responded with a smile, so the boy got lucky. "I can't believe you lost against a milk drinker, brother. I'm telling you, he's stop I say or I'll cut his head off." "Kid, I don't believe you. You ain't have the guts." "Asshole! Get over here and kill this son of a ah!" He twisted the pierced blade in between the marauder's chest and shoulder. Emery said with a cold voice to the marauder's companion, who was withdrawing a sword from the horse, "Stay there, or I'll kill him." So, the boy got lucky. "I can't believe you lost against a milk drinker, brother," said the marauder, not even hesitating to walk closer. "Stop, I said, or I'll cut his head off." "Kid, I don't believe you." "You ain't have the guts," said the marauder's companion with a wicked smile. "You fucker, I'll get you for this." "Grah! Stop, please! No more!" begged the kneeling marauder. "Come on, I dare you." The marauder's companion again challenged Emery. As Emery heard how the other continued pleading, he became hesitant. Emery convinced himself he needed to know who was the person that ordered the massacre on the Ambrose estate. He had to be ruthless, he had to be strong to keep inflicting pain and kill this man, but in the back of his head, he knew that was just an excuse. Even though he had killed an orc, it was akin to slaying an animal in self-defense. But this was killing a helpless human. He stopped twisting the blade. "Tell me who sent you." he demanded the kneeling marauder. Just as I thought. A kid acting tough. Let me show you how to cut a head. He then threw a knife, which Emery barely dodged, and a sword at his friend who was kneeling. Pick it up, you moron! Emery turned over the axe's blunt side and struck Marauder's helmet, rendering him unconscious. Fighting with two adult marauders was something he wouldn't be able to deal with right now. He pulled out the sword and got ready to parry the incoming blow from the charging marauder. Your kind don't belong in this world, Cruden! Die! Emery blocked the attack and started clashing with the marauder. His fighting capability had indeed doubled using a sword, however. This man was actually more adept in sword fight than the previous man. After exchanging blows several times, both jumped back and the marauder's companion expression turned serious. How is this possible? The disbelief on his face, however, was immediately replaced with a mad smile. Don't matter, though. A kid who won't take a life doesn't worry me one bit. He charged again, and this time his slashes were getting wilder. Emery blocked and attacked in return, taking advantage of wide gaps he could see in the timing of the marauder's swings. He managed to wound the man in several body parts, however. The raging slashes didn't stop, and finally Emery was starting to get pushed back. Emery hastily twisted his body, but blood still splashed onto the ground. Did you have a wonderful dream, brother? Said the marauder. The burning pain on Emery's lower back was starting to throb as he stared at the now conscious marauder. If he still hesitated and wouldn't strike a decisive blow soon, then his life would be over. Emery breathed out again and steeled himself. It was his turn to throw the small axe in his other hand at the skillful marauder and charge at the same time. He ran past the still dazed marauder and issued a faint slash, which the other one fell for, before letting out a spinning technique and stabbed with the knife he had been keeping on his waist. The skillful marauder weakly raised his sword and tried to hack Emery one more time, but he obviously missed while grabbing his bleeding neck. He started convulsing, blood dripping from his mouth, when Emery tilted the knife one last time. The marauder coughed blood on Emery's before falling on the ground. Emery wiped his face and heard the remaining marauder fastening steps. Emery quickly parried and then counter-slashed that heavily wounded the man. This attack makes Emery's wound become worse and Emery's cough up blood. Emery walked to the man in a hunched manner and pointed the sword at him. He said, "Speak, or I'll slay you right now." "Please, please. I don't know anything," cried the marauder. "You're lying." "Tell the truth and I'll let you live." Was it the fan tumor? Emery roared. This was the only explanation he could come up with. Everything pointed to the pig noble, but Emery needed proof. "I swear on my life, my lord." "I truly don't know. We were just following the order of our chief. If anyone knows, it's him." "Then who is your chief? Where is he?" "The chief's name is Padraig. Please let me go. I've told you all I know." "I'll work an honest trade and leave this kingdom," the marauder said as he started crawling. Emery raised his sword when a shock of pain erupted from his lower back, making him drop the sword. He watched the marauder, who was now a couple of feet away, heading toward one of the horses. The marauder got up, grabbed one of the harnesses, when his back was slashed before dropping dead on the earth. Emery made his second kill. He inherently didn't want to, but did he really have a choice? Was there really any assurance that this marauder would live an honorable life, not return to his chief, and tell him he was still alive? Emery had no answer. All he knew was that there were still people looking for him and wanted him dead. Emery first wrapped his lower back with a cloth he had taken from the bag the horse was carrying. There was nothing much of value inside it. Emery then rode the horse and proceeded to leave the area. He then realized his wounds are deeper than he thought. His vision was blurring, and he was starting to feel cold. If Emery can get past this, he was determined next time not to hesitate to kill his opponent. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Stupid, stupid beyond help. "You are naive, kid," whispered a familiar voice in Emery's mind. Emery wanted to lift his head, but it felt like his world was spinning. He responded, "I feel like I know you. Please, help me." "I have helped you once, but not this time. You need to learn. Whether you die right now, it's all up to chance," replied the voice. "Who are you?" Emery asked. But the voice was silent until he fell from the horse's back and hit the ground. In the back of his mind, he thought to himself that this was the end for him, that he would have died for nothing and returned to nothingness. The thought, however, was subverted as he could someone's arm lifting him up. He tried to open his eyes, but all was a blur, vaguely seeing a silhouette of a man. There was another voice the per hear that was all Emery could hear before he finally lost consciousness. Someone had found him. He fell into darkness once more. He couldn't move, but could feel someone rubbing his arm with a lukewarm cloth. Emery couldn't tell how much time had passed, and when he awoke, he first saw the rounded ceiling. Moving his eyes around, he realized he was in a house made with straw and wood. He then smelled a strong medicinal herb entering his nostrils. He tried to sit up, but a stinging pain reverberated throughout all his body, making him groan. "Granny, he is awake," said a young man entering the room. "Indeed he has." "It seems the ancestral gods still have plans for him," said the old wrinkled woman while stirring a cauldron, presumably where the scent of herbs came from. "What's your name?" the young man asked. However, Emery didn't speak. "Looks like he's still confused, Granny. Leave him be for now, Lanzo." "He needs more rest," said the old woman as she placed down a green paste on the side. She patted Emery's head before gently saying, There, you're going to be fine." The old woman then had Lanzo lift Emery to the side. She examined Emery's wound and rubbed the green paste on it. Emery groaned once more. "The ancestral gods seem to have favored you with a healthy and strong body for your age. You should be better in a few days," said the granny. "Now lay him back gently, Lanzo." After Emery had been laid down on his back, he opened his parched throat and roughly said, "Thank you." On Emery's fourth day, he was able to move, but still not as lively as before. He limply got out of the hut with a walking stick and breathed in the fresh air of the settlement, filled with similar rounded huts made with straw and wood. Emery walked around, hoping to get his energy back soon. According to Lanzo, there were about 20 adults living here aside from the small children. Lanzo mentioned that the name of this settlement was Mitcher, which somewhat rang a bell in Emery's memory. It should be one of the few hundred small settlements south of Lioness Kingdoms near the Ambrose estate. Emery continued strolling in the settlements and talked with the locals doing some crafts outside their huts. He asked various stuff, trying to make small talk, and surprisingly no one asked for his origins. When afternoon arrived, he finally understood why. A crowd was gathering in front of Granny's house because the local hunters had brought another injured person they had found in the woods. Based on how the injured man's clothes appeared, he wasn't a local, and like Emery, the wrinkled old woman took the person in. As it turned out, Granny was also called a healer, a druid. Quite often the residents of the neighboring settlements or the hunters in the woods would bring an injured or sick person to her, so the locals of this settlement were used to not asking many questions since the person being healed would usually leave anyway after they had fully recovered. Emery entered Granny's residence. She was preparing a new batch of medicine when Emery remembered that Lanzo went away this morning to gather more herbs in the forest. "Is there anything I can do to help, Granny?" asked Emery. "Ah, yes, dear. Could you kindly find me a couple of purple leaves from the herb garden? It's just a few walk beyond the large tree behind the hut. The dried ones here won't work for this man." Emery nodded. "Bring me the purple back leaves. It should be easy to spot with its large green leaves in the front, but its stem and back are colored purple. Get me dozens of them, will you, dear?" "I understand, Granny," replied Emery, as he walked out of the hut limping with his walking stick. Repay kindness with kindness, one of the lessons his father had instilled in him. Emery went behind the hut, and not long after, he found the large tree in question. Behind the tree was a small garden filled with various types of plants. Granny said it would be easy to spot, but Emery hadn't seen one before. He looked around, spending a good few minutes until he found a plant with a purple stem. He turned it over, and to confirm its back was also purple when the symbol on his palm slightly glowed, sending a notification in his mind. A list of the plant's properties, functions, and how to use it appeared in Emery's field of view. His field of view was filled with a list of the herb's properties. Emery hadn't expected that a spell from the Magus world would be activated here. Even though he hadn't practiced this spell, Emery guessed it was probably due to this spell being exclusive to the Apothecary Institute, and full understanding of it wasn't necessary. He looked over the list and became astounded. With this knowledge and spell, Emery could find out the characteristics of a plant and the possible combination of recipes by finding some common ground. Emery wanted to use this more, but as of the moment, he had a more urgent priority. He carefully plucked a dozen of purple back leaves heart flower and carried it back to Granny, who was stirring the boiling cauldron. She asked him to grind the leaves in between two rocks until it was like a paste. Once Emery was done, he watched Granny scoop the paste, mixed it with the hot water, and applied it on the injured man. She said to Emery, "Thank you, dear. That's it for now. The rest are up to the gods." Emery took his leave, went back to the garden, and started examining the plants one by one. He touched a small blackberry, but the symbol didn't react. He plucked it from the stem. Still nothing. Trying to remember what he had done, he realized had been focusing intently while looking for the plant. This time, Emery cleared his thoughts and put his full attention on the plant. The symbol glowed, and it said Emery, then tried to examine the orange mushroom growing on a tree bark on the ground. There was another mushroom that was all white. There appeared to be some plants despite how advanced the world where the Magus Academy was. But at the same time, Emery tried to understand how large the worlds were. There were other civilizations aside from theirs, so it was half expected. The following information that emerged from the tattoo took Emery by surprise. Getting excited at the prospect of how many contribution points he could possibly get and the prospect of learning alchemy while not at the Magus Academy, Emery continued examining more plants. He believed that if he explored, he could get more contribution points, and these points could be used as capital to compete with other students at Magus Academy. A couple of minutes had passed, and so far, he had found at least 10 plants that were not on the so-called database. He also learned more about the plants and began to have ideas which ones were possibly compatible. After all the herbs had been examined, Emery went deeper into the woods and kept on touching whatever his hands could get on. Emery spent the entire afternoon and evening circling the forest and examining the trees and plants, but didn't make any more contribution points. It seemed that all the plants of value were already being grown in the garden. Not going to lie, he was indeed a bit disappointed, however, not discouraged. Britannia was so big that Emery believed there were still so many undiscovered plants. How many more would that be if he traveled further, for example, Rome? The possibilities were close to endless. The following day, the old lady mentioned he was recovering at an amazing pace. So, to return her kindness, Emery spent most of his time helping the old woman. It felt like he was back in his childhood days, wandering the forest, sowing and growing plants in the herb garden, and doing some alchemy. It was tiring and exciting for him. Emery, though, didn't forget to be more mindful this time. There were still people searching for him. Padraig, the chief of the marauders that attacked his home. Hence, if he didn't have to, he liked to keep to himself and not interact too much with the locals other than Lanzo and Granny. He continued learning alchemy from the old lady, understanding the spell and cultivating his understanding of the elements, specifically the plant element. Based on the last battle, he realized the battle power he had still wasn't sufficient to protect him. Rather, it was highly lacking. He needed spells to give him more of an advantage in case a fight breaks out, even if only a part of it would be available. Day after day of doing activities related to plants somehow deepened his understanding of the plant element. A week had passed when Emery finally had a breakthrough. After that breakthrough, Emery began to see the plants differently. Whenever he interacted with them, a faint energy seemed to flow in different parts of the plants. Finally, Emery can start to experience magic. At this moment, he wondered about his 4 friends from the academy. On the night of a full moon, hundreds of maids and thousands of warriors had been gathered in a wide field of the royal palace. A ceremony was about to be held before a pagoda shrine. The drums started beating, and then a number of armored men wielding thin swords along with veiled women started a dance in front of the shrine. On the left side, there was a row of stairs leading to a balcony filled with cascading decorated chairs as well as lit lanterns. The royal family and ministers sat in accordance to their ranks, and some of the chairs were still empty, in particular the grandest chair that had the design of a golden dragon. On the opposite side of them was another balcony where dozens of shrine maidens as well as several eunuchs wearing white silk robes. The drum beat its last, and the dancing stopped when the booming bell was struck with the hanging log held by another eunuch. A woman dressed in a beautiful, silky white dress wearing a large veil came before the shrine that looked like a 3-story pagoda and kneeled. The moment she kneeled, the 2 large pots sitting on the sides of the shrine burst out a large flame. She got up and walked to the right to make way for a man wearing a black and gold overextended hat. He wore a red and gold robe that strikingly more grandeur than anyone present. When the man arrived before the shrine, he put his hands together in a palm and fist before kneeling down. He raised his arms wide open and said, "Gods of the heavens, earth, wind, and water, I, the ruler of the prosperous kingdom of Dongbayu, give thanks for the 4 seasons, the fertility of the crops, and the people. We owe you our blessed lands and offer a humble sacrifice to show our gratitude. Please give us another bountiful and protect Dongbayu's people for years to come." Everyone shouted, and the joyous festivity once more came alive. The drums started beating again, the dancers were back in front of the shrine, and food was coming out of the kitchen to be served at the numerous tables laid down inside and outside of the courtyard. The man in royal attire made his way up the flight of stairs on the left balcony and sat on the grandest chair. Tonight was a Thanksgiving festival in Dongbayu. As the feast was occurring, the man in red finally noticed someone amiss. "My queen, where is Chumo?" he asked the woman wearing a red and gold dress sitting beside him. "It seems he has left the royal palace once again, Your Majesty." "No one can find him?" she replied. "Probably having fun with the commoners again." He laughed. The night went on, and after everyone had their fill, the king took his leave along with the queen. The handmaidens slid open the royal chambers, and the king and queen went inside. "It's a sacred day. Let us discuss this no further," said the king while 2 handmaidens were removing his heavy robes. "But Your Majesty, Chumo is a brat. It's unbefitting of him to act this way," she replied, also being stripped down, revealing a white dress underneath. "My queen, he's still my son, a prince, even if he was born from a concubine. He can do anything he wants." "Why are you that displeased with him?" asked the king, now in his casual robes. "He's rude, spoiled, and incompetent. He acts as if he is a commoner. Then you shouldn't be worried since he wouldn't pose a threat to Diso or Yumpo for the crown." The queen stopped speaking when footsteps neared the royal chambers. "Your Majesty, Prince Diso and Prince Yumpo wish for an audience," said a eunuch behind the sliding door. "I'll meet them in the royal hall." "As you wish, Your Majesty," the eunuch replied, walking away. The king then headed toward the royal hall. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the 2 princes, along with a number of troops and ministers, and a disheveled-looking Chumo. "Father, he's a disgrace to the crown." After disappearing for more than a week, a servant found him sleeping in the wine room earlier. Chumo appeared confused. He had indeed been secretly sipping some wine before he had been transported to the Magus Academy. He tried to explain about him being in a different world, but no words came out of his mouth. He tried to say the same thought again and again, but he looked like a fool. Hence, in the end, Chumo made up a story that made no sense, wherein a lot of the ministers started whispering to themselves. "He's a drunkard, father." "Look at him," said Diso, the crown prince. "He reeks of alcohol too," said Yumpo, the second prince, covering his nose. "I am not drunk, father. I confess that I had been drinking some wine, but—" "Silence!" the king roared. "Bring me my sword!" The murmuring grew louder while the queen and 2 princes exchanged knowing glances. The king received a sword and pointed it at Chumo. "Your Majesty, please calm down," said Chumo's mother, who had arrived barging in. Chumo couldn't bear the look of disappointment in his father's eyes. He kneeled before the king and bowed his head, almost touching the floor. Inside him, he indeed felt guilty as he could also hear the whispering. He knew that a punishment was long due along with other things that he had done before, but his father had managed to give some excuse one way or another. Tonight, however, was an important night. Chumo steeled himself, ready to accept whatever punishment would be given, his life included, when the king threw the sword down beside Chumo and said, "Why, you are banished. Take this sword and never set foot here again until you have brought enough honor to the crown." "No, please, Your Majesty, I beg that you reconsider," said Chumo's mother, also kneeling on the ground. "That is my final decision," said the king, and Chumo couldn't help but notice the slight shaking of his father's voice at the end. After hearing the command, the queen and her 2 sons, the princes, had a big smile on their faces. Chumo bowed deeper in silence with all his heart, worshipping his father. He then got up and walked out of the palace with his mother. Once they were out of the royal palace's gate, he said to his mother, "I am sorry for bringing shame to you. I'll definitely return and bring back honor for you. My dear son, all I care about is your happiness. Don't worry about me. I am worried for you. I didn't allow you to learn martial arts and forbade you from showing off your intelligence so you won't have to be involved in the court's politics. But it seems that I was wrong, said his crying mother. Chumo understood all of that, but he didn't actually know whether to feel happy or depressed. On one side of his thoughts, this punishment was like a freedom from all of the rules in the royal palace, which made him feel confined. Not being able to see his two stepbrothers and the queen, who always found a way to make his life difficult one way or another, was also nice. On the other hand, he indeed felt filial piety toward his father, but what laid heavy on his heart was his mother. She may be a concubine of the king, but without him there, he somewhat feared what the queen and her two sons would do to his mother. He gave her a salute and a hug before heading out of the palace. This wasn't the first time he stepped outside alone, so he wasn't a bit worried, because he had spent 7 days at the Magus Academy and had gained some insight in battling. He took one last look at the royal palace, while holding the sword his father gave him. Back in the royal palace, Chumo's father was pacing left and right in his study, half doubting the decision he had made. Even though he wore the crown, the queen and the two princes' supporters were too influential to excuse Chumo against such solid evidence. He was about to get out of his study when the door slid open and a woman wearing white dress came inside. Shrine Priestess Yaomiel, what's wrong? Can it not wait for tomorrow? Forgive my rudeness, your majesty, but the reason for my arrival is urgent. Speak. I was praying in the shrine when I received a vision of a black three-legged bird flying away from the Dombayu kingdom. Do you know what it means? Is it a blessing or a curse? Forgive me, your majesty, for I do not know the answer. What is certain, however, is that this is a sign of a big change in our kingdom. After the shrine priestess had left, the king fell into deep thought. The Dombayu kingdom was actually under the control of the Han dynasty for several decades now, even though they had retained the rights to govern themselves. Could the big change be referring to them finally breaking away from their overlord? That was the only thing he could think, but after considering it, he thought it impossible. The Han dynasty was a powerful country that was the overlord of many other nations aside the Dombayu kingdom. He gave it a few more thoughts, but couldn't come up with a conclusion. Never it had occurred to him that the prince he had just banished would make waves in the future. In the last 400 years, Rome had expanded from a city of just 3 square miles to a superpower of over 720,000 square miles, stretching from Africa to Asia Minor. Rome had become the most powerful state in the East Mediterranean, for they had conquered everything west of Greece and began to expand even further than that. All citizens of Rome were driven by the desire to make a mark in the history of their powerful Republic of Rome, to become the wealthiest, the most celebrated, and the most famous of all. Glory was the one thing all Romans wanted, and this wasn't an exception for one of the brightest sons of Rome, Julian Caesar. When Julian had been transported to Magus Academy, he was staying in the outskirts of Rome in a green field practicing his martial capability. A beam of light happened one evening while he had been asleep, and after he returned, he recognized he was in the same patch of grass where he had passed out. The first thing Julian wanted to know was to see his family again living in the walls of Rome. From his understanding, he had been gone for 7 days without anyone's knowledge, so he was sure people from his family had been looking for him. He ran back into Rome, a very magnificent city, inhabited by more than hundreds of thousands of citizens, as well as slaves. He first passed by the Roman aqueduct, a marvel of human ingenuity, where fresh water was transported into the areas all over Rome. After that, he entered the gate of Rome guarded by several Roman soldiers wearing a full set of legionnaire armor. Traveling through lots of tall buildings and a wide road to accommodate the countless caravans drawn by mostly slaves, he also passed by the crowded market where a lot of merchants were aggressively selling various goods from fruits to freshly acquired slaves. Since Julian was a descendant of a well-known family who had a strong enough influence in Roman politics, they had a sizable house where there were lots of slaves attending to their various needs. The number of slaves a person had usually showed how wealthy the head of the family was. Julian ran quite far without stopping. He didn't feel lethargic, nor even feel the need to catch his breath. This was due to having him a stronger physique after his return from the Magus Academy. With this in mind, he ran faster at the thought of immediately bringing news to his mother, who should be at home. to and tell her he would like to carry out his ambition to become the most influential person in Rome. Julian went out, using the path he had taken, and headed toward his aunt's house, located not far from here. His uncle and aunt had more influence than his father, but as he also neared their place of residence, there were also 2 Roman troops guarding the gate of the house. Just when he was about to walk away, a familiar voice called out to him, "Julian!" He looked toward the direction of the voice and saw a hooded figure. When the person lifted the hood, Julian exclaimed, "Celia!" The girl ran to Julian and gave him a hug. "What's wrong?" "What happened here?" he asked his crying sister. "Father and mother, they were. Our family has fallen into rumbles," said another female hooded figure that appeared from a corner. She lifted her hood as well and was revealed to be Julian's aunt. "Tell me more, Auntie," Julian asked, his voice serious. "Let's go to a more secluded place," she replied. The 3 of them walked, and Julian was given a hood by his aunt. Once they were at a sufficient distance away from their former houses, his aunt broke the bad news that had happened during the 10 days he had been missing. Julian's father, who was a governor in the province of Asia Minor, had been accused of treason against Rome by their political rivals after presenting so-called evidence in the Senate. The Senate deemed it valid and proceeded to issue an order to execute the current head of the Kaiser family, as well as the alleged co-conspirators, which included Julian's uncle, as well as several other figures who had a close tie to the Kaiser family. Most of those who were executed were the various influential figures, but they didn't include their offspring and wives, since according to the Senate, the sins of the father were not the sins of their sons and daughters. They also made an excuse that in accordance with the contributions that the others had procured in years of service, the sons, daughters, and wives of those who had sinned were only to be exiled. Hence, they were spared, but all of their assets were confiscated and driven out of Rome. Still, since Julian's aunt had her own connections, they still managed to stay in the city of Rome, but only hiding. She also told the story of how her husband had been dragged out of their houses, as well as other families whom House Kaiser had been friends with, in tears while they were brought before the town square and beheaded in public. When Julian heard that, he wanted to break everything he wanted to see, but did all his best to contain it. He had to be strong for Celia right now, who was bawling her eyes out. Since Julian grew up with the best education of the Romans, not only in martial way, but also in science, he knew all of that gathered evidence had been a sham. He knew his father's political rivals were only after the amassed fortune his father and uncle had brought from trading with those in the Asia Minor, and they also feared the increasing political presence Julian's father and uncle were gathering. So these rivals decided it was the best time to strike before House Kaiser's influence got stronger. After all, in the politics of the Romans, the winner would get everything, whereas those opponents who lose would lose everything. Julian certainly didn't expect to be the head of the family after his return. Fortunately, even though all of their belongings had been confiscated, Julian recalled that his father had mentioned they had a secret savings with a merchant from the East who was currently staying in the city. It was supposed to be used for a trip to a distant relative who could look after them forever, but of course, that was no longer possible. That was the first order of Julian's business as he tried to think how he would go about his and his sister's future. After finding the merchant, Julian received a lump sum of money and found a place for his aunt and sister to stay in. A small, crowded, and shabby place, certainly much different from the clean and beautiful residence they had before all went downhill. In the end, Julian decided to stay in Rome. He then handed over all the remaining savings to his aunt. "Auntie, please take care of Celia for me." "What about you? What's your plan?" asked Julian's aunt. "I am joining the Legion," he declared. In Roman culture, there was no higher honor than fighting on the battlefield. Even the wealthiest merchant in the Republic of Rome wouldn't get far in politics if he had never had a record of success in warfare. Julian's goal in joining the Legion, apart from receiving a large amount of money and benefits once he retired, was that only through a career in the military would he be able to redeem his family's name and keep himself and remaining relatives safe. With the benefits he had received from the Magus Academy, he believed he would succeed in achieving the highest status in the Roman military. On that same day, Julian enrolled in one of the Roman legions, with his family status having been revoked. Julian had to start from the lowest rank in a legion. But it didn't worry him, not one bit, since every lesson he would receive starting from the bottom would serve him once he was at the top. The Greek and the Roman view the Thracians as mere bloodthirsty barbarians because of how undeveloped and uncivilized they lived. Most of the Thracians lived in settlements that were surrounded by wooden walls and wooden houses. The privileged citizens had stone-walled houses but had haystacks as their roofs. Their leadership structure revolved in the physical prowess of a person, which decided who would be the chiefs in their dozens of tribes. After a month had passed since Thrax's return from Magus Academy, his life had turned upside down. Before he had been considered a normal youth, slightly better than some from the Meaty tribe, but nothing outstanding. However, when he showed off his newfound strength, none of his peers in the same age had been able to beat him. Even those who were a couple of years older than him, and some adults, had been beaten to a pulp. He was now the pride of the Meaty tribe. In the first week of Thrax's return, he didn't waste time taking the initiation test to become one of the Thracians' warriors. Usually, this ritual was only allowed to be done by those who were 18 years of age because they involved dangerous activities which could cost a person's life. Thrax insisted, and after being allowed by one of the village elders, Thrax attempted and finished the ritual, receiving the highest appreciation from the elders in both wilderness survival and weapon combat tests. In the following week, the Geti, a northern tribe who were sworn enemies of the Tharcians, attempted a raid in one of their neighboring village tribes. Fortunately, Thrax was staying there doing some spear training, and he almost single-handedly protected the whole village before reinforcements arrived, causing his popularity to rise even further. The 7 days' experience at Magus Academy not only made him physically stronger, but his skills with spear even exceeded some of those Thracian spearmen. In less than a month his name began to be sung by the tribal members, calling him Thrax, the son of Ares. It wasn't only the many chiefs that had thrown their daughters at Thrax, since their culture valued martial prowess above all. A lot of women also threw themselves at Thrax. For Thracians males, it was normal to have dozens of women as concubines, since a good tree meant good seeds, but Thrax decided not to accept any of the marriage invitations and ignored all of those beautiful, plump women for one particular woman. Sura, the most beautiful girl in his tribe whom he had liked since childhood, which the party was more than happy to accept. 2 months had passed since Thrax's return from the Magus Academy, and he lived like a chief. Preparations for his wedding were underway. He drank ale from morning until evening, feasted and trained in the honor of the god of war, Ares. His blissful life, however, had come to a halt when a cavalry wearing red armor coupled with thick medals on the chests entered the Meaty tribe. Not a single one from the Thracians would fail to recognize where this cavalry came from. They were the Romans. As of the moment, the Romans and Thracians were enjoying a ceasefire to recoup their losses and focus their attention elsewhere. They had never been on friendly terms because the Romans had tried to subjugate not only them, but including neighboring factions several times. The Thracians hated the Romans with all of their being because whenever they were invaded by the Romans, these Romans never occupied their lands except that they took a lot of the young, male and female, to become slaves in Roma, toiling for their pig masters. The arrival of the Romans was met with fierce riot from the citizens, and a lot of warriors from the Meaty tribe returned from hunting and readied their weapons in hand. Fortunately, the Romans didn't draw their gladius, and the current village chief knew better. The village chief invited the Romans in front of his personal residence to have a public forum. With this, none of his citizens would dare attack the Romans, but still a large number had gathered surrounding the Romans. "Get out, pigs! Roman scum! Slave drivers!" shouted some of the Meaty residents, attempting to expel the Romans. "Hold your fucking tongues! Let the Roman have his say!" an elder Meaty exclaimed at the protesting residents before entering the tent. Several neighboring chiefs, as well as renowned warriors, including Thrax, attended the public forum and stood in the middle to have a discussion with the envoy from Roma. "Stay your business in an honest tongue, for we are honest people," said the Meaty chief. The Roman cavalry stood stoic, not a bit fazed despite the unending hurls of insults from the citizens around them. If it weren't for one of the tribal elders, a battle would have definitely occurred. Thrax stood on the side as he listened to the Roman envoy, who was ready to convey his message. The envoy stepped forward and removed his helmet. He announced, My name is Claudius Glaber. I'll keep this brief since we Romans and Thracians have deep grievances. I came here to tell you that we have decided to put such matters aside in order to unite for a just cause. You push your way into our lands, and now you are asking for our help, an elder said, cutting off the Roman envoy. Indeed, we have reason to believe that Mithridates and his army would be attacking from the east, encroaching from the Black Sea, replied the envoy. Another elder snapped, but they are far removed from our village. How does it involve us? The Roman envoy said calmly. The Getae has caught wind of this and started to take advantage of the upcoming chaos. We have received reports that barbarian hordes are starting to amass north, which is barely half a week's march from your village. The meaty chief's brows frowned. How many? Thousands, the Roman envoy replied. After saying that, the people started shouting again. Some were already picking up stones, throwing at the Romans, thick, heavy metal armor. The Roman envoy was undaunted and shouted, "Align yourselves with Rome. Pledge your service to the auxiliary and join us in our campaign." The rioting became louder, and some people were already shouting, "Kill these pigs." And they are here to make us slaves. Thrax, who had been staying silent all this time, suddenly spoke. To what end? The people stopped rioting, wanting to hear what their prospective leader thought. Thrax exclaimed louder, "To what endurance?" The meaty citizens became speechless, waiting for the Roman envoy to answer. Victory, of course. And how is that to be measured? What does your victory mean? The Getae have raided our villages, raped our women, and killed the young. Each time we push them back, we only see them return in greater numbers. The meaty chief, standing next to Thrax, said while nodding, "He is young and speaks out of turn, yet the truth falls from his mouth." "It doesn't matter, for death to the Getae is what we want," said the Roman envoy. He shouted once more, and the people started cheering. "Death to the Getae!" Thrax stepped forward and continued. "If we are to align with Rome, what will happen to our young, women and elders left behind? They will be under Rome's protection." "I promise," said the Roman envoy without flinching. Seeing how confident the Roman envoy answered, Thrax thought of Julian and unconsciously believed this person. With the increasing frequency of raids from Getae, he knew something had to be done so that his people could finally have some peace. It wasn't only him that had the same thought. Thrax's feelings were shared with all the other Thracian warriors. Indeed, they valued warring, but what good would that be if they went out, and the people they cared for would be attacked while they were away? If he had to be in the front line to take care of the problem, he would gladly do so as long as he was sure that their homes would be protected. The rioting died down. "Very well," said the meaty chief. "We will align ourselves for the sake of our survival." On that same night, hundreds of Thracian warriors from several villages and tribes gathered to form a Roman escort. Before leaving, Thrax gave a bracelet to Sura fashioned from the bones of animals he had hunted, while Sura gave Thrax a shield she had the forge made. These two had already received the blessing to be married, however, the ritual had to be delayed due to the upcoming war. That didn't matter to Thrax, though, as he considered this girl already his wife. Thrax picked up his spear and Sura's shield, ready to go to war. Alexandria was to be regarded as the capital of knowledge and learning because of the great library. Its mighty stone pillars housed over tens of thousands of scrolls and parchments that held all kinds of knowledge as well as poetry. These were maintained by countless influential scholars and librarians, rewriting, re-inking, and keeping the place well maintained. The Great Library was also considered as the first research center harboring all the wisdom of the ancient world. The creation of this great library had started 3 centuries ago after the death of Alexander the Great, the king of the ancient city Macedonia. This famous conqueror had an unclear heritage due to the people of Macedon being considered as outsiders by the Greeks. Nevertheless, the great conqueror died without naming a successor of his massive empire stretching from Egypt to India that resulted in civil wars all over the place, which resulted in dividing it into several smaller states. One of these states became the Kingdom of Egypt and ruled by the Ptolemaic dynasty. Due to the influence of Greeks valuing knowledge above all, what was once only a small museum turned into the greatest library of the world. Inside the great library, a beautiful black-haired girl sat in a private corner of the library, wherein she had been studying nonstop for weeks. This girl, of course, wasn't a simple citizen, because not everyone could be given the privilege in getting a private space in this historic building. She was the third daughter of the 12th Ptolemaic king, officially named Cleopatra, the 7th, but more commonly called Cle. She was the third daughter out of 6 siblings born from the royal family. Cle had always believed that in order to succeed in whatever task she may find herself into, the person who had the most knowledge always had the advantage. This was instilled to her since childhood, thus she had received the best education from philosophy, astronomy, rhetoric, and mathematics, amongst other things. However, ever since her return from the Magus Academy, Cle secluded herself learning a new subject in which she had the most interest in, magic. Although all lower worlds acolytes had been restricted in using magic, that didn't mean they were unable to practice cultivating the elements. As she took up a private space in the Great Library, which now became Cle's cultivation room for the past 2 months, she finally had a breakthrough of understanding in one of her 3 elemental affinities. Congratulations! You have mastered the middle stage foundation of water elements. Cle had managed to improve her understanding of 2 elements she found the easiest the most. Due to that, her wind and water upgraded to the middle stage in just a short time. After achieving such a breakthrough, Cle stretched her sore limbs from sitting a long time as she exhaled, feeling wonderful and recharged. She then stepped out of the private room, which was only covered with a thin curtain, heading to the balcony located just beside this room. From the balcony, she rested her bronze-skinned arms and stared at the beautiful blue sky. Below was a road filled with merchant caravans and vendor stalls selling figs, grains, carpets, and various accessories, which the Egyptians loved to adorn themselves with. Looking straight into the horizon, the magnificent city of Alexandria was filled with many 2-story buildings and palm trees everywhere. If she observed even further, she could also see the vast stretching Mediterranean Sea and the dock that had a large flock of birds circling around the ships on shore. The scorching sun mixed with the cool sea breeze blew refreshingly on her face. Cle closed her eyes to marvel at the enlightenment of the water elemental she had just experienced when a bird landed on the balcony. She smiled because this bird became like a companion to her. Visiting her every morning, Cle grabbed a piece of fig sitting on the balcony and fed the bird with it. After it had its full, the bird hopped on Cle's palm that had a symbol, which she then used her elemental wind to form a small gust to push the bird upwards. The bird flew away with gleeful chirping, and as soon as it was out of sight, the accompanying woman who always took care of Cle's needs came in, and with her an old bald man wearing a long white-yellowish robe also entered. Cle's brows twitched for a moment before it returned to her usual welcoming aura. She waited for the man to speak and salute. "Your Highness, Princess Cle, I have been tasked by your sister to ask you to join the gathering," said the old bald man. She replied, while plucking a grape, "My honorable vizier, what is so important that my sister's personal regent came to me to be picked up?" The vizier lowered his head further and said, "All the neighboring states are here to meet the queen. The gathering would involve a discussion involving the future prosperity of our great nation, Egypt. Hence, your presence and great intellect is highly requested. Tell me, dear vizier, was it truly my sister's request or yourself?" she said, giving him a sharp glance. The vizier stayed silent, not even daring to look into Cle's eyes. "Ha ha ha! Don't be so serious. Of course I'll attend. I would love to meet these people," said Cle, standing up from her seat. "Excellent. Please come with me to the palace, princess." That day, the pharaoh's palace welcomed many guests, all of whom were representatives from neighboring countries as well as tribes who frequently traded with Egypt. Some Greeks, some Afrikaans, some coming from the Far East, including traders from the west of Egypt. Almost everyone who had a trade agreement with Egypt came into attendance. They were talking to the person sitting on the throne, which was occupied by the acting ruler of Egypt, Berenice IV, Cle's oldest sister, the queen in charge of Egypt. The main reason for this gathering was to find a solution to the trade conditions that had been so terribly disturbed by the political conditions in Egypt, which for the last decades had been filled with corruption and violence. Although the monarch technically owned all Egyptian lands as part of their estate, virtually all aspects of the Egyptian economy were nominally tightly controlled or supervised by the central government headquartered in Alexandria, spearheaded by a Raja. The previous Raja, as well as the current, exacted high tariffs on imported and exported goods, established price controls for various goods, imposed high exchange rates for foreign currencies, established state monopolies, and forced farming peasants to stay in their villages during the planting and harvesting periods. The systems implemented appeared good on paper, but the reality was that there were many obstacles they were facing. Thus, Egypt's condition continued to deteriorate, with its aristocrats losing influence, which could pose high risk of assassination to the princes and princesses due to growing power of the merchants. Bernice had ascended the throne as soon as her father left for Rome due to being exiled after a revolt in Egypt. She tried hard to become a good leader, but almost all her court advisors had little confidence in her because she didn't have the talent in the kingdom's administration, unlike her younger sister Clee, who was often invited to get involved in politics. Bernice didn't like Clee because every time Clee was in a gathering, she was always being overshadowed by Clee's intellect and popularity. Fortunately, Clee was smart enough not to get too deeply involved. Unbeknownst to them, Clee was indeed a smart woman, but her fluency in the various languages actually came with the help of the Magus symbol on her palm. The meeting ended with a new strategy for maintaining economic stability and security in Egypt. One of the main topics actually was the upcoming dry season, which was expected to come soon, but Clee didn't delve too much about it because the seasons were things out of her control. After bowing to her older sister, Bernice, Clee returned to her private room in the Great Library of Alexandria and started training once more. Time ever passed as its nature, Emery decided to stay in the settlement called Mischire for the meantime. He postponed his thoughts of finding out more about the Marauders' chief, Padraig, and who was the mastermind behind the attack. For now, he spent time helping Granny maintaining the herb garden and learning how to make various potions. Granny observed the young Emery and grew increasingly fond of him since his ability in caring for the plants and natural talent in potion making was a cut above Lanzo. Due to her growing trust in Emery, she gave more and more tasks to him, and in return, Emery's understanding of the plant element and concocting potions resulted in him gaining knowledge more than he had ever expected. Fortunately, Lanzo didn't seem to mind it one bit and continued on his own business in gathering plants and helping Granny with various tasks. In his first month of staying in the Mischire settlement, Emery had started to know more about the plant element and eventually mastered the initial stages of plant spirit. With that came a sense of connection with the plants. He could feel the flow of spirit in each plant that had some unique energy in them. With that in mind, he had started experimenting with the moisture, sun, fertilizer, etc. In time, Emery's methods had improved the quality of these herbs, not only Granny's medicinal plants, but when he also started mentioning to Granny and Lanzo these methods, they shared it with some of the Mitcher residents' vegetable and fruit fields, which proved to be most effective. 2 more months passed, the air was getting chilly, and some of the trees were starting to die from the coldness. Emery was starting to see his breath in each exhalation. He was wearing thick fur made from various animal skins, the same as the other residents to combat the increasing coldness. He wasn't worried about the upcoming winter, though, since the most recent improvements with the vegetable and fruit fields resulted in a large harvest. This morning, Emery was actually more excited at the thought of how he had just penetrated the barrier of his cultivation that was now the middle stage for the plant element. Congratulations! You have mastered the middle stage foundation of plant elements. Because he had been working with plants that involved tilling the soil and watering them every morning and evening, he also successfully mastered the basic spirit, understanding for both the water and earth elements. Although a total of 3 months had passed, Emery still decided not to pursue the Marauders. He could still remember, as if it was yesterday, how he had almost died again fighting against the 2 adult Marauders. Of course, those men would be just the lackeys, the lowest of the bunch. If so, then how much stronger would the chief be? It would be too difficult for him to fight with them at this time, but as long as he was alive, revenge would never be too old. Earlier before sunrise, Emery had attempted to use the spells he had bought in the Magus Guild inside the cave. Unfortunately, however, even after mastering the initial stages of the water and earth, he still hadn't been able to use the 2 spells he had. Another reason not to pick a fight with the Marauder group for now, so finally Emery continued focusing on cultivating the elements, especially the plant element. Emery proceeded to head to the herb garden, wanting to try out his rare spell that was of the plant affinity. After making sure he was alone and no one hiding by the trees, he plucked out one bunch of round black fruits that was called elderberry. Slowly, the medicinal fruit withered and secreted a dark liquid, which was floating in the air. Emery hurriedly grabbed a clay pot lying nearby and pointed his finger to the clay pot where the dark liquid dripped into before looking around the area again, making sure no one had seen him. At the same time, his palm glowed and issued various notifications in his mind. A good deal of knowledge about how the essence could be used entered his mind, and Emery started to feel more close to these plants. Aside from feeling joyful that the spell was working, Emery smiled at the plants, which he could somewhat feel were giving a vibrant, good aura. Since it was in his nature to experiment as well, he began plucking the other plants that weren't in the database, and with each usage of the fragmentation, it felt like the plants were being used in accordance to their purpose. He then picked up a mushroom that had a red cap with yellow spots. Emery remembered that this plant was actually poisonous, but Granny told him that in order to counteract the poison inside the people who had accidentally eaten stuff like these, they have to know the properties and what would work against them. It withered the same as the elderberry, but this time, 2 different colored essences came out of the mushroom. Instantly, a list of the mushroom's functions and specific properties entered Emery's mind. He was over the moon when another notification came into his mind. When he had first found this, what he only received was only 1 point, but now that he used fragmentation to learn more about the mushroom, he received 10 times the amount for the same plant. Granted that even knowing the properties of a plant, it didn't mean he had the understanding how to apply or use this knowledge properly. So, he still had to test it out on how to use these essences. With the help of the science of fragmentation, however, that would eliminate unnecessary trials and errors. Emery hurriedly picked up the other plants he had previously discovered as unidentified first and foremost and continuously used fragmentation on them. Dusk was arriving, but he finally finished using fragmentation on all the plants in the garden as well as in the forest. His next course of action was to check out the dried herbs stored inside the storage room Granny had lying around. He wasn't sure if the dried one would have some additional essence or something, but based on how Granny kept some of them dried while others were fresh, there should be some difference in the essences. Emery made sure that only one of each would be used for the fragmentation, since these plants were not cultivated inside the medicinal garden. He particularly focused on the ones that had become powder or extremely dried up. Even though he only got unsubstantiated points, Emery was not disappointed. He was sure that there were hundreds or even thousands of plants in this world that could give him more points. Emery tried fragmentation on dozens of other plants in the storage room, which gave him additional contribution points. As he looked for more herbs that he hadn't used fragmentation yet, he then remembered the ingredients in the special storage basket. The use of this ingredient was extremely limited, but the temptation was too strong for Emery not to use fragmentation on it, even though he and Lanzo had been reminded several times in handling this valuable ingredient. He lifted open the basket's lid and carefully placed down the boxes on the floor. There were a few ingredients in the boxes, but one in particular ingredient caught Emery's eyes the most. It was the bluish powder that Granny sometimes used to calm down a person's high body temperature. Emery pinched a bit of the powder, and when he used fragmentation, the information he received surprised him before the blue powder turned into brownish dust. 30 contribution points and the first-rank 2 herb Emery had ever seen, and it was 10 times more valuable from the other dried herbs and at least 3 times more than the fresh herbs he had picked. As information about how this rank 2 herb flooded his field of view, Emery's mind went into a fast track on how he could make use and combine it with the other herbs lying around. Feeling more excited than ever, he started experimenting with it, but still made use of it sparingly. In his day-to-day life, Emery spent most of the hours he had in learning how to make his own concoctions with Granny's help. She had given him various recipes, which he followed with and was successful in brewing effective potions. This time, though, he felt like with the help of the spell fragmentation and spell from the path of apothecary, he was confident he could make his own recipe. The universal flora knowledge helped him understand the classification of plants their properties and their effects, whether good or bad. With this information, Emery mixed and matched the properties of each herb to either create a more powerful concoction of Granny's recipes or create a whole new potion that had an entirely different effect despite being made from the same ingredients. He learned various methods of drying, brewing, grinding, amongst other things in order to bring out the properties Emery wanted to achieve in concocting the potions he needed. Some of these methods were listed in the parchments his mother had about alchemy, which the late scholar from his now burned estate had helped him with, but some methods were entirely new ways from Granny's own personal experience. Although Emery could be considered a fledgling in this field, his dexterous hands and experimentative nature caused him to learn more with each day that passed. After every successful potion he had concocted, Emery used the analyze spell from the apothecary to find out the effect of the potion without needing to test for the experimental results. It was a whim when used the spell fragmentation afterwards, but it turned out to be a good idea since he found out that he could retrieve the essences of a potion, which he started using more frequently to use the same ingredients again in a different manner. Although the spell didn't extract all the ingredients' essences used and became less each time, it still helped him to not immediately run out of ingredients to experiment with. It went without saying that Emery only used this skill whenever Granny or Lanzo was not around, else how would he be able to explain such supernatural occurrences? Every once in a while, Emery sometimes presented to Granny the potions he had made, and she was extremely impressed on how her new student had a natural talent in alchemy. She herself could understand the combination Emery used because she knew the ingredients by heart, but she was still surprised by the new ideas Emery brought to her. He used the analyze spell first on the first item that had green paste-like content. This is a paste that can be applied to external wounds. Once used, the open wound would be disinfected, and the body's natural healing capability would close the and dry the wound twice as fast. The difference between this healing paste compared to Granny's was that Emery's dried the wounds twice as fast, unlike the one from Granny. He then used the analyze spell on another container that also had green liquid inside, a potion full of various nutrients that the body needs. It is used to re-energize lost energy of a person's body within a few moments. Be warned, it is bitter. Emery made several of these medicinal items since the ingredients were quite easy to find and able to cultivate easily. These two items were things that he and Granny believed to be at their most optimal stages. They heavily focused on these because the general usage would be most helpful in their day-to-day lives, especially in the winter where most of the food would come from hunting even if they had a plentiful amount of food in the storage. The next two medicinal items had red and blue in its contents. They were actually still in the process of being experimented further, but they were at least useful in their own ways. The first was actually a paste, like the healing, but it had quite a different property. Once applied to the parts of a human body, it could stimulate the muscles in the part it was applied to, increasing muscle strength twice of its normal capability. Be advised, the increase is temporary and cannot be used repeatedly because it would damage the muscles. Emery had no idea what the term bacteria was, but based on what he had read so far about the properties of each ingredient, it seemed to be something minuscule that couldn't be seen with the naked eyes, which were harmful to the body. Both of these medicinal items required a lot of blue powder, which they had a limited amount of. Emery wanted to try out a couple more things he had in mind, but with Granny beginning to be more strict with the blue powder's usage, he had to keep to himself and respect her wishes. In the afternoon, Emery took the time to show how these medicinal items were made to Granny and Lanzo. Seeing the new techniques Emery had done, Granny grew increasingly interested in Emery's method. She somehow had an inkling of them, so she still mentioned some side effects of this blue powder. Interesting, where did you get the idea from? Asked Granny, taking a look at the freshly grounded ingredients. Just a lucky guess, Granny, answered Emery, blushing a bit. I believe that alchemy is a method of finding order within its chaos, but it's like each of these techniques and functions you keep on mentioning are proven and tested methods. You really are talented and loved by nature, said Granny with a warm smile. Emery laughed. If he could only share his abilities, maybe it would be more beneficial to everyone in the world. But for now, he was satisfied that he could share at least the knowledge on how to produce these medicinal items. May I ask where I can find more of this ingredient? Emery said, pointing to whatever remained of the blue powder. It's better for you not to know where it came fr, answered Granny, but a sudden fit of coughing stopped her from speaking. Lanzo came immediately and rubbed her back. Emery went to get a warm drink and said, "Your coughing seems to get worse. Is there anything I can do to help?" Granny issued a weak smile after drinking. She said, "Haha, you're a good boy, Emery. But there's nothing you can do to help me. It's always like this in the winter, Emery." "Sadly, her condition doesn't seem to get any better," said Lanzo, still rubbing her back. Emery observed Granny from head to toe. He couldn't help but notice how she seemed to be getting thinner every day. He placed another firewood in the stone furnace, hoping the rising temperature inside the hut would at least ease her coughing. She then went inside her corner of the hut, probably wanting to rest. Once Granny had left, Lanzo approached Emery and said, "Good stuff you're making here, Emery." "Thanks, Lanzo," answered Emery, stirring the cauldron to make more of the stuff that seemed to at least ease Granny's fit of coughs. "By the way, can you keep this between us? I actually know where the ingredients come from. Granny told me about it a long time ago," whispered Lanzo, closing the lid of the blue powder. Emery's interest was piqued. "Sure, I'll keep quiet about it." Actually, Lanzo then told the reason why Granny was reluctant to tell about the origin of the ingredient. The blue powder was taken from a place she had called the Forbidden Forest. It was a dense forest located west of Mitcher, about a day's walk. This forest was filled with huge trees stretching for an unknown distance, which resulted in some tales telling that those who had gotten lost became evil spirits wailing for eternity because the sun's light could never penetrate its soil. Hence, it was also called the Evernight Forest. You better not think about going there, you hear me? They say all those who enter never return and become food for the dangerous monster lurking inside. "What kind of monster?" asked Emery, not flinching an eye. He wouldn't say he was immune to being scared, but after what he had seen in the Magus Academy's world, monsters were not a new thing for him. "Are you crazy? What kind of question is that? All those who have seen it never survived the encounter?" exclaimed Lanzo with eyes widened in disbelief. With a blank face, Emery answered, "Lanzo, if no one survives, then where did the story come from?" Lanzo had no answer as he stared with bewildered eyes at Emery. He coughed and said, "Anyway, you should come with me to the town tomorrow. The folks there need help delivering this season's tribute to the king." The city in question was, of course, the Lioness Kingdom's main city, where the Lioness's royal palace stood. Selling their year's labor of crops and crafts in the city of the Lioness was one of the settlement's yearly routine the moment winter arrived, so they could survive, or at least ease the harsh cold environment. By the head of the cart was Jacob, the village elder, who was also their main bridge between the Mitcher settlement and the city of the Lioness Kingdom. On this trip, Jacob will be accompanied by Emery and Lanzo. There weren't many youngsters in the village. Either they were too old or too young. Both young men, although young, they are currently the most healthy and energetic among the villages. Jacob didn't ask the adults because, of course, they'd be busy hunting in the wild again, even though they still had an ample amount of stored food. After all, having too much food in the winter was never a bad course of action. Emery initially thought about refusing the elder's request because his latest experience in the Lioness Kingdom capital, Lionarch, still left a pang of pain in his heart. That was his first reason, but it was more of a worry that someone would recognize him in that city. Still, after a couple of months, though, since he had disappeared again, maybe they had forgotten or no one else was looking for him. He made sure to grab a heavy cloak as well as something to cover the lower part of his face. In the end, he decided to come for two reasons. The first was to seek information about the current state of the Lioness Kingdom, as well as if anyone would know about Padraig, the Marauder's chief, who attacked his estate. Second was his deep interest in learning more plants. In finding more materials in one spot, there was no other place better than the city, where most of the produce, or even the most scarce items, could be found. He also wished that he could sell his new potions in town for a decent profit. As for other reasons that still bothered him, Emery didn't want to think about it at all. Emery came back with Lanzo, carrying some items to place in the cart. "Wow, this year's cart is the most it has ever been," exclaimed the elder Jacob, inspecting each cart. the woman, who had just placed down her grown potatoes, commented while smiling at Emery. Of course, it's all because of that handsome young boy right there. Oh my, look at him. He seems to be freezing. Make sure to bring him back as soon as possible, Jacob. Yo, old Jacob! We trust your trading skills are not outdated like your age, huh? Come back with much profit, said one of the farmers. Haha, these old bones ain't gonna affect my tongue, answered Jacob. Have a safe trips. Overall, there were about 2 carts full. The carts were pulled by the only 2 village horses. All 3 together, Jacob, Emery, and Lanzo set off together to head to the capital of Lioness Kingdom, Lionark. Old man Jacob mentioned to the 2 that the trip would take almost a full day, so they would have to find a place to stay in the city once the sun sets. On the road, Lanzo decided to pass the time in telling his story to Emery. Lanzo was also a son of the lowest-ranking nobility from a different kingdom. One day, an illness struck the peasants of their fief, which in turn spread into their own estate. Eventually, one by one people started dying, until Lanzo finally decided to call someone for help despite himself being sick. So, he headed out to the city nearby them, but since he was too sick, he somehow found himself in the woods. On his last breath, their granny was looking at him with teary eyes. She then took him, fed him, and gave some sort of potion which healed him. He then told Granny about his estate. However, when he returned, the whole place had become a ghost town. No one was alive except for him. After that, he decided to follow Granny on the road, traveling from one place to another. A year had passed, and Lanzo had thought about going back to his home. However, he didn't have anything back there anymore other than empty buildings and arid farms. With no one to return to, he had no reason to go back. Although Emery had known Lanzo for quite some time now, this was the first time he had heard Lanzo's story, despite them staying in the same hut. He had indeed felt some connection with Lanzo, and this probably was the reason. They suffered almost an identical fate. Feeling a bit closer to Lanzo now, Emery also told his story, but of course not mentioning the crouton and adjusting some parts. He told the tale of how the marauders raided his home and narrowly escaped with his life on horseback, making it match on how he had been found in the woods by one of the residents of the Mischire settlement. As he shared his story, Emery remembered everything as if it was just last night. He was past the time of grief, though, but he was surprised to see Lanzo's tears running down his cheeks. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry to hear that, said Lanzo, wiping his tears, which was about to turn into ice. Emery half smiled, thinking how Lanzo had a kind heart. Even though he's having a hard time as much as him, Lanzo can still care about someone else's problem. There's nothing much that I can do since it was the God's will that had struck my home. But as for you, wait until I get stronger. I will definitely help you. Brother, said Lanzo, sticking his fist out. Emery gave a laugh, bumping fist with Lanzo, and said, And when is that? 5 years. No 10? 20 years at the very least, declared Lanzo, standing up. Emery burst into laughter, hearing that his revenge would come in 20 years. Those marauders would have already been killed or bony old men by that time. Nevertheless, Lanzo's words cheered him up. They talked more for a good half an hour about various topics. What was really on Emery's mind, though, was the Forbidden Forest, where it was actually located, and any other stories Lanzo might have had heard. In all honesty, Emery believed he had spent too much time in Mischire. There still wasn't a day that went by when he hadn't been worried that a man who knew him would eventually show up in Granny's hut. If that happened, then most likely everyone would be killed, just like his previous home. After they had sold these items and spring arrived, he decided he would travel alone and train on the road. He wasn't worried much about the things he would be encountering, such as beasts or possibly bandits, as long as they were few, since his knowledge of plants and herbs, alchemy, and swordsmanship should be enough to keep him alive. That should be easier as well, since Emery didn't know when he would be transported back to the Magus Academy. For now, his general destination would be the Forbidden Forest to gather more of that blue powder as well other possible rare herbs there. Once he felt like he had prepared enough, he then would seek out the Marauders' chief, Padraig, and the mastermind for revenge. Just as the sun was about to set, Emery, Lanzo, and Jacob arrived at the Lionark, the capital city of the Lioness Kingdom, Lionark. Aside from being the royal household being located here, this coastal city was also the trading center of the Britannia Island due to being close to other factions south. Due to its prime location, the city had a fairly dense population, with lots of different goods traded in and out of Britannia. Located on top of a hill, Emery could see the majestic stone royal palace, which housed the royal family and safeguarded its city from any foreign invaders outside of Britannia as well as inland. The Lioness had also established this place as their main base of military operations, hence, the security of the merchants, including the roads leading to this city, was well guarded with soldiers. As the three travelers from Mistshire settlement passed the large gate that could fit 2 carts on both sides, they were welcomed by the hundreds of houses and dozens of shops along the main road, heading toward the city center plaza where the marketplace was located. Emery couldn't help but notice that the place seemed more crowded from the last time he had gone here. It was actually due to the arrival of the winter season, because some settlements nearby still hadn't been fully developed, thus not having the appropriate clothing or tools to survive the upcoming harsh nights. He adjusted his face coverings and cloak to make sure no one would be able to recognize him. Although he knew his face wasn't that much known to the public, the nasty noble boys he had used to play with might probably be here, especially that Abe Fantumer, since his father was the right hand of the king. Jacob led the way, but instead of going straight to the marketplace, he turned the cart to the side and got in line along with other carts from other settlements where there was a 2-story warehouse guarded by many royal soldiers. The other people's carts couldn't compare on how full theirs were. "Okay, we're next. Come on, boys. Help me get these carts up," said Jacob, pulling the cart in front of the steward who had a ledger sitting on a table. Lanzo helped Jacob while Emery still pulled his own cart by himself. After parking it before the steward asked, "Location?" "Mistshire, honorable steward," replied Jacob. "Mistshire, where is Mistshire? Ah, here it is. So what do you have?" said the steward, writing some stuff with his quill and ink. Jacob bowed and said, "Of course, honorable steward. This season's harvests are." The steward then started listing the items one by one as Jacob gave how much they weigh. Good, you have brought so much more than you used to." "Excellent work," said the steward as if it was rehearsed. "Yes, honorable steward." "I hope you are pleased," said Jabok, bowing multiple times. "Please, these fur clothings are the best out of the other settlements. Our produce as well is the freshest and the tastiest." "You wouldn't find one as good in the market," said Jacob before quickly winking at Emery. "Dear, kind, and honorable steward, we would appreciate it most for the wonderful price you would give us." Yeah, said the steward. His men then came over and finished the weighing. They whispered something as he continued listing the weights. He pulled out a bag of coins underneath his desk and started counting. After he finished counting, he separated about a third of the coins and said, "Okay, 300 coins for the whole lot. 100 coins are to be given to the royal coffers as your settlement's tribute." 100! That's more than half of what we paid tribute last year for less produce, exclaimed Jacob. The steward sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is required by the king's right hand, Lord Fantumer. If you have any issues, bring it to him. We are only doing what we are ordered. I thank you for your generosity, honorable steward." It was Jacob's turn to sigh. His shoulders slumped as he bowed weakly before grabbing the bag of coins and leaving a smaller bag from his waist. Jacob then tied the larger bag on him with a thick rope and returned to Emery and Lanzo. "What happened, Elder Jacob?" asked Emery, glancing at the steward who had a smirk while writing. "That greedy bastard gave us only about 300 coins. Everything we had in the cart should have been at least 500 coins. But he gave some bullshit reason about taxes ordered by a lord named Fantumer. I'm hoping that Odin would burn him to ashes," answered Jacob, feeling the coins on his waist. "Then what was the other bag you gave?" Emery followed up with another question. "Must you really ask me? If we didn't give him that, who knows how much he will give us next season?" The 2 youngsters pulled the carts while Jacob once again led the way. Emery looked at the sides and realized there were a lot of merchant stalls selling direct to the public down the street. He could hear some customers haggling fiercely with the merchants because of absurd prices, but the merchants said something along the lines of new taxes, etc. Despite the prices being high, the street they passed by was still crowded with buyers. "Elder, have you not considered opening a stall in the city?" asked Emery. "We can't afford such things. In order to open a stall here, we will have to pay an even higher tribute with more taxes." A small settlement like ours couldn't afford to even rent one, much less buying a space here, explained Jacob. Then what about selling outside the walls? The city forbids anyone selling without a permit, and it's outside the city walls. They would seize all a person's belongings and be thrown into the dungeon if you get caught. We can't even directly sell to the merchants in the marketplace because that's also against the kingdom's law. So we're left with only selling it at the kingdom's warehouse. Jacob continued grumbling as they walked inside the city, looking for a place to stay after parking their carts near a stable. He shared to Emery and Lanzo how he was becoming more and more disappointed at the Lioness Kingdom, which he believed had become corrupt by raising such high taxes. Damn. I need something to quench my dried throat. Let's go to the inn. We will rest there for the night and return to Misshire at first light. Here, take these since both of you are part of Misshire and help me deliver the merchandise. Jacob gave Emery and Lanzo 5 coins each. He then walked away, still grumbling to himself. Emery stared at the 5 coins and was about to say something when Lanzo touched Emery's shoulders before shaking his head. Lanzo said, "Leave him be. It's always like this every season. Old Jacob just needs his drink, and after that, he will be better again." Emery gripped the coins in his hand tighter. He actually wasn't thinking about the coins he and Lanzo received. Rather, what would be left after Jacob spends the coins? The coins belonged to all of the citizens in Misshire. Anyway, like Lanzo had mentioned, Emery let it go and started to walk with Lanzo on the streets of Lionar. As they strolled around, looking for the shops he wanted to go to, Emery reflected about the coins he had just received. He was the son of Geoffrey Ambrose, a person who had once belonged in the noble ranks, albeit being the lowest ranking. Back then, Emery generally walked with dozens of coins in his pocket, but it seemed like he truly was fortunate, because before he didn't have to do anything, and the peasants would give them their seasonal tribute to their family's steward. He hadn't considered how much labor a person had done for a whole season just to receive something he had thought as measly coins before. This got him into thinking more about it when Lanzo suddenly invaded his thoughts. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Don't be gloomy. Anything in particular you want to visit?" said Lanzo. The first item was a weapon. Emery needed a good weapon, more specifically a sword, so he could practice as well as defend himself in case of emergency situations. He had asked about the sword he had taken from the marauders, but it looked like it got dropped somewhere along the road while he was losing consciousness and falling from the horse. Emery had asked around in the settlement, however, there was no one there that used a sword. They deemed it too impractical because small knives could do the same job, and forging axes was way easier. Bow and arrows were also popular in Misshire for hunting some game. It had been a while since Emery had held a sword. He planned to train with Lanzo, since Lanzo also used to be a nobleman and confirmed knew some sword techniques. So he was hoping he could get a good deal with the coins he had for 2 swords and shields. The clanking noise of the hammer and anvil got louder as the two of them approached the blacksmith. A rugged, tanned, hairy man worked on the outside furnace, located outside covered by a wooden roof, while its main store was inside the door beside. The heat from the forge gave some sense of comfort to the frigid weather covering the whole of Britannia. On the side were displayed various farm tools, as well as swords, axes, shields, spears, maces, etc., as well as some huge chunks of iron and firewood lying near the furnace. But when they asked if they could take a look, but the smithy replied these weren't for sale before directing them to the door. So Emery and Lanzo stepped into the smithy's door to talk to the shop owner. The inside had a much greater collection of weapons. There were armors also on the display too, but they were far and few in between the racks. "Welcome to Eric's Weapons and Armors. Feel free to take a look and buy whatever fits your needs," said the shop owner. Both of the youngsters nodded and proceeded to take a closer look at the weapons rack, which had a lot of swords on display. Emery could tell by just observing that all these weapons here were made from iron, the most common metal, which any equipment and tools were made from. He was disappointed a bit, but understood that higher quality swords such as the ones wielded by the noble lords couldn't be bought in a smithy like this, instead obtained from outside the island. Emery grabbed one and tested its balance, and feel as he gave it a few swings. It felt too heavy for him, which meant his sword arm would get fired at a faster rate. He grabbed another sword that was thinner and longer, but this time it was too light and couldn't feel any weight behind it. That meant he would lose in a clash against another person wielding a heavier sword. "This is a good sword. How much for this?" asked Emery, placing it in front of the shop owner. "Excellent choice. That sword is our best seller for most nobles. It costs 30 coins. "Pardon me, did I hear you say 5 coins? Asked Emery, trying to haggle already. The shop owner laughed. 30 coins, young lad. "No less, but 5 coins is all I have. Anything you can do for me with a similar quality, good shopkeeper." Emery said, a bit disappointed. "There's none here, young lad. We have some lower quality swords, but they are all at least 10 coins. As for anything less than that, we have some under the 5 coins. They're the ones stored there in the corner," said the shop owner, pointing to the weathered rack that had several swords, some of which appeared visibly bent or had some chippings. Emery certainly hadn't expected that even the lowest quality would already cost 5 coins. He then kept switching glances between the coins in his hand and the weathered rack, trying to debate with himself if it was even worth it. "Hey," Lanzo called out to Emery, "if you really need it, I can give you my 5 so you can at least buy a decent sword. You know, chipped and bent swords are as good as nothing." "It's fine, Lanzo. I just remembered I have another way to get the coins." Emery showed the contents of his bag to Lanzo before pulling it out one green paste and laying it on the table. He then looked at the shop owner and said, "Can we lower the price with this?" The shop owner laughed again. "This thing you put out ain't in my expertise. Better you go to the apothecary at the other, just 3 blocks from here." Emery and Lanzo gave a nod before heading out of the smithy and looked for the apothecary. To make sure they wouldn't be looking in the wrong place, both of them asked the locals, and it wasn't long before they finally found the shop. "Lionarch Apothecary," said the hanging huge sign, written in a cursive, slanted text. It was the largest shop Emery and Lanzo had seen so far in the city, and judging by the few guards standing outside in leather armor, it probably was also the most popular shop in the city. The 2 young lads went inside and were immediately welcomed by the strong scent of medicinal herbs being brewed by the fat old man, who was stirring a big round cauldron just behind the counter. The shop had a large interior filled with different herbs and plants on the side, potions and pastes sitting on a shelf, and some insects lying around in different sections of the shop. Although it was a large shop, the place only had these 2 young lads as customers. The fat old man seemed intent on focusing on his work, so when Emery called out to him, he replied, "What do you kids want?" Lanzo frowned, but Emery didn't mind it one bit. Somehow, Emery, this fat old man, resembled Ian back in the Magus Academy, well, at least in this manner. Emery didn't waste time and placed 3 stamina potions as well as 2 healing pastes on the counter. He said, "We are wondering how much would these be if we sold them to you." The old man balanced his wooden ladle on top of the cauldron and proceeded to pop open the lid of the stamina potion and smell it. He also did the same with the other container, holding the healing paste, and tasted both a little. Looks like we have a tonic for energizing the body and a paste for healing external wounds," replied the old man, whose neck was barely visible. Just by smelling and tasting it, he actually found out their functions immediately, and this made Emery happy since he understood he was talking to an expert. "So, how much can we sell this?" Emery asked. The man snorted before shrugging. He said, "For the whole lot, 5 coins." "What? These should be worth more than that?" Lanzo exclaimed. "Look, kids, if you aren't interested, just go away," snapped the old man. Emery patted Lanzo on the shoulder before saying, "Pardon, but can you tell me why is it low?" The old man eyed Emery and stared directly in the eyes. "Okay, kid, since you asked nicely," he then pointed to the shelf behind him. "See those things, they contain the same stuff. They are helpful, sure, but they're the easiest to make. I have made too many, so yours ain't nothing special." Lanzo then asked, "How much do you sell those for?" 20 coins each, boy," the man answered without hesitation. Lanzo seemed to make another snide comment again, but Emery reached Lanzo's shoulders again before he had said anything. "I understand," you said first. "So, what's the second reason?" Emery pointed out. "Second thing is I don't know who made these. The ingredients for these potions might be the same, but not all are made equal. Some may use a different concocting technique, slightly different measurements, subpar ingredients, among other things, which could create a whole lot of varying degrees of result. So, tell me, who made these?" "I did," said Emery, not flinching. "Humpef, a young boy who thinks he knows alchemy. I'm already doing you a favor, and for 1 coin each on an otherwise probably worthless item. It's a good deal already, even if your parents made it. I don't believe these items would be as powerful as mine, because this art needs dozens of years to master. Give me 1 moment. Emery then took out all the stamina potion and healing paste he had brought with him, leaving only one of each. In total, 5 stamina potions and 5 healing pastes were laid down on the counter. The old man stared at Emery before saying, like I said, 10 coins for each one of them. Just as when he was about to say yes, it was Lanzo's turn to cut him off. Hey, are you sure about this? Why don't we check out other places? We both know this healing paste and stamina potion should be worth at least 3 times. I got this, Lanzo, said Emery when the alchemy expert snorted. The owner said, Kids, my shop is the best there is in this city and in our kingdom. Even the royal physician often comes here for supplies. I believe you, answered Emery, and that was no lie. The moment they stepped in here, the countless shelves were stocked with various potions, paste, herbs, powders, some of which were things he had never seen before in Granny's storeroom. He then said, Let's make a deal. The alchemist then took out 10 coins from underneath his counter and placed them on the table. Emery, however, didn't touch nor look at them. Instead, he stared at the alchemist and said, Actually, I wonder if I can trade these 10 coins with you for just an hour to check out your various herbs and maybe get some handful of them that you have in stock. The old man certainly didn't expect this answer from Emery, causing him to frown. He answered, Are you thinking of stealing from me, boy? I have guards here who can throw you into the dungeon with just one order from me. Emery stood unshaken before shaking his head. Please be assured that I am an honest person and would not dare to steal from you, nor from anyone. It's just that I have been in awe the moment I stepped in here. Your wonderful collection of multitude of plants, potions, salves, is just so rich that I couldn't help my curiosity. Please think of it as giving a lesson for a disciple in the art of alchemy. I will very much be grateful for your generosity. Lanzo, standing next to Emery, had his mouth agape as if words in his throat were lost in 1,000 languages. He was probably thinking his friend, Emery, might be the stupidest person he had ever met. While, on the other hand, the old fat man coughed, slightly appearing a little red. The alchemist once more cleared his throat before picking up the coins, putting it back underneath the counter, and saying, Is that so? Okay. I'll let you check out my stock, but only for a short while. I'll be closing up the shop soon, and I still need to finish this concoction I'm brewing. Lanzo pulled Emery to the side and whispered, What the hell are you doing? At least you'll be getting 10 coins instead of none. What benefit will you have by just taking a look at these herbs and potions? Alistair! Come in here and watch this kid for a while, shouted the alchemist before heading into a different room with Emery. One of the guards outside entered the shop and said, Understood. As Emery entered the back room where there were more exotic-looking ingredients than the one in the main hall were stored, he tried his best to keep a straight face because inside him, his heart was actually jumping in joy at the prospect of getting more contribution points. Go ahead, take a look, but again, don't you dare steal anything, especially right under my nose, said the alchemist. Emery nodded and proceeded to only touch the plant and activate his analyze spell on the plants he hadn't seen before. He made sure he used it only with either his back facing the expert, or at least his palm couldn't be seen because it still glowed whenever he used it. He touched one of the plants that had pale green leaves and bright orange flowers. It looked more like a pretty flower in hindsight, but when Emery used his analyze spell on it, the following was listed. Only a few moments had passed, but Emery had already found dozens of plants that weren't located in the Magus Academy's database. He asked if he could get some of them, especially the ones that he could feel some sort of energy flow with his plant affinity, and fortunately, the old man only allowed him to do so, but only a few of them. Emery plucked a stalk from each of the plants. The analyze skill had registered for more than one contribution because he would be using fragmentation later for additional points. He looked around further and seemed to have finished looking at all the plants, but not one of them was a rank 2 plant. For such a huge building and well-stocked shelves, he couldn't help but wonder, but ask, Respected expert, is this all the plants you have? Of course not. And before you ask further, no, you are not allowed to pluck the more valuable ones, nor see them, answered the alchemist sternly. This apothecary was located in the Lioness Kingdom's main city, which had dealings with other nations outside the continent of Britannia. Therefore, Emery was sure that there were more herbs than the current stock he had seen so far. Still, Emery knew he shouldn't push it because he still didn't have the full trust of this alchemist. Satisfaction came with patience, and in due time he would be allowed to check those out or maybe find some in the woods. For now, though, he was satisfied with what he had earned and grew more determined to explore that forbidden forest where to find which plant the blue powder originated from. Speaking of the blue powder, just as Emery was about to leave this stockroom, an idea came into his mind. He went back to the old man, and the old man said, "What is it now, kid?" Emery reached his hand into his patchwork bag and fished out a blue-colored potion. The cleanse potion. It was a potion that could cure several diseases, and his analyzation skill deemed to have been safe for consumption. The moment Emery took it for the first time, the alchemist appeared to be a bit surprised. "Give me that, kid," said the alchemist, grabbing the potion. He popped open the potion and gave it a smell. "It's a medicine that could treat poison, isn't it?" But giving it another sniff, "This is much stronger. Where did you get this, kid?" "I also concocted that. I deem it the name cleanse potion. It should be able to cure many types of diseases, as well as fever in just a few days," answered Emery, recalling the description from the analyzed spell. The alchemist stared at Emery in disbelief, since he had proudly claimed himself being the best in the kingdom, and based on how seemed to stumble on his words, it looked like the description from the analyzed spell was accurate. The alchemist asked, "How much do you want for this?" Emery thought for a moment and said, "How I give you it for free," even though he would take a loss for giving this cleanse potion for free and only had enough blue powder for about 2 more bottles of cleanse potion and 2 salves of strength paste. Emery thought this was a good investment. After all, Emery was sure he would return to this place sometime again in the future, so he needed to create a bond and trust with this old man, hence the gift. The old man covered the lid of the potion and gave it back to Emery. "No, I refuse to accept anything for free. Tell me, what do you really want in exchange?" Emery smiled because his bait succeeded. "I understand. Then why don't we make another deal? As you have said, the price of a potion is decided upon the reputation of its maker. Honestly, I believe my healing paste and stamina potion is better than the one you have on the shelves, and I am sure you will find that to be true after you have tested it yourself and the people whom you will sell it to. With that in mind, I am hoping that you remember me once it sells with wonderful results. So, once I am back here, I am hoping to sell more for you in the future with higher prices, of course." The alchemist laughed hard. "You are hilarious, kid." All right. Let's make that deal. I am accepting this potion. Now, tell me, what's your name?" Not wanting people to know his name, Emery decided to make up a name similar to his. "You can call me Merlin." In truth, Emery wanted to use his spells for more contribution points, but there were orders to things he had to do. And right now, that was to find more information about the Marauders' chief, Padraig, who had attacked the Ambrose family. As they walked on the ground, which was making a crisping sound, Emery said, "I think it's better you return to Jacob, Lanzo. I have something I need to do. Alone." Lanzo twisted his neck to get a clearer view of Emery. Emery hadn't noticed it, but his eyes had gone from warmth to cold. "No way. You know, I am aware of what you're trying to do. I already see you as my brother, so you need someone to watch your back." Emery was taken aback at Lanzo's claims before his eyes returned to the warmth it had earlier. Underneath his face covering, he smiled and said, "Okay, I hope you won't regret calling me brother." They entered one of the taverns located near the marketplace. Since winter had arrived, the taverns were filled to the brim. Those who came from the settlements outside the city decided to stay in places like this, where it could protect them from the unforgiving weather outside. There were actually also people outside, hugging the wall, just to get a bit of warmth. Hence, the laborers, the caretakers, the guardsmen, and the tavern keeper were busy as bees. "So, any ideas where to start?" asked Lanzo, leaning a bit to Emery while moving his eyes around, trying to decide what to do. In a tavern, there were generally 2 ways to obtain information. The tavern keeper, whom the drunkards loved to share their stories with after being intoxicated, or the caretakers who always had an open ear for any juicy gossip occurring in the city. "Come on. Follow me." Emery led Lanzo to the front counter and took a seat. He called for the tavern keeper. Okay, tell me, what is your preferred choice of drink, boys? Let me guess, fresh milk? Ha ha ha, said the bartender while wiping a tankard with a ragged cloth. In the rowdy tavern, Emery recalled this was the first time he had visited such a place without his father's company, and during all those times he had always wanted to try drinking ale. He was about to order when spoke first. Yes, 2 pots of milk for us, said Lanzo, grinning. The tavern keeper laughed to his heart's content while Emery stood there feeling like complaining. Ha ha ha, you are funny, young lads. Emery sighed as the tavern keeper put down the drinks Lanzo had ordered. Still, he let it go since ale wasn't his purpose in coming here anyway. He then asked the tavern keeper if he knew any person named Padraig, but the answer was a resounding no. Walking on the road, Lanzo asked, "Are you sure you have the right name?" Emery nodded. That's the name. Lanzo walked with his shoulders slumped and started yawning. Their adventure to the 3rd and 4th tavern had the same results, and after walking out of the 5th tavern and finishing another tankard of ale at least Lanzo, however, Emery felt like they were getting closer. Emery had noticed several people with cloaks since the 4th tavern, and he could tell they were following them. He then went to a corner, guiding the dizzy Lanzo, when the 2 cloaked figures showed up in the alleyway. The 2 cloaked figures blocked Lanzo, and Lanzo was immediately taken aback. "What do you want?" "Don't you dare to scream, or I'll slit your throat," warned one of the men. 2 more appeared by the corner, and now all 4 had their swords drawn. "Hey, weren't there 2 of you? Where's the other one?" asked the man who had his sword close to Lanzo's neck. Lanzo looked to his left and right and appeared to be just as surprised as them. Emery had indeed disappeared. "Go, search the corner. He might still be around," ordered the man. 2 men broke away, but after searching for the corners, they still couldn't find Emery. "Where is he?" demanded the man, pressing the sword closer. "I swear that I don't know," said Lanzo, raising both his hands. Emery was in fact just near them. With enhanced physical abilities, he was able to quickly get into another corner and climb on the roof of a nearby house to hide in the darkness of the night. "Forgive me, brother. I am actually glad because I truly needed your help." "I hope you're not regretting this already," said Emery in his heart. The man sheathed his sword and spat on the ground. "Tetch, you dimwits can't find a single boy? Let's head back to the safe house before anyone sees us." The 4 men then gave up searching for Emery in the dark night. There weren't that many torches in the streets, but the dim light from the stars and fire from the furnaces in the houses, exiting through the windows and holes, still provided some vision to the people walking on the ground. Hence, Emery was also able to follow the 4 people who were dragging Lanzo until they had arrived at an old, seemingly abandoned house. Emery carefully took into consideration what he was stepping on, and made sure he was in a position where he could listen in a good distance while making sure no light source was coming his way. Inside the rickety house, there were 2 more people who were rolling dice and had a pouch of coins sitting on the table. One of them had a muscular build, while the other lacked the beefiness and was short instead. Regardless of the small man's appearance, the 4 men who had just walked in with a young lad became meek like sheep. "And who is this?" said the thin man, his voice cold. "Boss, this young lad has been walking around taverns looking for the chief," replied the man, throwing Lanzo before the thin man. The thin man, who appeared to be their leader, got off his chair and squatted in front of Lanzo and stabbed precisely on the small open space in between Lanzo's fingers. He grinded the small dagger back through the wooden flooring and pointed his knife to the panicking Lanzo. "Why are you looking for the chief? What is your purpose?" asked the thin man in a murderous tone. Emery was now positive these men were Padraig's marauders. As much as he wanted to storm in and demand where their hideout was, Emery held himself back and searched around with just his eyes for anything he could use. There were, after all, 6 of them, and only one of him, probably 2 if he counted Lanzo, but whether he could beat all 6 people at once or not, he wasn't about to find out with nothing in his hand. Lanzo crawled back and placed his back against a wall. He exclaimed, "Please! Please! I am just a village boy who happened to stumble upon the great name of the chief. I am looking for him to join his cause." Emery, who also had his back pressed against the wall of the rundown house, smiled to himself since Lanzo didn't drop his name. Although he now felt a bit more guilty than before, he made excuses in his mind to convince himself this was necessary in order to achieve his goal and would apologize later to Lanzo. "We don't accept skinny boys like you," said one of the marauders. Just kill the kid. Hold this, said the short man, giving the knife to the marauder next to him. He took a step toward the marauder who had just spoken and added, Are you ordering? NN, no, boss. I was just giving a suggestion, in that case he then punched the marauder in the gut. If you speak out of turn again, it's not my fist, but this dagger will go into your innards. Do you understand? Said the boss. The marauder shakingly nodded. He turned back to Lanzo with the knife in his hands. Young lad, I don't appreciate it when people are lying to me. Especially on the night of our big operation. The boss smiled, and in a flash, he stabbed Lanzo's thigh. He twisted and turned it, making Lanzo scream at the top of his lung. Tell me the truth. Who sent you? He pulled the bloody knife back and pointed it to one of his underlings. You go outside and inform the teams that if they notice anything suspicious, all should immediately retreat here. Got it? Yes, boss! Shouted the marauder, running out of the house. Lanzo curled into the corner and refused to speak. Hearing how Lanzo had screamed in pain, Emery knew this was time to act. Emery had dragged Lanzo into this, and it was his responsibility to bring him back. Not to mention, this seemed to be the only sole opportunity before the marauder came back with more people. So he had to do this now and fast.